We are live at CollectCo. Okay.
What's your TikTok?
Yeah, it's up there. This is.
You want that screen here?
No, it's fine right there the way it is. Okay. I'm just saying to go live on Instagram, you usually have to do something over here.
We've already copied it.
Okay. Never mind then. We're good to go. And we're early, 5:13. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to CollectCo. We are here, and we're right in the middle of selling stuff. And when I mean stuff, I mean stuff. Welcome. Now, I have a new camera, is that right? How does this new camera work? Debuting new stuff on new stuff. I was actually ready to go at 5. I told y'all I was starting at 5 o'clock tonight. It's the biggest night of the week, probably the biggest night of the month. And I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out the biggest night of the year. We got to set the bar high for the rest of the year tonight. So no wonder I'm starting on time. This is it. Just like the Kenny Loggins song. This is it. Holy moly, they've already got stuff over here. So Patrick, are the Beatles boxes all gone? I lost our message thread. I'm assuming there's no way to get a Beatles box anymore. Of course, while I'm sleeping, the Beatles make the biggest announcement of the year. They're repressing the mono box set. And then they're all gone. Ah, that's all mixed up. There's that phone. Let's start getting everything shared. Let's close out all these apps. We got sealed stuff. We got metal. Chad's hitting the like button. Make sure you've hit the like button. Make sure you've hit the share button. Make sure you've hit this, and then hit that, and then hit that. And then I'm going to hit this over here. And now I'm going to jump over here as CollectCo with that link, and I'm going to share it in a lot of places. I'm going to share it in a lot of places. Let's click here. All right. Facebook. What is all this stuff right here? I'm trying to figure out what all this stuff is. I'm talking to myself right now. Mm-hmm.
Good on crate.
Yeah, I got a couple because if there's as long as there's some around the corner. My question is,
Here's the box over here.
This is from last night.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I brought that. Said it last night.
Yeah, we went through them. That's all the stuff that didn't sell.
Okay.
I'm keep.
This box.
Yeah.
You're saying these need to be researched.
Yeah, if you have 5 minutes for those, I know all this. Or it will get to where it needs to be. Some of these are, well, the big thing is just making sure it's all there, you know. Let's see, I actually am going to move. I'm going to move this TikTok over here. Chat. Okay. I'm going to change this from gaming to music. All right, welcome everybody. Make sure you've hit the like button when you're on and watching. We're going to be selling stuff tonight, in case you didn't know that. Did you know that, Tanner?
I did it.
Tanner did know we were going to be selling stuff tonight. How do I get this other camera to work? Or am I going to need it? Or is it just for looks? Looks like something in a James Bond movie. I said, this camera, I was like, how do I toggle to it?
Red is vertical.
Wow.
So that green one goes back.
That's pretty amazing. Awesome. Wow, multi-camera. We just got even more fancier. Alrighty. Ooh, ooh. That will help a lot when I'm trying to show large items. All right, I'm almost done sharing links. Of course, I've advertised and posted about these auctions tonight for about a week straight, about 30 different places and 100 different times. And so we're almost ready. Okay. All right, I'm officially shared. All right. Here we are, folks. Yeah, it does need to be tilted a little bit right there. Okay. All right, welcome. Make sure when you're on and watching, you've hit the like button. Same thing as just about any time we're doing this. We're going to be starting off with me showing everybody what sold out of the flip crate. Make sure you're in a private group, Whole Lot of Records. Let me get everything positioned over here. Welcome. Now, there's going to be a lot of stuff that has sold, or there will be a lot of stuff shown tonight. We'll be selling a lot tonight. A lot of stuff is priced. A lot of stuff will be auctioned. There'll be a lot of surprises. There'll be a lot of this and a lot of that. And there'll be some of that. And then there'll also be some of this too. So hope you're just ready for all that. And we have quite the lineup to get to. So let's go ahead and get started. Now, there is a gallery of hot pictures posted on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram. The stuff and those pictures are for sure selling tonight. So the pictures on Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, those items are for sure selling tonight. What else may pop up? It will be a mystery. it will be a mystery. Laura's in the back. She's always helping with the chat. Should have a lot of new people on tonight. Y'all can help me out by hitting the like button whenever you're on and the share button. Now, I think I'm going to try to keep the auctions tonight as metal as possible, even the first part. With that being said, we have probably some CDs over here I can put up and cassettes maybe. It is still, I still got some stuff like that over here for that. And of course, also, just so everybody knows, all the advertised stuff will start closer to 7. Okay? All the box sets, all the advertised stuff, it will start closer to 7, as always. And something else to keep in mind when we do these sales, it won't be just all metal. And I'll say that, so 2 things. Some people will stick around, and some people will maybe think, or some people will be like, wait a minute, why are you showing the Osmonds? This is Thursday Metal Night. Well, we always have other stuff, of course. John's marked stuff that's not metal. I've got stuff over here for discount bins that's not metal. So I don't want anybody leaving thinking it's all metal, but also people that's here just purely for metal. You're going to see probably nothing but metal auctions. There'll be metal auctions up for probably about the next 7 hours, okay, in some form. And yes, there is 4 crates of new vinyl right there next to you, Tanner. How many crates of new vinyl? I can't forget about that. 3. One's packed really full, so I'll probably separate those. We'll have 4 crates of new vinyl tonight. Now, over in our group, Whole Lot of Records, is this right here. The Chad freeze the chat. No, I have not. Nothing is frozen. We've been posting every morning at 9 o'clock a vintage discount, okay? A vintage discount crate. It's been very successful. What I do now is we get them tagged before the show so we don't spend a half hour trying to figure out who bought what. It takes quite a bit of time to sort through and figure out who got what. So all this right here has already sold. Everything you see right here is sold. And if you got a thumbs up from Tanner's account or sometimes my account or G's account, that means you got it, or you got maybe partial of your comment. It'll be very time consuming for us to explain everything. So we just say, if you got a thumbs up, you definitely got it. If we never like your comment, then it's over, okay? They're already gone. And then we show, first thing we've been doing is saying all this is already sold. It's all done. This is all sold. Everything you see here until we get to this little sticker right here. And then here's what's left. And we're going to start tonight with these vintage discount records, which is what's left right here in the crate. We've almost sold a whole crate again. Now, the metal collection we bought had quite a bit of metal CDs. And I think for maybe some of our first LPs or from some of our auctions tonight, we maybe can go ahead and get some of that stuff up and rolling, like $5 starts, etc., etc. I think that'll be pretty fun, especially for some of this stuff that I know what it is, and we can just go ahead and throw it up for quick auctions, okay? So the first couple of things I have are Cannibal Corpse, Butchered at Birth. I'm going to try to check all these and make sure they're nice, and we'll put that up for a $7 start. And we have Megadeth, Countdown to Extinction, and that's also really nice, which is not available on vinyl, or it is, I should say, not in print right now on vinyl. So those are $7 starts. First couple auctions there. We ship every day worldwide, $8 in limited shipping. So if for anybody that's new, I'll go ahead and give first instructions now. The first instructions you need to know is we've been live streaming here on Facebook and YouTube since 2019, heavily in 2020, and we do it every night, and we ship all over the country. Internationally is calculated. I have seen several new international people very much interested in some metal tonight, and I was like, we'll get you signed up. Welcome. But yes, $8 in limited shipping. Sorry, I was taking a drink of purple juice. All right, so here's what's left in the vintage flip crate. We have Winona Judd. We've already sold one. There's one left. It's on red vinyl. It's $19.99, and that is sealed. And then we have one Avett Brothers left. This is on blue vinyl. It's $10 off. I think we only had one of those in the flip video, so that's still unclaimed. This is what's left from the discount bin. Also over here, we have Seals and Croft, which is a knotless half-speed master. This was $35, marked down to $19.99. It is still available. The first few records here are discount records for $19.99. And then a sealed OG Neil Young Reactor. It does have a saw mark, but that's an 81 OG. It's $19.99. And that was the first $19.99 records. Now, since I have gotten rolling here, the first thing we have is Cannibal Corpse. Cannibal Corpse got a bid for $7. And then Cannibal Corpse, Megadeth got a bid for $7. And Cannibal Corpse got a bid for $10. All right, and then here's what's left in the $14.99 stuff. The first is Faces, which is Faces Live, Coast to Coast, Overture and Beginners, which is Rod Stewart, live doing Faces music. That's $14.99. And then Megadeth, Michael Rudolph has the high bid at $7. Countdown to Extinction, Symphony of Destructions on that one. One bid for $7 of Michael Rudolph. Final call. They're still bidding on the Cannibal Corpse CD, Butchered at Birth, which is at $12. Psychedelic Lollipop. This is a reissue. It's EX edition, $14.99 for Blues Magoos. Psychedelic Lollipop. And Crazy Horse Loose. This is a German press, 1971 German press, which is essentially half off. It was $29.99. We've got that at $14. And how much? 99 cents. Now, over here, I think I have, let's see. I do have some sealed stuff that was originally discounted. Like we had it on sale, and it didn't sell. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reduce the price even more. And I have some pretty good titles in here that are sealed, like Slayer and Thor. And it's stuff actually new vinyl that I put on sale. And then we haven't had any luck since then. So you know what I'm going to do? We're going to put them up. And these will be our great first metal auctions here. And this is Thor, Only the Strong. And Thor is on red splatter. Limited edition red splatter Thor. It's new and sealed. And that's going to go up for a $15 start. And Slayer, Haunting the Chapel, and this is on red and white marble vinyl. It's a 45 RPM, and it has a large poster with it. It includes a poster. That's a $15 start, okay? Now, we left off by saying Megadeth was at 7 and Cannibal Corpse was at 13. Now Megadeth 8, Megadeth 10. Cannibal Corpse 14. Only $1 bid increments, please. $1 bid increments. Megadeth 9, Megadeth 9, Megadeth 10, Thor 15, and Cannibal Corpse 15. The next on sale $14.99 record is David Crosby, Stephen Stills, and Graham Nash. That's a UK pressing, and that's $14.99. And we have Tres Hombres by ZZ Top. I meant to show the label during the video. This is on the original blue label. It's only $14.99. Right off the bat, a lot of activity on all the auctions. And that was the last $14.99 record. So the $14.99 records are Tres Hombres, CSN, Crazy Horse, Blues Magoos, and Rod Stewart. And now we have $9.99 records. I got George Thorogood left. He's $9.99, essentially half off. Stevie Wonder's just $9.99. That's VG Plus condition. And the Osmonds. I told y'all we'd have some Osmonds. 2 LP, half off at $9.99. And Hank Williams' Greatest Hits, Your Cheating Heart, $9.99. And the last $9.99 was the best of Sonny and Cher, The Beat Goes On, I Got You Babe. So those are all vintage, or some of them are pre-owned, but they're sealed. Like, you know, we bought them in a collection like Neil Young or Avett Brothers or Winona. We bought them already pre-owned in a collection, but they had never been opened. And everything in here is discounted, and we'll run through those one more time. So make sure you watch these videos. A vintage pre-owned crate. This is what's left over. This was full. We sold all that this morning from a Facebook video we posted on our group. Every morning at 9 o'clock, and then at 6 a.m., we do the new vinyl, which I'm about to do next because there were so many great titles once again. So let's go back up to the top and update all these auctions. The last thing I remember saying was Cannibal Corpse was at $14 and Megadeth had bids for $9.99 and Michael Rudolph had it for $10. And then Cannibal Corpse got a bid for $15. I'll update everything, what they are in just a second. Thor got a bid for $15. Slayer got a bid for $15. Slayer got a bid for $20. Slayer got a bid for $20. Cannibal Corpse $16. Slayer $22. Slayer $22. Bill Stammis first on the Rod Stewart from the flip video, which was $14.99. Megadeth, $11 with Brandon Jones. Robin Glenn on the Osmonds. That sold to Robin Glenn for $9.99. Slayer is $25. And what's the condition of Sonny and Cher? The cover's around VG. It does have some damage right up here. A little bit of chipping, but there's no condition notes on the vinyl. Mike, that's $9.99. The reason I laid it back there, because if you don't want it, Melanie does. And then Ryan Eaton was third. Now Slayer's at $23. Fred Cardinale got George Thorogood for $9.99. And then we have Cannibal Corpse at $17. And then over here is Stevie Wonder, and Stevie Wonder is sold to Jeff Coleman. And thank you on that. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up that video. Everything's been tagged, and everything is officially shut down on this video. Just saying, everything is officially over on this. Seals and Croft. I thought you meant Sonny and Cher. Yeah, there's no condition notes over here. No condition notes over here with Sonny and Cher. Just saying, okay? Let me go ahead and turn the comments off on this video. All right? Let's do this right here. Okay. Wow, the Beatles box is already sold out. Tanner, we are completely frozen over here. Everybody's saying video down. There's no comments, etc., etc. Okay, so why does this always happen on Thursday night? Because I looked down and there was already 252 people watching. That's why. That's why everybody. It's caused a. It always causes a catastrophe. All right, let me go ahead and turn off comments over here. It's just a lot of people hopping on. It's probably going to do it a couple times. Hopefully not too many times. But yeah, it always happens on Thursdays. You know why? There is a huge amount of people trying to probably get on the feed right now over here. So, and Dennis Daly, let's see which one he has here. Dennis Daly said he got the Stevie Wonder in the video. Okay, let me pull this up then and see what's going on over here. There's that, and there's this. Let me see what's going on over here. Okay, Birth of the Beatles, this and this, this and this. Dennis Daly. Dennis Daly, there is no comment from you on Stevie Wonder. Just saying. I just double-checked myself. Okay, so let me turn off commenting on the video. That way no one claims anything later. Okay, so let's go back to the top, and let's update where we was at now. So Bill Samus got the Rod Stewart for $14.99. Bill Samus got Rod Stewart for $14.99. Next is Robin Glenn, the Osmonds, for $9.99. And then George Thorogood was sold to Fred Cardinale. Yeah, they was updating me. I think it's good to go now. Yeah, Laura just came up here and showed me her laptop. She's completely offline too. So, yep. I just got informed a good refresh would be helpful. George Thorogood was sold to Fred Cardinale, and then Jeff Coleman got Stevie Wonder. Okay, and then that means the Sonny and Cher is sold to Melanie Jennings. So Melanie, thank you. The Sonny and Cher is sold to you on that one. Now over here, the last thing I had was Mike Barley does want Seals and Croft, and that was $19.99. Okay. Now, let's get back down to the bottom and figure out where I left off on all the bids. I might have everybody rebid again. But yeah, this is... so typically what happens is... I mean, y'all know we've had, 3 straight weeks of sales, or 2 straight weeks, probably without any glitch. But it seems like when everybody starts getting on the feed at once or starts commenting, it's really more, I think, of a Facebook server thing. You know, I don't know... Maybe it's just our account. There's like so many people that hops on. It's like, and it just starts bogging it down. It's never our internet, because we've always checked it. It's never been our internet. So it's always definitely a Facebook server. Now, since all that, there's been about 300 comments, and I've completely lost all the bidding, because when that starts happening, there starts test comments, feeds down, feed glitchy. And then now about everybody's bids have been buried in everything. So now I've got to figure out who had the high bids, who was the high bid, who's still watching, and who's out. So let me just start back here with Thor again and figure out who had the most recent high bid, okay? Thor is on red and black splatter vinyl, and that's THOR. This is sealed, only the strong. And the last bid that happened on Thor that's on my screen that I can see was one bid with Michael Rudolph for $15. One bid with Michael Rudolph for $15, okay? And Michael has bid 15. Now, over here was the Megadeth Sympathy for, Countdown to Extinction CD. Todd Fisher has that at $13. And then the last bid on Cannibal Corpse. The last bid that came in on this that I can see on my screen, I think, was down here at the bottom. It's been pretty recent. And the CC CD, the last bid on that was Steve Weaver at $17. Steve Weaver had that $17. Now, Fred has Thor at $17, and Slayer is still at $25 with Jeff Brindley. He was the last bid, and he just rebumped it. $25 on that. $25. Is the title right on YouTube? You can change it over here, actually. You can, let's see here. However you pull up Restream. Is it right here? Which one? You know, like you would edit it on here. You can edit it live over here now. Yeah, whichever way. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, you can. It'll change it live. Thor 17, Cannibal Corpse, Thor Slayer. Okay, we're good to go. So the only stuff left in this video was Hank Williams for $9.99. Trezombre. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, that was the only $9.99 record left. And then $14.99 was ZZ Top Trezombres. CSN Replay was $14.99. Crazy Horse, Blues Magoos. And then for $19.99 was Neil Young, Avett Brothers, and Winona Judd. Those are all still available, okay? Now, there's that. 2 people have messaged and said, I'm watching on YouTube. I'm interested in buying stuff tonight. I've already seen 2 messages come in like that. So they're probably like, hey, I'm watching right now. I'd like to buy stuff, and I'll give quick instructions right now. The first quick instructions I can give you is you don't have to be pre-registered. The only thing you got to do is start bidding and buying. Right now, we're still in our first couple auctions here, and everything is still getting bids and still getting bids and still getting bids and still getting bids. And guess what? It's going to be like that for a while, especially on everything. Cassettes, CDs, box sets, LPs. That's why I've started putting stuff up right now at 5:30, or actually it was before that. So now Slayer's at 30, now Thor's at 20, now Cannibal Corpse is at 21, and now the Megadeth CD, the last bid was Todd Fisher at $13. Final call. That's the only thing got a final call right now. Everything else is still getting bids. Now, we've went through the discount vintage crate like 7 times, it seemed like. So all that's gone. The next thing I have for you is some of the new vinyl from yesterday. Everything in these crates are new and sealed. And also, I have a video I try to. It usually is posted every day at 6 a.m. And it has some of our most recent arrivals. And I usually try to do a few other things, okay? There we have it. So, the first thing I have here is, let me read some of the comments that sold last night. We had Sebastian Bach, The Black Crows, Collective Soul, Portishead, Repulsion, 9 Inch Nails, Rush, White Zombie, Alan Jackson, Toby Keith, Tom Petty, Thin Lizzy, Ghost, Iron Maiden, Sepultura, Tom Petty, Thin Lizzy, STP Helmet, Blackberry Smoke, You Hear Georgia, Find a Light, those 2 different albums, Slipknot, Creator, 9 Inch Nails, David Bowie, Gorillaz, The Fall, and Humans. Okay, so that's a lot. We'll figure those out in just 1 second. So now over here, the last thing we had was Thor was at 20, Cannibal Corpse 21, Slayer 30, Cannibal Corpse 22, Slayer 35, Cannibal Corpse 23, Cannibal Corpse 25, and now Thor 22. So that means the Megadeth CD is officially sold. And I can say the first auction of the night is sold to Todd Fisher for $13. Thank you, Todd. That is so do you. Appreciate that. All right, so I still got the Black Sabbath self-titled debut. This is the Rhino High Fidelity All Analog, $44.99. We're down to 2, and I've went ahead and ordered more while I could get them. So yes, and these I think are still technically limited edition. They're just not, quote, numbered. And then Jane's Addictions, Ritual D-Lo Habitual. Jane's Addiction is a 2 LP, and this is on pearl-colored vinyl. Jane's Addiction is $44.99. Ritual D-Lo Habitual. That's a 2 LP 30th anniversary edition on Jane's Addiction. And I have Rush, Caress of Steel. Rush is a gatefold, new and sealed, 180 gram. We did sell a Presto. I think there might be one claim on Caress. If not, maybe I'll stand by Presto. I was, and that's $36.99. All right, the last bit on the Cannibal Corpse CD that come in was Steve Weaver at $25. We're about to sell that to Steve for $25. Now Thor's at $22 with Fred Cardinale. Michael Rudolph's out, so we're about to sell that to Fred for $22. And then Slayer over here, Steve Weaver had this for $35, and we are about to drop the hammer on it. That's a new sealed red and white marble vinyl. Okay, over here we got Toby Keith, 13 #1 hits. Toby Keith is $33.99. That is a new and sealed. It's a greatest hits essentially. $33.99 for Toby Keith. Amanda Ruth is in on the Cannibal Corpse at $26. And we have Rush Clockwork Angels. I still got both of these. They're new and sealed as well. Gatefold and Rush is $44.99. $44.99. That's Rush Clockwork Angels. Now we have Slayer. And the last bid on Thor that came in was $22. And then Slayer was, as like I was saying, a final call to Steve Weaver for $35. And then, Steve, you just got outbid on the Cannibal Corpse CD. And I think everybody's still trying to get Facebook to work. I see some people saying Facebook feed's fine. And then I've seen some people saying mine's been frozen and glitching for the last 10 minutes. So with that being said, I'm going to put up another CD. And the next CD I have for you here is Morbid Angel. And this is Covenant. Got lots of CDs here to put up early tonight. First thing I have is Morbid Angel, and this is Covenant. This is going to go up for a $7 start. Morbid Angel Covenant, $7 start on that. And then over here is Jim Berg on Rush. Now, Jim Berg, let me know if you want Rush Clockwork Angels or Rush Caress of Steel, okay? Jim Berg, your pick on Rush Clockwork Angels or Caress of Steel. Over here is Jimmy Page and the Black Crows. This is live at the Greek. 2 LP. This is black vinyl. And I still have this for $36.99. Jimmy Page and the Black Crows live at the Greek. And this one is sold to James Rayner. James Rayner, thank you. This is sold to you. And next was Morbid Angel. Darren Chrisman has a bid for that for $7. Now, I got to make sure Steve Weaver, he might be having a connection problem. Amanda Ruth, Steve Weaver, does have this for $26. Just so you know, Steve, the Cannibal Corpse CD, you have been outbid. Now, I am going to go ahead and sell you the Slayer. The Slayer is sold to Steve Weaver for $35. Thank you. That's sold to you. And then over here is Thor. And Thor is officially sold to Fred Cardinale for $22. Thank you, Fred. That's sold to you. And then Jim Berg on Clockwork Angels. So he commented Rush. There's that. And now Morbid Angels at $7. Next thing I have is Gorilla's Human, which is a 2 LP, $49.99. Gorilla's Human, and this is $49.99. Gorilla's Human, 2 LP, $49.99. Thank you, Lonnie Jolly. Well, he said the Fall and Human, so that's probably he was commenting which one there. So let's give Lonnie Jolly a Gorilla's Humans. Thank you, Lonnie Jolly. That's so to you. And now we have Alan Jackson's Greatest Hits, which is a 2 LP. Alan Jackson's Greatest Hits. This one is sold to Tim Holloway. Tim Holloway also got a Toby Keith Greatest Hits. Thank you, Tim Holloway. So those are so to you and so to you. That was Alan Jackson and Toby Keith. Make sure there was no other Alan Jacksons or Toby Keiths. I don't think there was, and now we're good to go. Rainbow, which is Michael Rudolph, wants a Gorilla's Humans. Thank you on that. And Amanda Ruth, if you can hear me, if you're still watching, this Cannibal Corpse CD is sold to you for $26. Thank you on that. And then over here is Morbid Angel. Morbid Angel, Darren Chrisman has that for $7. Final call. Fred Cardinale on Gorillas. Fred, I'll put you on a waiting list for Gorilla's Human. I had 2 copies. They've already been sold. I'll put you on a waiting list. And then also, we have, how much is Toby Keith? We're down to 1 copy, $33.99. So that's a lower crate, and that's a lower crate, right? And then we have a Paul crate and a Paul crate. And these are all straight priced metal crates. Holy moly, this is going to be insane. If we just get all the servers to work good. I'm not for sure what's going on. I think it could be Restream Streamlabs, but we've been live for about a half hour, and I don't think anything's worked properly yet. So hopefully it'll come back around. We're just waiting for everything to get rolling. It usually does. It can get glitchy, and then sometimes it will settle down, and it will get back to where it should be. It's just sometimes very glitchy. Hopefully it will stay rolling like it should there for a little while. Okay, so there's that. There's that. Let's see. I do have some other sealed stuff here that I have had before. And I'm going to put some of these up now for starting bids. This is stuff I think at some point or another I have probably put up for sale or put in a discount bin, and it got left behind. So I'm just kind of throwing some of these up sealed to get the show rolling. It's all new and sealed type stuff here. And I got plenty of CDs and cassettes over here as well. We're also putting up. But seems like on the very busy nights, you know, there's hundreds of people flocking to the channel. And when that happens, when it just kind of starts bogging it down, I have no explanation for it. It's just a big night when a lot of people's just on and off and on and off and commenting and commenting. It just kind of bogs down, I think, all the channels, everybody that's watching everywhere. It's kind of a whole deal, because any other night, everything's usually a lot smoother. Seems like Thursday night, when over the course of the night, there's going to be thousands of different people on and off. It is going to be, that's what's going to be happening. So hopefully it calms down in just a second. Ryan Eaton does get Toby Keith. Let's go ahead and put up Iron Maiden. This is a sealed copy of the X Factor. It is sealed, and it's going to go up for a $35 start, the X Factor. And then we got a sealed Concrete Blonde Bloodletting. And these are new pressings, and Concrete Blonde's going to be a $20 start. Right now, the only CD that's a final call is Morbid Angel. And this is a final call for $7. $7 on this. Ninja on YouTube. After you make a purchase, we'll get you to fill out the first-time buyer form. We'll invoice you on Monday. $7 and limited shipping. Now, we have Dio, the last in line. That's going to go up for a $7 start. Moving right along, we have Beck Hyperspace. Beck is new and sealed, $33.99. I still got 2 copies of Beck Hyperspace for $33.99. And then Blackberry Smoke Like an Arrow. Blackberry Smoke Like an Arrow. This is available for $36.99. $8 in limited shipping. If you're new, you can start bidding or buying at any given time. You can start bidding or buying at any given time. We have Black Sabbath The Humanizer. This is a 2 LP new and sealed, $44.99. Black Sabbath The Humanizer, $44.99. Black Sabbath The Humanizer. This is available $44.99. It's a gatefold 2 LP. It's actually an expanded edition with bonus tracks on it. That's still available if anybody else wants it. And over here we have Creator, Cause for Conflict. Creator is $34.99. That's a 2 LP gatefold. Creator, Cause for Conflict. So Iron Maiden has 1 bid for $35. No bid on Concrete Blonde. I'm looking for a $20 start. Dio is at $7. And now, Darren Chrisman, you get the Morbid Angel CD. Thank you, Darren, and that's so to you for $7. Appreciate that. Stephen Lewis Jr. on Black Sabbath The Humanizer. Scott, if you decide you want one, just let me know. Steve Weaver on Creator, and now the Dio CD is at $8. Also, we have the Black Crows Live at the Greek, $29.99. The Black Crows Live at the Greek, and this is $29.99. I actually pulled James Rayner the wrong one earlier. He didn't want Jimmy Page and the Black Crows at the Greek, so I still got both of those. He wanted the Greek concert 1991, so I'm going to swap that out. That goes to him, and that's the Black Crows Live at the Greek. Concrete Blonde 20, 20, 25. Iron Maiden 36, Iron Maiden 38, and Concrete Blonde 21. Now, the Dio CD has a high bid of $8. Concrete Blonde is at 21, 21, 25 now. And then over here, I have another CD to put up for auction, and it is, what do we have here? Haunted Garage, Possession Park. Some of these I've already put some up that I'm very familiar with and some that I'm not so familiar with. Haunted Garage, Possession Park, that's going to go up for a $7 start. Now, when you're bidding, you're putting a question mark after your bid. I don't know if that means you're actually bidding or you're questioning your own bid. If you want to bid on Concrete Blonde, just put CB30. That means you're bidding. Otherwise, I'm like, I don't know if that's an actual bid or not. Next is Stone Temple Pilots, Shangri-La D-Da, Neon Yellow and Orange Splatter. STP is $33.99. That's Stone Temple Pilots. And we have Unplugged coming up. Let me make sure that's not what somebody wanted. It's not. And we have Beck Odelay. And then Beck is $33.99. This is still available. Beck Odelay. And we have Gorillas to Fall. Now, that was my last copy of this. This goes to Lonnie Jolly. Thank you, Lonnie Jolly. He commented that on this morning over on Facebook. So that's so to him. Now, over here, the most recent bids, let's update Iron Maiden. Iron Maiden is the X Factor. It's a 2 LP new and sealed. It was at 35 and then 36 and then 38 and then 39. And then Concrete Blonde had a bid for 30. Dio CD at 9. Concrete Blonde, Craig Sweden bid first at 30. And then everything, we have Iron Maiden at 40 and Rainbow and Gorillas to Fall. I'll put you on a waiting list on that. We've had a lot of Gorillas albums this week, so let's go ahead and put that up for Michael Rudolph on a waiting list. Gorillas the Fall. Jennifer Corbin on Beck. That's sold to Jennifer Corbin. Thank you. That was our last copy of that. And then here's Bauhaus. This is Bella Lugosi's Dead. It's on red and black. $33.99 on that. And over here is Gary Moore Live. And Gary Moore is a 2LP blue vinyl. $39.99 for Gary Moore. And we have Repulsion Horrified. This is on green vinyl. This is from Relapse. They're new for $33.99. So, first thing I have over here is, did somebody comment Creator Live earlier? Let me see when that happened there. Steve Weaver on Creator. Yeah, Steve, actually, let me go jump over here and see what happened. So, Sebastian Bach collected. So, Portishead third and Repulsion. Yeah, I knew somebody wanted Repulsion. That was Sean Fairweather. So, thank you, Sean. I got you down for Repulsion. Sean Fairweather. And then next thing was Iron Maiden Sepultura. We hadn't got to those yet, or Tom Petty, or Helmet, or those two other Blackberry Smoke. William Warner on Creator. I got one change on Creator. Creator was already sold to William Warner, so let's sell that to William Warner. And then Steve Weaver, if it's okay, I'll put you on a waiting list. Calls for Conflict. So let's put Steve Weaver on a waiting list for Creator, Calls of Conflict. This one's actually sold to William Warner. And then make sure I didn't miss anything else in there. I didn't, okay? And then Rainbow wants a Gorilla Song Machine as well. We can do that. Now, let's update where we're at on the other auctions. So, Caleb Howe bid 40 on Iron Maiden. Concrete Blonde got a new bid for 31. Iron Maiden 41. Concrete Blonde 32. Concrete Blonde 33. Iron Maiden 45. Dio has a new bid for 10. And now Concrete Blonde 34. Iron Maiden 46. Here's our next CD, Haunted Garage, Possession Park. I don't think that had a bid. If so, I never did catch it. That's going to go up for a $7 star, just FYI. As usual, we're very busy in our first crate, and this is just a recap of stuff from last night. Just saying, pretty busy right now. Just a recap of some stuff that was shown this morning / last night in our flip video. Trying to keep up with it all. But the good thing is I've pulled everything out of here that's already sold. So if I show anything else that's left in here, it's for sure available. It's Metal Night. How about one of the albums that started it all? Black Sabbath's debut, cut from the original master tapes, $44.99. Jane's Addiction is $44.99. Rush Caress of Steel is $36.99. That's a gatefold new and sealed 180 gram. We still got Rush Clockwork Orange for $44. Jimmy Page and the Black Crowes Live at the Greek. That is $36. Alan Jackson's Greatest Hits is $36. We still got one of those left. Beck Hyperspace is $33. Blackberry Smoke is $36, like an arrow. We have the Black Crowes Live at the Greek. That's $29.99. Rebecca, I See You on X. Yes. And then we have Stone Temple Pilots, Shangri-La Dee-Dah, that's $33.99. Bauhaus is $33. Gary Moore is $39. And Repulsion is $33.99. Repulsion is $33.99. All right, it says we got 283 people watching. It's not even 6 o'clock yet. I still got a couple more crates like this to go through, and we're going to keep those rolling right now. Right, Tanner? Tanner said right. And yes, we're good to go. And when I come back, I'm going to update the bids on all these auctions. So welcome, everybody. If you're new, pretty easy how everything works. You just bid in the comments. You don't have to be registered. You don't have to be registered until you buy something. But if you want to go ahead and do that, if you're watching on Facebook, if you want to go ahead and get it out of the way, because you're like, yeah, I can tell by the way already this show's going, I'm definitely going to be buying something. So if you want to go ahead and knock that out, send us a Facebook message with your email address and mailing address, okay? You can go ahead and do that right now. Email address, mailing address. If you're watching on YouTube, we need you to fill out the form. That's the first time buyer link, okay? I'll be saying that a lot tonight. These are all auctions. You bid in the comments. You just put IM for Iron Maiden. If you want something out of here, like if you do want Kiss, the only thing you got to do is comment Kiss. That means you're buying it. That is going to be $8 in limited shipping. Now, all the advertised auctions will get started here in about an hour, okay? And it'll be one after another after another. I'll try to prioritize them by the most request. All the advertised stuff will get started here in about 45 minutes or an hour. And it will be one after another after another after another of just insane OG metal stuff over here. One after another after another. And now we have our next auction. Tanner just handed to me. That's pretty dang cool. But first, let's go ahead and wrap up these other ones. And I got to pull an Alan Jackson out. And Alan Jackson is sold to Stephen Reeves. All right, so Kiss Alive 2 is new and sealed, $54.99. $54.99. This is Kiss Alive 2, 180 gram, remaster, repackaged just like the real one. Just like the original one. Mark Morris, you got a White Zombie Astro Creep. This was our last copy of this. If anybody else wants one, let me know. These are $38.99. That's sold to Mark Morris over from the Facebook video. And then we have Alanis Morissette. This is Jackie Little Peel. $33.99. Alanis Morissette. By the way, there's already 2 Laura crates up here of metal. There's already 2 Paul crates up here of metal. That's going to be pretty crazy. Those will be really crazy. And Laura says Pestilence will not be auctioned tonight. Check the hot pictures. There you go. So the only stuff that's going to be auctioned that's featured for tonight is in the hot pictures that were posted today on Facebook, Instagram, and the YouTube channel. Just saying. We have Evil Empire, Rage Against the Machine. That's $33.99. And Pink Floyd, The Wall. This is $49.99. This is Pink Floyd, The Wall. $49.99. Okay, now over here, first thing we have is Iron Maiden 49, Iron Maiden 50. What is the Iron Maiden? Can you tell me more about the Iron Maiden? And then the last bit on the Dio CD that came in, the last bit on the Dio CD came in was Robert Matthews at $10. And Robert, no one's else bid since then, so Robert Matthews, I'm going to say this for $10. Thank you. And then over here is Haunted Garage. Michael Rudolph bid $7 on that. We're going to go ahead and sell that to him. Brian Call, let me know if you want Kiss. If you say pass, I'm going to sell it to Extreme Mid-South 80. And then over here is Concrete Blonde. And Concrete Blonde, the last bid that came in on that, which is a sealed copy, John Darden has it for $35. John Darden has it for $35. And then over here, we have Iron Maiden. This is a sealed copy. I've got it's a 2 LP. It's the X Factor. Nick Galitti has it for $51. We're about to sell it. Will Paradise Lost be in the crates? I honestly have no idea. I do love surprising. I actually am going to say everything else from this point on is going to be totally a surprise. Totally a surprise. Extreme Mid-South. I want everybody, hopefully I'm going to do this. I'm going to do my normal saying. Hopefully you have fed your cats and walked your dogs and you've buckled into your couch, because for the next 5-6 hours, it's going to be nonstop surprises. Wait till you get to these crates. Y'all are going to be, minds are going to be blown. If you get off, you're going to miss an auction. You're going to miss a bid. You're going to get outbid. You're going to realize you're not outbid. You're going to get outbid, and then it's going to be sold to somebody. So just so you know, I wouldn't go anywhere. I would turn off everything. I would have just Coletco on in front of you. Right, Tanner? Everything else. All sporting tonight is irrelevant. Sepultura, Arise, 2 LP expanded, $44.99. Go ahead and just take a shotgun and shoot your TV. You're not going to be needing it tonight. Take a hatchet and smash it right in the middle. We have Ghost, Pope Star. This is on clear vinyl, $29.99. Ghost, Pope Star. And this is so DeBroke and Sconce, one of our new buyers this week. Also something else, I'm going to go ahead and tell you, the more you ask about something, the demand is going to increase, because people's going to be like, what? There's a what being sold tonight? I didn't even realize that. And that is just going to keep increasing the demand. They will all be sold, I promise. But I have a feeling you're going to be very happy tonight. Sepultura. Now, Chris Caldwell, let me give you a little bit of a helpful tool. If you want something out of the crates, also don't put the price. If you buy something out of the crate, Chris is trying to pay $2 more than he has to for this record. Chris, this is only $44.99. You don't have to pay more. These are straight price, no more, no less. Chris Caldwell, this is so to you. And then we'll put Jim Berg on a waiting list, and we'll put Jennifer Corbin on a waiting list. I can get more of these, okay? So Chris Caldwell, that's so to you for $44.99. Now, thank you. Make sure you message our page if you're a first-time buyer. Now, Iron Maiden. The last bid on Iron Maiden that come in was Nick Galitti. And Nick Galitti has this for $51, and that's sold to him. Also over here is Concrete Blonde, Bloodletting. Concrete Blonde, the last bid on this was Susie at $36. John Durden had it for $35. John, if you're still on, that is sold to you, okay? Now, over here, the first thing I have is, these are buy it nows. Make sure you don't put the price. Guy, this is a 2 LP remaster of Pink Floyd The Wall. Yes, Guy Shard, 2 LP remaster, The Wall, new and sealed, 2 LP remaster. You're going to be thanking me later whenever you're hearing David Gilmour rip that solo and Comfortably Numb. You're going to be saying, thank you, Chad. Now, Next thing I have over here is Slayer, and we have Decade of Destruction. This is Slayer, Decade of Aggression, double cassette in the original box. Slayer, Decade of Aggression, that's going to go up for a $10 start. John, you got outbid on Concrete Blonde, and now Susie's bid $38. The high bid's $38 on that. Now, we have our next auction. It's going to go up right now. I'm still working on some sealed stuff over here. But first, there's also a tab over here Laura has for me that says metal stuff 15 and under starts. That'll be probably some of the first stuff I pull up over here. John's delivered an absolute full crate of vinyl. I'm going to go ahead and put this up right now. This is Queen's debut album. It's an EX edition, and we're going to put it up for a $20 start, okay? We're going to put this up for a $20 start. This is Queen, and this is their self-titled debut album. It's on the black and red Electra label, which is a little bit later pressing, but it doesn't have a barcode, and that's going to go up for a $20 start, okay? Next thing we have is, first thing is Sandy Villa on Pink Floyd. That's sold to Sandy Villa. And now Slayer is at $10, and Guy Shard also wants a Pink Floyd, so both of those are sold and sold. Now, Slayer already has bids for 10, 10, 20, and now 12. Also, we have Helmet, and this is called Live and Rare. And this helmet, it was last claimed. It was sold in the video. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Helmet was sold to John Reed. Thank you, John. And now our first crate over here already very quickly has filled up tonight. Pretty incredible. I've got lots of other stuff to put up for auction before we even get started with some of our other stuff. All night tonight, there's going to be cassettes, there's going to be CDs, there's going to be auctions, there's going to be this, there's going to be that. Now, we had a first-time buyer on the Sepultura earlier. I want to make sure he did get information. Sepultura, who bought that earlier? He never did say yes, first-time buyer. Chris Caldwell. Chris Caldwell, can I confirm you as a first-time buyer and you have sent us your information? Concrete Blonde is sold to Susie Breedlove for $38. What is the Slayer? What is Slayer? Tell me more about Slayer. And what is Queen? Can you tell me more about the Queen? Those are now up for auction. Give me 1 second. We have Thin Lizzy Jailbreak. Thin Lizzy Jailbreak is a 2LP gatefold on orange marble vinyl. This is $34.99. This is, I've went ahead and ordered more. I think we're going to have a waiting list just from the flip video again. Stephen A. Young got a Thin Lizzy. That is sold to Stephen A. Young. And then John Griffin got a Thin Lizzy. Thank you, John Griffin. You also are getting a Thin Lizzy. Now, we need a waiting list. Clifford Umstead first on the waiting list for Thin Lizzy. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Next thing I have here is Nirvana Incesticide. Nirvana is a 2LP, 45 RPM, and this is $54.99 for Nirvana. It is Incesticide. It's a 2LP, 54 RPM. Also, Soundgarden, live in Boston, 1990. Soundgarden is $29.99. I still have these available. I'm pretty sure I still have these available. I do have both of these still available, $29.99. Now, let's update these auctions again. Has everybody walked your dogs, fed your gerbils, and ready for a whole night of Colectco action? Slayer, live, Decade of Aggression, 2 cassette in the original box, very nice condition. Greg Gallier, $25. Susie is still trying to bid on Concrete Blonde, and we sold that to her 5 minutes ago. Queen is over here. This has a new high bid of $21. Now, Ninja, hopefully you have already pre-registered with us, but you don't have to until you have bought a record, okay? This is yours right now for $21. Now, it's up for auction. Brad Waits, you've been outbid. Queen's at $21, just saying. Also, we have 2 copies of Papa Roach and Fest. Papa Roach is $33.99. Papa Roach Infest is $33.99. This is my last resort. Beastie Boys, live in Kawasaki, Japan, $29.99. So we're waiting for more bids on Queen, and we're waiting for Slayer to figure out where we end up with that. Let's go ahead. I'm going to grab another handful of CDs out of here. I think I got more Cannibal Corpse CDs. The last one had a bunch of bidding. We do. We have Cannibal Corpse, Tomb of the Mutilated. Cannibal Corpse is going to go up for a $7 start. Cannibal Corpse, Tomb of the Mutilated, that's going to go up for a $7 start. Next thing over here is Silverchair, Frog Stomp. This is a 2LP, Silverchair, Frog Stomp, music on vinyl, $46.99 on that. And then Extreme 2, this is Porno Graffiti. Extreme 2 is $38.99. And then Susie and the Banshees, The Rapture, that's a 2LP import on blue vinyl. That is $64.99. Now, over here, we have the high bid on Queen. The last bid on Queen was a new bid with Brad Waits at $22. Over here was Cannibal Corpse at $7. And now we have Slayer at $26. And let's go ahead and update all of the auctions, okay? So first is Slayer, Decade of Aggression, this double cassette. The last bid on Slayer that came in was John Durden at $26. That means everybody else is out. The Cannibal Corpse CD is already at $15 with Steve Weaver. The last bid on Queen was $23. Over here, we have Three Doors Down's Greatest Hits. Three Doors Down's Greatest Hits is $34.99, new and sealed. Let me ask everybody this right now. Have you hit the like button on Facebook? Have you hit the like button on YouTube? Have you subscribed and done all that good stuff? Just so you know, if you're catching us early here tonight, we do this every single night. We do this every single night. I'm going to move where John parked his crate of records. Can't have those there for right now, but I've got them out of the way. And now I'm going to put up some other sealed stuff right quick. And I actually think I have another sealed Iron Maiden to run. We do. But first, let's put up Rancid. I think I have another one of those sealed Iron Maidens like we just auctioned. That way we can go ahead and get another one up. Yeah. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to mix it up just a little bit and put up Rancid. This is their self-titled album. It's on limited edition colored vinyl. And Rancid is going to go up for a $15 start. Now Slayer's at $29. And then first is Jorge Enriquez. He wants Rally Round the Family. And that's Rage Against the Machine. Thank you. That's so to Jorge Enriquez. And then Flotsam and Jetsam. This is a new reissue that just came out. It's limited and numbered to 100 on green splatter. It's Flotsam and Jetsam. My God, $44.99. Rancid already has a bid for $24. It's Cannibal Corpse OG. I have no research done on the CDs. They're just randomly put up. It does say uncensored 1992 Metal Blade. I have no other information than what I can just show you right here on the CDs. Those are just being put up at random. The Slayer CD set, or excuse me, the Slayer cassette is at $29, and now Queen's at $25. Also, be sure if you're done bidding, you say out. Queen's on the red and black Electra label. I've got 2 Iron Maiden bootlegs. The first Iron Maiden bootleg was sold to Nick Galletti, and if anybody else wants one, these are on red vinyl for $29.99. $29.99. And Chris Caldwell earlier got the Sepultura. He bought it here live, and he bought it from the flip video, just so he knows. And thank you, Chris Caldwell. So, Chris, we got you set up. And then over here, we have Quiet Riot Metal Health. This has Come On, Feel the Noise and Bang Your Head. $29.99 for Quiet Riot. I've still got 2 of those. And I think we sold both Tom Petty's Greatest Hits. And these are $44.99. Tom Petty's Greatest Hits. And the first one went to Tim Holloway. Thank you, Tim. That's so to you. And then over here, there was at least one more, and it was Clifford Umstead. And make sure Clifford is on that waiting list for Thin Lizzy Jailbreak. But those are now sold. Okay. Now, let's over here. We have the high bid on all these auctions. Queen was at $25. Slayer was at $29. Queen got a new bid for $26. Rancid opened up at $24. Queen got a new bid for $28. Rancid got a new bid for $26. And then over here, we have Stephen Reeves on Quiet Riot. That's so to Stephen Reeves. And Tony Clem also wants a Quiet Riot. Okay? Now we'll put Rainbow on a waiting list. And over here is the CD Misfix box. And what is going on with that? I don't know. The Tanner just tagged. I just had Tanner work on some CD boxes for me. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, we got Misfits, Sam Hain. I got some of those. I'm going to go ahead and try to run some of those tonight. Yeah. Those will be over here as bonus auctions, which they'll be featured bonus auctions, if that makes sense. All right, Queen still has a bid for $30. What Sepultura? And Darren also wants on that Quiet Riot rating list, okay? This is here. All right, thank you. And then we're good to go. Now, the Sepultura was Arise. It was sold, and we got 2 people on a waiting list, $44.99, Sepultura Arise. Now Queen is at $30 with Ninja, and that is at $30. Thank you. And that's going once, going twice to him. Brad Waits out. Now over here is Rancid. The last bid that came in on Rancid was Shannon Price at $26. Brian Call, it goes back to you. Now, the question is Cannibal Corpse, CC. Rebecca wants to know, does she still have the high bid? The high bid is Rebecca Howard at $25. Yes, we're about to sell it. Now, over here, we have Slayer, and the last bid was Greg Gallier on that double cassette, $29. We're about to sell it, okay? Over here, that's where we're at on all 4 auctions. Some hammers are about to be dropped. What's left is Alanis Morissette for $33.99, Nirvana Incesticide for $54, Soundgarden Live for $29, Papa Roach and Fest was $33, Beastie Boys Live in Japan, Kawasaki $29, Silverchair was $46, Extreme was $38.99, Susie and the Banshees was $64, Three Doors Down's Greatest Hits was $34, Flotsam and Jetsam, we sold a few last night. We have 3 left, $44, and Iron Maiden Live in Wembley, 1990 red vinyl, $29.99. Susie bought the Concrete Blonde record. She would like to send it to Craig Sweden as a gift. Greg Gallier, you get the Slayer cassettes for $29. Rebecca, you get Cannibal Corpse for $25. Rancid is sold to Brian Call for $27. And then we got a first-time buyer, Ninja, over on YouTube for Queen for $30. Thank you. Now, please go ahead and fill out the first-time buyer form. The link is in the description of this video. And when you're done filling that out, please let me know that you have filled it out. Welcome to CollectCo. We'll invoice you on Monday, $8 in limited shipping, okay? We'll invoice you on Monday, $8 in limited shipping. I think we've had 3 or 4 first-time buyers already, and we're on the first hour. Thank you, John. Here's our next auction. This is Iron Maiden, the X Factor. Iron Maiden is a 2 LP sealed. We just sold one a second ago. Here's another one just like it, a $35 start. That's up for bid, a $35 start. Welcome, everybody. I've already got quite the stack of miscellaneous sold stuff here, CDs and cassettes, etc., etc. Let me jump over here and jump over here. All right. Let me try to move these over here with this other stuff, and I got this one more crate to go through before we officially get into other new stuff, right, Tanner? All right. I love when Tanner's here. I can really wear out the right Tanner. He said right. All right. Moving right along, folks. I hadn't picked into full-fledged Chad mode yet. I hadn't got full energy. I'm not talking too fast, or I got to remain calm these first couple hours, okay? Otherwise, it could cause mass hysteria. I'm not really. I'm still just getting these crates tagged, making sure everybody's like aware of their surroundings and what's going on. So I got to make sure we remain calm, okay? Here in a minute, it will be full-fledged action, because when we start going through tonight's new vinyl, about that time here in just a second, we'll be doing some other stuff. Facebook is working just fine. YouTube's working just fine. Hope everybody's ready to go. Let's go ahead and put up some other CDs. I'm going to keep them coming. Plus, I got some cassettes over here. Wait till you see some of these cassettes. And then there'll be some people be like, oh my gosh, I didn't know you were selling cassettes. And I'll be like, that's why you got to watch at all given time. You got to cancel your plans for Thursday night, okay? Here we have Nuclear Assault, Handle with Care. Nuclear Assault is going to go up for a $7 start. And we have Gore Guts, Considered Dead. Gore Guts, Considered Dead. That's also going to go up for a $7 start. Good luck bidding there. Iron Maiden's already at $38 with Caleb Howe. We got Gore Guts, and we have Nuclear Assault and Iron Maiden up for bid. First thing in here is Rush Vapor Trails. This is a 2 LP, $44.99. Rush Vapor Trails. This is still available. It is $44.99. I've got Pearl Jam Yield. Pearl Jam is still available for $33.99. I've got both copies still available for Pearl Jam Yield. And then Blackberry Smoke, Find a Lot. Blackberry Smoke is $36.99. Blackberry Smoke is sold to Billy Humphrey. That is sold to Billy Humphrey. And over here, we've got Led Zeppelin's Physical Graffiti. Physical Graffiti 2 LP remaster, $44.99. I still got both copies. Portishead Third is sold to Sean Fairweather. Thank you, Sean. That's sold to you. If anybody else wants any of these you see me selling out of, just let me know. Oasis, What's the Story? Morning Glory. This is $44.99. What's the Story? Morning Glory. And then Blackberry Smoke, You Hear Georgia. This is also sold And this one was also sold to Billy Humphrey. Blackberry Smoky, Georgia, and Find a Lie. So we got both of those for Billy Humphrey. Thank you. Now, over here, the last thing we have was the following. I said Iron Maiden was 38 with Caleb Howe. Over here, we got Nuclear Assault 7, Nuclear Assault 10. We have Gore Gut 7, Nuclear Assault 7, Iron Maiden 39. We have Nuclear Assault 15, Iron Maiden 40, Nuclear Assault Out, Nuclear Assault Out. So that's the most recent high bids. I'll update them closer in just a second. But first, here's another Pearl Jam, their classic album 10, $28.99. I recommend everybody right now, please do me a favor and hit the like button on Facebook. Rush Presto only had one copy left, and this was sold to Mark Morris. Thank you, Mark Morris. That's sold to you. If you see me sell out of something and y'all want on a waiting list, let me know. Over here, we have the Crow soundtrack. Brandon Lee, The Crow. I still got both of these. They're $44.99. And both of these 9-inch nails have sold. 9-inch nails with teeth. Jeff Dedman got one. These are $46.99. If anybody else decides he want one, please let me know. The other one was sold to Kelly Vladerchek. Thank you, Kelly Vladerchek, on that. Now, let's do some final calls. The final call over here was Iron Maiden. This is a 2 LP, new and sealed. It's the most recent pressing. X Factor, Caleb Howe has it for $40. They're very pricey releases. Now, Nuclear Assault has not got another bid since John Oliver bid $15. Very nice cassette. Final call on that for $15. And then Gore Guts just had one bid with Darren Chrisman for $7. And he's about to get that for $7. Those are all going twice, going 3 times. We're about to sell them. Over here, Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged. It is an unofficial pressing. I think I'm going to have one left. This is $24.99 for Stone Temple Pilots Unplugged. This is sold to John Reed. Thank you, John Reed. There's one left if anybody else wants it. Static X, Wisconsin Death Trip. Static X is $39.99. And then David Bowie Earthling was sold to Fred Cardinal. Thank you, Fred Cardinal. He got David Bowie Earthling. That is sold to David Bowie. Fred Cardinal. And then we have Collective Soul 7-Year Itch. That was sold to Sean Fairweather. If you're like, holy crap, where's people buying these records at? Make sure you're in our private Facebook group, Whole Lot of Records. We sell in there every morning at 6 a.m. It's pretty much a pre-recorded video where you can buy as much as you physically can, and mentally can, and financially can. Fred Cardinal got Stone Temple Pilots. Nobody else bid on Nuclear Assault. That sold for $15 to John Oliver. And Gore Guts got one bid with Darren Chrisman, and that sold to him for $7. Thank you on that one. Next LP was the new album from Miley Cyrus that comes out tomorrow. That is $36.99. Steve, that bid on Cannibal Corpse didn't come in. You got to make sure it hits restream in time. I don't think that showed up on my screen. I saw where you bid 27, but it came in very late. And then over here, we have Slipknot, Volume 3, the Subliminal Verses. Slipknot is $36.99. This is new and sealed, and this is sold to John Smetzer. Thank you, John Smetzer. That's sold to you. If anybody else wants one, Slipknot, you know it is Metal Night. That's $36.99. And then over here is Sebastian Bach, and this is sold to David Polkey. David Polkey on Sebastian Bach. Thank you on that one. And we have one Sebastian Bach left if anybody wants it for $44.99. Then we have Slipknot. This is $29.99. That is available. Slipknot on green vinyl. And then the other Flotsam and Jetsam. And this is Flotsam and Jetsam Unnatural Selection. That is their album from 1999. Now reissued. Comes out tomorrow on green splatter for $33.99. Final call on Iron Maiden. Caleb Howe has it for $44. Going once, going twice. We are about to sell that. Going once, going twice. If anybody else wants anything in here, I think we've got everything from the video. We have Boom, 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 Boom. And then Clifford got Tom Petty. We got him on a waiting list for Thin Lizzy. And everybody else got everything in the video. So everything left in this crate is available for sale, okay? Which is Flotsam and Jetsam, Slipknot, Sebastian Bach, Slipknot, Miley Cyrus, Static X, The Crow, Pearl Jam, Oasis, Led Zeppelin, Blackberry Smoke, Pearl Jam, and Rush. Those are all still available, just FYI. All right, what we're going to do is going to go ahead and go straight into new arrivals from tonight, like brand new sealed vinyl. There's already 4 crates up here. 2 metal crates from Laura, 2 metal crates from Paul. John's dropped off 4 crates, and we already have a backlog of 8 other crates of his. So we have enough new stuff. We have enough new stuff to go through for about 20 hours, okay? We'll be here at least until 1:15 a.m. Central Time. We'll be here until 1 a.m. Central Time selling CDs, cassettes, whatever you can name, vinyl, auctions, box sets. Here's our next CD. It's Danzig 2. This is Lucifer, exactly. Danzig's going to go up for a $7 start. That's our next CD auction. $7 start on that. Soundgarden, Louder Than Love. This is sold to Scott Fellows. This is sold to Scott Fellows for $33.99. Thank you. And I haven't heard back from Scott Williams on Iron Maiden. When I bring over the new crate, I got to sell it to Caleb Howell for $44, okay? Now, let's go over here and see what's going on. First thing I have is a crate of new stuff here. This is new vinyl. Some of it's new releases, some of it's restocks, and some of it's waiting list, okay? Let's go down to the bottom and see what's going on, okay? We have, boom, 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 boom. We have over here. We have over here. And Danzig is at 7. And there we go. Okay. Over here is Iron Maiden, and this is officially sold to then to Caleb Howell for $44. Thank you on that. Thank you on that. Done. Now, ooh, great neck adjustment. Danzig has one bid for $7. Final call to Amanda Ruth, $7 on that. All right, let's go ahead and see what else I have over here ready to go. I think I've got another CD box set to run. We got this, we got this, we got this. Blackboard's not. Volbeat, nice. Let's do the, is this with the lenticular? It is. Let's put this up for bid. This is very cool. Here's Metallica. This is Garage Days Revisited. Garage Days Revisited. It's on the a CD long box with the lenticular. With the original hop sticker. That's pretty dang cool, and it's sealed. It's never been opened. Metallica is a $15 start. $15 start on Metallica. That's now up for bid. And I have been auctioning. Some of it's been metal related. Some of it hasn't. I've got a lot of sealed LPs over here. I think at one time they was in our discount bin, and now I'm starting them at really low starts and just trying to get some of it sold. Let me see what else I have left over here from that department. I've got a few more Red Hot Chili Peppers, Radiohead, some stuff like that for our first few more auctions here before we officially get into the advertised stuff that's over here in the bins. Just saying, okay? So let me go ahead and grab some of these. And I'm probably going to put up one more cassette, too. Probably going to go ahead and put up one more cassette over here. Can't do Danzig. There's already a Danzig over there. So let me see what this is here. Some of these look kind of new. They probably are. Some of these are probably new cassette releases he collected. Mm-hmm. Then, well, no, it's the next person on the pre-order. Yeah. No, they're sold out. They're discontinued. Okay, so over here, the last thing we had was Danzig was at $7, which was at a final call. Let me work my way down. Amanda Ruth is at $7. And then down here, boom, boom, boom. I'm looking for comments. And then this, and this, and this, and this. Okay, next thing I have in here. These are new arrivals. 9 Inch Nails, the Downward Spiral, the Definite Edition. We had one of these last night in a pre-owned bin. This one's available for $44.99. 9 Inch Nails, the Definite Edition. And as you see, the other 9 Inch Nails that we had last night, still left over, was sold this morning from the flip crate. So if you want one of these, they are available. I'm going to go ahead and open up my laptop over here. We got Metallica box sets. We got Metallica CDs. We got Danzig CDs. We have this. We have that. And we have a little bit of this and that. Just so you know, we have a little bit of everything. This and that mostly, though. Welcome, everybody. Let me go ahead and get up my vinyl pre-order master waiting list spreadsheet. There's 9 Inch Nails. That's $44.99 over here. And then Danzig is what Danzig? This is this Danzig CD right here. Let me jump over here. And who had it? Amanda Ruth, $7. You have it. And then you said, what Danzig? It's this, and it's sold to you for $7. And now Metallica. This is the long box for $5.98 EP Garage Days Revisited. The original lenticular CD long box, that is now up for auction. The last bid was Michael Salazar at $25. Now, there's 9 Inch Nails, and then we have a waiting list for Batman. This is the original TV soundtrack for Batman. $33.99. $33.99. Batman, $33.99. There was a waiting list for this. And this is Rod Bryan and Pat Fratt. Thank you, Rod Bryan, and thank you, Pat Fratt. These are already sold. These people was on a waiting list. If anybody else wants one, let me know. There's 2 sold. There's 2 left. And then we have Pantera. We have I'm Broken, Far Beyond Driven, white and stronger than blue marble vinyl. That's $33.99. Metallica still getting bids, $25, now $26, now $26. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's a sealed copy of Red Hot Chili Peppers Freaky Style. Red Hot Chili Peppers is sealed, and it's going to go up for a $15 start. And then our next cassette is Dead Boys. This is Younger, Louder, and Snottier. Young, Loud, and Snotty. And this is a Dead Boys cassette. Looks like some kind of new release. Definitely something pretty recent. Cleopatra. Dead Boys is going to go up for a $7 start. Over here, we have one Batman sold. Batman is sold. This is the score music, the television soundtrack, the TV show from '66. James Cauldron gets one. There's one left for $33.99. And now we have cash. And this is, I've got several. I have several volumes tonight. Here's Johnny Cash 2. American Recordings, Volume 2, and cash is $33.99. Red Hot Chili Peppers is now at $15. The Dead Boys is at $7. And the last bid that came in on the Metallica was Doug Reeder at $30. Also, we have 2 copies of Social Distortion. I haven't had this one in a while. Sex, Love, and Rock and Roll. Social Distortion is $33.99. And we did have a waiting list for the Seether. So this has already been sold. If anybody else decides you want one, let me know. Seether, holding on to things better left to fray. And Seether is $33.99. So let's take a look at that. Seether, S-E-E-T-H-E-R. Seether, and the first person on a waiting list was Ben Digert. So Ben Digert, thank you. This is sold to you. Now, if anybody else decides they want one, just let me know. Bill Hannum and Jim Shepard is still on a waiting list. Bill Hannum and Jim Shepard, they just sent me one more. So this is sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know, okay? Let's go over here. The last thing we had was Red Hot Chili Peppers was a $15 start. And then the Dead Boys cassette got another $7 and then a $10 bid. Shannon Price got Johnny Cash. That sold to Shannon Price. Fred Cardinale got the last Batman. That sold to Fred Cardinale. Jerry Ferguson got Social Distortion. And Kelly Vlodarchek got Social Distortion. Those are sold and sold. Now Metallica has a new bid for $36. Now the Dead Boys, $11. And now the Chili Peppers is at $23 and then $22. And now Dead Boys is at $15. Over here, we got Breaking Benjamin, and this is Breaking Benjamin, and this one is Ember. Now, Amanda Davis, I hope you're watching, because I wouldn't have ordered these if we didn't have Amanda ask if I could get these. So here is Breaking Benjamin, Ember. I have 3 copies if anybody wants one for $29.99. I stepped away. How much was that Metallica? Can you tell me more about the Metallica, and what is the Red Hot Chili Peppers? This is the Red Hot Chili Peppers Freaky Style. This is the most recent new pressing. This was actually something we ordered, and I don't think it ever did sell. I've reduced the starting bid, and now it's up for bid. Jennifer Corbin has it for $23. Jennifer Corbin has it for $23. The Dead Boys is a cassette. The Dead Boys is a cassette. It is a cassette tape, and the last bid was Jorge Camacho at $10. Then Jeremy Bryant bid $15. Jeremy Bryant has that for $15. Over here, we have Metallica. The last bid on Metallica was this long box. It's a sealed original lenticular cover. This is with hop sticker. It's got the really cool lenticular. It's the CD long box for Metallica. And this is up for bid. And the last bid was Doug Reeder at $36. Just saying on that. Now over here we have, this is new and sealed. It's in a CD long box. It's in a CD long box, Metallica. Doug Reeder has it for $36. Now, the last thing was Dead Boys at $15, and then Fred Cardinale on BB, and that was for Breaking Benjamin. So, BB, this is sold to Fred Cardinale, and then Rebecca Howard also got a Breaking Benjamin, okay? So, those are sold, Rebecca Howard and Fred Cardinale. Next thing over here is Amanda Davis. Thank you, Amanda. This is sold to you. Okay, and then we have Metallica with a new bid for $40. Think we're good to go. Let me pause there and see what's going on. Now, the last thing we have, let me pick a certain point here. There's 3 auctions. There's a Metallica CD long box. It's up for bid. We have a Dead Boys cassette, and we have a sealed Red Hot Chili Peppers reissue. That's the current 3 auctions right now. The last bid on the Dead Boys, that's the highest bid, was Jeremy Bryan at $15. And then Kelly, we need to get, if you can just send us a message, I'll look into it, okay? If you send me a message of what's going on, I'll look into it for sure. If you want to do it right now, that would be best. I could have Tanner check on it right now. So we sold 3 Breaking Benjamins, 1 to Rebecca Howard, 1 to Fred Cardinal, and then 1 to Amanda Davis. Now let's get a waiting list going to Breaking Benjamin. The last bid, the last claim was Jorge Enriquez, so let's put him on a waiting list. Metallica has a new bid for 41. And then over here, this is Dio, Killing the Dragon. And this is Dio, Killing the Dragon, red and orange vinyl swirl, $34.99. Dio, Killing the Dragon, D-I-O, okay? Dio, Killing the Dragon. The last bid over here was Dean Tefford. Dean Tefford, this is sold to Dean Tefford, and he was on a waiting list. And the next person on the waiting list for Dio, Killing the Dragon was Rafael Riviera. So thank you. Dean was first on the wait list. Rafael, you're still over there, okay? Now, over here, the next thing that happened was, where's the Red Hot Chili Peppers at? Jorge does want the Breaking Benjamin wait list. Chris Bryant also on Breaking Benjamin. And Dwayne Worley, we'll add him to the Dio, okay? There's that. Next thing, I have 2 copies of Meatloaf Bat Out of Hell. Meatloaf is $29.99. I haven't had a new sealed copy of that in a while. Meatloaf Bat Out of Hell is $29.99. And then here's another 9 Inch Nails, and this is Broken. Halo number 5, originally came out in 1992. This is $39.99. So, the Dead Boys cassette is sold to Bryant for $15. Let me confirm that one again. Bryant for $15 on this one. And that was Jeremy Bryant. Thank you, Jeremy. That's sold to you for $15. That's sold to you for $15. Let me move this stuff over here a little bit closer. Get this stuff in order so I don't mess that up. I moved some stuff around a second ago. There's that. And then Dwayne Worley also on the Breaking Benjamin waiting list, and also on the Dio, Killing the Dragon. We have the greatest hits of Bon Jovi. It's a 2 LP new and sealed, and this is $39.99. This is Greatest Hits of Bon Jovi, a 2 LP. That's new and sealed for $39.99. Okay. Now, the last thing was, there was 2 questions. What is the Red Hot Chili Peppers? Where's the Red Hot Chili Peppers at? Tell me more about the Metallicas. And let's figure out where we're at on all those. So, the last bid on Red Hot Chili Peppers, the last bid was Jennifer Corbin at $23. Now, Jennifer's had that for almost 6 minutes. Now, Jennifer, the only reason I hadn't sold it to you, because in the last 6 minutes, I think there's been about 7 questions on what it is, what's the high bid, condition, sealed, etc., etc. So that's why I hadn't dropped the hammer. So let me show you where that is. I won't forget Jennifer has it for $23. I've scrolled almost down to the bottom, and I'm going to update this one more time. This is a sealed pressing of Red Hot Chili Peppers Freaky Style. It's new and sealed. It's the most recent in-print version. Jennifer has it for $23. It's sealed and unopened. Now, I pulled this metallic. We have all kinds of different CD, quote, box sets. I thought this was really interesting here. It's a CD box set. It says 2018 Blackened Recordings. It's sealed with a hop sticker, lenticular. Metallica, the 598 Garage EP. Very cool. And this has been up for bid for a while, and Doug Reeder has it for $45. He has that at $45. Now, over here, the last thing we had was several people on a waiting list for Breaking Benjamin, Ember. And there's at least 3 now, maybe 4. Breaking Benjamin, $29.99. So if anybody else wants on that waiting list, let me know. Now, Red Hot Chili Peppers has 3 new $25 bids. And the Metallica's at $45 with Doug Reeder. Next LP, Anthrax, worship music. I've got 3, and they're $29.99. Anthrax worship music is $29.99. I've got 3. I haven't had this in a while. All 3 are new and sealed, and they're $29.99. What do we got up right now? Red Hot. We got Metallica. Let's grab another cassette over here. This appears to be something new. I can just tell by the way it is. Yeah, 2015. This is Cryptic Slaughter, Stream of Consciousness. And Cryptic Slaughter is going to go up for a $7 start. Looks like a very new cassette, 2015. So that's going to go up for a $7 start. All right. Now we have Dwayne Worley on Anthrax. We got Chris Caldwell on Anthrax. These are new and sealed for $29.99. Now, Cryptic Slaughter 7, Red Hot 27, and then Jim Gerhardt on Anthrax. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Doug, it's looking very good for you on the Metallica long box, 2018, sealed. Doug has that for $45. We're about to sell it. Now, I have a strong feeling we're going to have a waiting list on Anthrax. So if you want one, let me know. Here's Disturbed, Indestructible. Disturbed is $33.99. Indestructible, $33.99. Disturbed is available. And then here's a 9 Inch Nails I haven't had in a while, The Fragile. Halo number 14, originally out in 1999. That's a triple LP for $44.99. So the first person on the Anthrax waiting list will be Chuck Taylor. The next person will be Jamie Butler. Red Hot Chili Peppers is now at $30, and Cryptic Slaughter has one bid for $7. Next over here is Funkadelic, Standing on the Verge, the best of Funkadelic, $34.99. And Kelly, I'm going to take a look at those in just a second, okay? All right. Okay. Yeah, I would just, if you just want to block him, he's already been blocked from us. So that was, that's nothing to worry about. I would just say block him or ignore him. He can no longer access our page. Brian Call on Disturbed. Brian Call gets Disturbed. Thank you, Brian Call. And Shannon Price on Funkadelic. Shannon Price on Funkadelic. That is done, and we have Cryptic Slaughter at 8. Doug Reeder, this is sold to you for $45. And now the last bid on Red Hot Chili Peppers was Chad Smith at $30, and Fred Cardinale bid $30, and then Jeremy Dalton $32. Brian Call, thank you on Disturbed. Shannon got Funkadelic. And we have Paul McCartney, Chaos and Creation in the Backyard. That is on Go Vinyl, and this is $36.99. I love this picture. I always thought that was something recreated, but that's a real photograph of Paul McCartney, his brother took. Him just in his backyard doodling on his guitar there. Chaos and Creation in the backyard, and it's on Go Vinyl, $36.99. I have 2 of those, and here is another Breaking Benjamin, and this one's Aurora. It's also $29.99 for Breaking Benjamin. All right, so there's that and there's that. Let's put up another auction. And I'm actually going to go ahead and pull something from right over here. And this next auction I have is Crocus. This was actually probably in the hot picture. This is a 1986 USOG with the original inner sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition. And this is going to go up for a $15 start. Crocus, Alive and Screaming. It's an 86 OG with the original inner sleeve. $15 start on that. $15 start on that. Next thing we have is Cryptic Slaughter 9. Red Hot Chili Peppers at $34. Rebecca Howard on Breaking Benjamin. Breaking Benjamin, Dwayne Worley. Breaking Benjamin, Jorge Enriquez. Those are all sold and sold. Thank you. All those are done. And then over here we have Michael Jackson. I haven't had this in a while. This is the Dangerous Picture Disc, $38.99. Michael Jackson, this is the Dangerous Picture Disc, $38.99. It's a 2 LP picture disc for Dangerous, $38.99. Okay. Wow, off to a busy start tonight. I'm not surprised whatsoever, right, Paul? Yeah. Paul said, yeah, like he was in pain. You okay? Oh, he's bringing over more metal or more records. I have a feeling it's great stuff, right? Yeah. All right. So now we have 5 metal crates to go through. Folks, the show's just beginning. I'm making sure everybody's in here and familiar with what's going on, and we get into a groove and just get everybody. I knew it was going to take you like 2 hours. That's why I made a strong effort to actually get rolling at 5. It's going to take a couple hours just to get the feed under control and everybody know what's going on, okay? So we have a quick update. The last bid on Red Hot Chili Peppers that come in was Ryan Eaton at $34. Ryan Eaton at $34. Chad, if I bid on anything, I want to let you know I have about 25-second lag. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to make sure on the big auctions, I'm going to make sure everybody has plenty of time. There'll be plenty of time. We sold out of the Breaking Benjamins. If anybody else wants a waiting list, Jeremy Dalton back in on Chili Peppers at 35. Cricket Slaughter 10. Crocus 15. Crocus 15. And Crocus 15. Crocus 20. Crocus 20. Crocus 25. Crocus 23. Crocus 30. Guy Shard wants a Michael Jackson picture disc. Thank you. We already have 357 people watching right now. Wow. 357 people watching right now, and we're good to go. So there's been some issues. I think it's maybe a browser issue. You got to think sometimes there's a lot of things that could affect the video. Internet connections, Facebook servers, YouTube servers. There's one thing we don't mention. I think some people figured out it's your browser. Like if you use Chrome or Safari, some people have said they're changing browsers and they're having much, like on my laptop, I have Chrome and Safari. And sometimes if your Chrome's not updated or your Safari's not updated, it could not interact well with Facebook, especially if your laptop's not updated, and you could have problems. Because I think there was a big glitch earlier, maybe with a major browser, and that's just caused everybody's feed to go kaplunk, and some people can't even get Facebook back up. So you have time. You might want to make sure you're on the best browser and everything's up to date. I know a lot of people ignore updates, but updates nowadays, if you don't update them immediately, you could have problems viewing or watching or accessing web pages. It happens to me all the time. So you have to update some stuff almost every day. Let's update all three auctions. Let's update some auctions, okay? Now, the first thing we have Crocus, Alive and Screaming. The last bid that came in on Crocus was Extreme Mid-South 80 at $50. Extreme Mid-South 80 at $50. That is the high bid on that. The next bid on Cryptic Slaughter was this cassette, CS, and I'm looking for bids on Cryptic Slaughter. Cryptic Slaughter, the last bid was John Oliver at $10. And then the Red Hot Chili Peppers was at $35. $35 with Red Hot Chili Peppers. And that high bid is a final call. And that was with Jeremy Dalton. And we're about to sell it. Okay? This is our first crate of new vinyl for tonight. Like new arrivals, restocks, and waiting list. Here's what's left. 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral, $44.99. Pantera, Far Beyond Driven, $33.99. Colored vinyl. Johnny Cash, I have almost every one of these tonight. American 2, $33.99. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell, $29 on that. 9 Inch Nails Broken, a 2 LP, Halo number 5, $39.99. Bon Jovi's Greatest Hits, We're Living on a Prayer, $39.99. Disturbed Indestructibles, $33. 9 Inch Nails The Fragile, a triple LP for $44. The Best of Funkadelic, one sold, one left, $34.99. Paul McCartney is $36.99 gold vinyl. And we have one Michael Jackson Dangerous left for $38. Now, we have Red Hot Chili Peppers sold to Jeremy Dalton for $35. Cryptic Slaughter is sold to John Oliver for $10. And Crocus is sold to Extreme Mid-South 80 for $50. Those are all done. We're ready for all new auctions coming up right now. The next thing I have is the following. This is King Diamond, The Family Ghost, Shrine. Shrine is a previously unreleased track. This is a 1987 U.S. original in VG Plus condition, a $15 start. King Diamond, The Family Ghost, and Shrine. So side A is The Family Ghost. Side B is Shrine. An 87 U.S. original from Abigail, $15 start. Now, Aaron Civic wants our last Metallica Ride the Lightning box set. So last night, I mentioned we had 3 Metallica Ride the Lightning box sets left. And I'm talking about new and sealed ones. Right, Paul? How did you get over there? Paul's like in a tunnel of vinyl. We mentioned we had 3 of these. And we sold 1 to Richard Davis. We sold 1 to Todd Saw. And I've got 1 more, Metallica Ride the Lightning. Now, we might have 1 up for auction tonight, right? Yeah, there's 1 up for auction tonight, pre-owned. This was my last one that was new and sealed. Now, if anybody else wants on a waiting list, let me know. That's Metallica Ride the Lightning, $324.99. That is officially sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. We're good to go. We have... That sold Aaron Civic. That sold Aaron Civic. King Diamonds at 23. Our next auction is going to be a CD of my choice. A cassette of my choice. And I have Danzig. This is new and sealed. I think it's a new reissue of it. Or maybe some sort of bootleg. But that is Danzig's first album, like Mother, Danzig. It's sealed. Definitely some kind of newer release. $7 start on that. Okay? We're ready for our first crate of new arrivals. Paul, I'm going to do this crate you just brought to me. What do you think? Should I? He said yes. Tanner said yes. Hope y'all are ready. Here comes the first crate of straight price stuff. This could get pretty insane. I'm going to look through it and make sure I don't want to veto anything. I love vetoing stuff. I do have veto power. I love having the power of veto. I've only vetoed 2 records. And we're going to let the rest fly. I hope y'all ready. This is the first crate of pre-owned new stuff. And we still got 3 or 4 crates of other new vinyl over there. But we better get started with this stuff right now. Hope everybody's ready. We have a full crate here. The last thing was King Diamond, $23. That was with Shannon Price. There is a Jane's Addiction left. Yes, Philip. There is a Jane's Addiction left. Yes. Danzig 7. Nobody's Fault wants a Ride the Lightning box set. Now, I don't have any left, but I will put you down on a waiting list. We will be auctioning a pre-owned one tonight. Another bid on Danzig for 7. King Diamond 28. Danzig 8. Danzig 9. Danzig 8. Danzig 10. Danzig 10. Danzig 10. Danzig 11. Danzig 11. Danzig 16. King Diamond 26. First record in here, Warrant Cherry Pie. A music on vinyl numbered $39.99. Perfect. A great way to start the Haunted Cherry Pie for $39.99. Music on vinyl pressing, numbered on pink vinyl, $39.99. Merciful Fate, Time. A 2016 pressing in shrink wrap. Merciful Fate is $29.99. Merciful Fate is $29.99. And we have Bethlehem on red vinyl. This is $34.99. Bethlehem is $34.99. The first thing I have is a quick update on these auctions. Shannon Price had King Diamond for $29. The last bid on the Danzig cassette was Doug Reeder at $16. King Diamond 28, King Diamond 30. Amanda Davis first on Warrant. Rebecca Howitt was second on Cherry Pie. Shannon's out on King Diamond. Shannon Price first on Merciful Fate. Sean Fairweather first on Bethlehem. Tony Clem next on Merciful Fate. This is going to get pretty wild. I'm going to show one more, and I got to swap out crates. Sabotage Streets, a rock opera, 2 LP, sealed, blue vinyl, $49.99. Danzig's the final call. It's a sealed cassette, a modern release. It's sealed, and the last bid on Danzig was Doug Reeder at $16. King Diamond, the last bid was Jim Berg at $30. It's a 1987 U.S. original 12-inch single. 12-inch single. It's got the Family Ghost and Shrine. Next thing we have is Angela Lewis on Sabotage. Dwayne Worley was next. What King Diamond is that? Let's go ahead and swap out crates. We have filled up another one. Tanner's already took one away from me. I'm going to move this Ride the Lightning box set in here. Move these out of the way. All right. Next is Halloween, Keeper of the Seven Keys, Part 1 on Blue Splatter, $29.99. Very cool vinyl. Halloween is $29.99. Raven, Wiped Out. Raven is on orange and black splatter, orange and blue smoke-colored vinyl, $26.99. We have our first major problem of the night. We have a putback from Angela Lewis. This is going to be sold to Dwayne Worley instead of Angela Lewis. Dwayne Worley, that is sold to you. Okay? King Diamond's at $35. Nick Galletti on Halloween. Now, I have moved these crates so I could take that crate and this stuff and move it right in here. Let me go ahead and clean up all this right quick and get a new empty crate going. All right. Where did these come from? Okay, I know where that is. Sorry, I'm on a hunt for crates. I got some over here, though. All right. Now, we have next King Diamond, Jim Berg, $36. Nick Galletti on Halloween. Richard Bradshaw, second. Ivan R. was third. Raven is still available, $26.99. One more, and then I'm ending the Danzig cassette. Alice Cooper, Welcome to My Nightmare, 2021 pressing on clear vinyl. Alice Cooper is $26.99. Danzig. Danzig is sold to Doug Reeder for $16. Now, Angie is super excited right now. She's probably literally shaking in her shoes. But Angie, don't pull the trigger unless you realize the consequences. I would hold back until you know you have it and you're ready to pay the price. Otherwise, Angie can get really excited sometimes. I've seen her buy so much stuff, my own eyes go crossed. Here's our next CD. Creator, Terrible Certainty. Creator is going to go up for a $7 start. Shannon Price on Alice Cooper. Brad Waits is second. King Diamond, The Hammer's Up. It's about to be dropped. Jim Berg, $35. Bathory. Bathory is a 2010 pressing on brown vinyl, $39.99. This is the return. Alice Cooper's already been sold. King Diamond, Masquerade of Madness, a 2024 on black ice colored vinyl, $39.99. Creator has one bid for $7. Nobody else bid on King Diamond. King Diamond is sold for $35 to Jim Berg. That is sold. Now, over here, we already have 355 people watching right now. Make sure everybody has hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube. Sean Fairweather first on Bathory. Creator 7, Creator 7, Creator 8. Edison Toledo, you were next on Bathory. And there's King Diamond. It's still available. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's thank you, Paul. Malevolent Creation. I got to hear it from somebody. Malevolent Creation. Malevolent Creation is on translucent blue vinyl with insert. It's going to go up for a $15 start. And this one's called Retribution. That's up for a $15 start. It's on blue vinyl. That's now up for bid. Okay. Now, the next thing we have is Creator is at 10 and then 11. Over here, we have Scorpions, Love Drive. Scorpions is a 2023 pressing on red vinyl. That is $33.99. $33.99. Also, Cinderella, Still Climbing. Cinderella is a music on vinyl pressing for $32.99. $32.99. The last time we had this Misfits box set, it was an absolute knockout, drag out. The Misfits box set. This is now going up for auction. A super desirable piece. The Misfits Coffin box set. This is it. This is what a lot of people's waiting on. Let's take a look at it. So inside, we have the pen, we got the book, and we got all the disc. I'm thinking a $75 start. The Misfits. It's now up for bid. Good luck bidding, everybody. $75 start. The most recent comment was, we're going to call it Creation, because I can't for some reason spit that word out over and over. Creator got a bid for 12. Creation has a bid for 15, 15, 20. Creator got a bid for 12. Jamie Butler first on Love Drive. Creation 15. Amanda Davis on Cinderella. Todd Fisher next on Scorpions. Brian Arrigo next on Scorpions. Malevolent Creation 16. Malevolent Creation 22. What Creator? Bob Kobe next on the Scorpions. Misfits 75, 75, 75, 180. Matthew, you were next on Cinderella. Poison, look what the cat dragged in. A 2012 Friday Music, $39.99. This is a gatefold black vinyl Friday Music pressing, $39.99 for Poison. And we have Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time, 2024, $29.99 for Iron Maiden, Somewhere in Time. This is the Creator CD. The Creator CD is Terrible Certainty. Terrible Certainty. That is the Creator CD. How do y'all like this new overhead look? Wow, that's pretty wild, isn't it? Terrible Certainty. I've had 3 people ask, what is the Creator CD? Only 3 people, but it isn't a final call, so we got to give it a little bit more time. That's since it's been a final call. And Creator, Doug Reeder has it for $11. Kyle Hansen bid $12. Now, the next thing we have is what is the Malevolent Creation? Exactly. Thank you, Paul. Every time I mispronounce it, Paul's corrected me. We have a 2024 translucent blue vinyl with insert. This is Malevolent Creation. Malevolent Creation. Malevolent Creation. Me and Paul's cracking up over here. First thing we have is Kenneth Russell has this for $31. Kenneth Russell has this for $31. It's a 2024 Euro reissue on translucent blue vinyl with insert still in shrink. Now, tonight's auctions, I'm going to repeat them as much as people ask, but also, if you're engaged in an auction, I wouldn't go anywhere if you're looking for something, because there's going to be something coming up right after another. And hopefully you ask at the right time. If you miss the details and you get on at the wrong time, you can miss out on the auction. Creator, Terrible Uncertainty. That's the CD. Steve Weaver has it for $15. Now, since then, the feed just went choo-dum, ba-da-da-da-dum. That's what it looked like on my feed. It just was a total crash of comments because the Misfits is at all-out war right now. There's already over 1,000 bids on the Misfits box set. Amanda Davis on Poison. You were first on that, Amanda Davis. Carla Brecky, you were second. Jerry Ferguson first on the Iron Maiden. Now, between then, Justin Nunez, you were next on Iron Maiden. Chris Caldwell was next on Iron Maiden. Misfits 145. Misfits 146. Misfits 150. Creator 15. Misfits 160. Misfits 175. Malevolent Creation $34. Next, Sepultura Arise $34.99, a 2018 remaster. We had new sealed copies earlier. There's a pre-owned for just $34.99. And Stormtroopers of Death, Speak English or Die, a 30th anniversary edition, 2 LP sealed. It could be on colored vinyl, $39.99. Misfits 180, Misfits 185. Jerry Ferguson Strikes Quickly on Sepultura. Steve Weaver, you have the Creator CD at $15. I'm about to sell it to you. Malevolent Creation, the most recent bid on this. And if I miss your bid, please send it again. Right, Tanner? This is Sunday Morning Sessions at $34. Sunday Morning Sessions at $34. Paul answered for Tanner. I'll take it. Kyle Hansen was second on Stormtroopers of Death. Jerry Ferguson was first. Misfits is at $200. Next thing I have is Moonspell Hermitage. Moonspell is a 2021 pressing, 2 LP, $29.99. Paradise Lost. Paradise Lost is a 2014 pressing, $29.99. Comments are still coming in for SOD and Sepultura. Those are gone, just FYI. Those have been sold. Lots to get to tonight. One auction at a time. Misfits is at $200. Next thing is SOD Ryan Eaton, SOD Chris Caldwell, Cody Gray on Paradise Lost. Sean was second, John Oliver third. Steve Weaver gets the Creator CD for $15. Paul is ransacking one of my crates over here. Celtic Frost, Emperor's Return, a 40th anniversary on green and black swirl. That is $34.99. The Misfits box set is a final call. $200 to Paul Beal. Going once, going twice. Tanner and Seth really aren't related. No, even though they share the same name. And from the same place. And about the same age. They're not related, really. Tanner Hackett and Seth Hackett aren't really related. Okay, our next auction is a 2016 pressing of Faster Pussycat. It's a Rocktober exclusive, EX and Shrink, a $45 start on Faster Pussycat. That was not advertised for auction. It's now up for bid. Rebecca got Celtic Frost. Malevolent Creation, Sunday Morning Session, that sold you for $34. Nobody else bid on that. Paul Beal, The Clock's On, Misfits. I'm about to sell it to you. Next thing is Riot, Fire Down Under. A music on vinyl pressing, low number, number 30, on red vinyl, that's $39.99. Our next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is Mass, Take You Home. Mass is a 1988 U.S. original with the original company inner sleeve. There's no condition notes on the vinyl. And this is a $15 start. The vinyls EX Plus are better. It has the original inner sleeve. And Mass is a $15 start. Dio, Holy Diver, a 2 LP, 2022, remix, remastered by Joe Barisi, $36.99. Now, Paul Beal, who was bidding against you on this? I'm not for sure, but whoever it is, I hadn't heard back from him in a while. Somebody asked, what's the price? It's at $200, and it's on a 20-second timer. Paul Beal's had that, and I've got to sell it to him. It's about to sell. Next thing we have is Faster Pussycats, 50, now 55, now 56, and now Mass has a bid for 15. Tony Clem on Dio. Faster Pussycats at 60. Candlemass, Tales of Creation. Candlemass is a 2023, $29.99. And Rage Against the Machine, The Battle of Mexico City, a 2021 record store day on red and green vinyl. Rage live, $39.99. 10, 9, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, buzzer, nobody else bid. It's over. One of the first most highly anticipated auctions of the night is already gone at 7:07. This is sold to Paul Beal for $200. Paul, we've had comments, messages, emails, telegrams, FedEx, and holograms sent to us. People wanting to buy this, bid on this, purchase this, obtain this, trade for this, buy this, auction this, and it's sold to you for $200. Thank you. I wish I had a big stack of those. Y'all have no idea. We could have already sold that 1,000 times this week. It's been insane. That's how many people have tried to buy that, just seeing our ads and finding our, they have tried everything to purchase that early. And I said, no, you got to watch Thursday night. We will put it up for auction. You got to be watching. Cancel your plans. Everything advertised. Let's keep going in here. The last thing I had was we sold Dio to Tony Clem. Holy Diver. Mass got one bid for $15. Faster Pussycat, 60. Mass, 16. Ken Crooker on Candle Mass. So Ken Crooker got Candle Mass. Jerry Ferguson on Rage Against the Machine. James Calderon second on Dio. Jorge next on Rage. Ryan Eaton next on Rage. Mass, $18. Faster Pussycat, 65. Faster Pussycat, 70. Mass, 18. Mass, 20. Faster Pussycat, 71. Faster Pussycat, 75. Edwin, you were next on Candle Mass. Ken Crooker was first. Faster Pussycat auction. Faster Pussycat. What is Faster Pussycat? Which Faster Pussycat? Faster Pussycat condition. How much was Riot? Fire Down Under. Riot is a music on vinyl, low numbered, on red vinyl, $39.99. Ampline, Passion Relapse, a 2018 alternate rock post-metal album, just $9.99. Buckle up, these are going to be very lengthy crates. It's going to take us anywhere between an hour and 5 hours each to go through these crates. Mastodon, $29.99. The Hunter, Mastodon is $29.99. Also, Carnivore, Retaliation. Carnivore is a 2023 orange vinyl, $34.99. Mass is moving to a final call. The last bid on Mass that came in was Brad Waits at $20. Going once, going twice. This should be at $40, $50, $60, $70. It's a 1988 U.S. original in shrink with hop sticker. It is a nice copy. Now, there's been a lot of questions. What is the Faster Pussycat? Tell me more about the Faster Pussycat. What's the condition of the Faster Pussycat? I'm interested in bidding on the Faster Pussycat. This is a 2018 Rocktober exclusive for Faster Pussycat's self-titled debut album. A 2018. Stephen Reeves has it for $75. $75 going once, going twice on Faster Pussycat. Going once, going twice. Somebody asked about Riot. I don't know if they want it, but right after that, Fred Cardinal claimed it. Right now, we'll give it to Fred Cardinal. Jerry Ferguson on Mastodon, sold to Jerry Ferguson. Mastodon sold to Carnivore. Carnivore sold to Jerry Ferguson. Darren Chrisman was second. Then Carla Brecky. Then Jim Berg next on Mastodon. Mass has a new bid for $22. Shannon next on Carnivore. Mass has a new bid for $25. We have DRI, Dirty Rotten Imbeciles, 4 of a kind, $29.99. Faster Pussycat is a final call for $75. There's a couple people I hadn't heard back from, but I'm about to sell it to Stephen Reeves for $75. The records in this bin are going to be selling almost immediately. There's a couple people who have bought almost everything in here. You got to be making sure you have fast fingers tonight. You probably won't have time to ask a question or even think about it. It's going to be a quick draw McGraw top night. Motley Crue, Supersonic and Demonic Relics. This is a Record Store Day 2024, sealed 44. Faster Pussycat was EX condition. I'm pretty sure I said that. EX condition. It's in shrink wrap. It's in EX condition. EX condition. The last bid on mask that came in was $26. Chris Caldwell on DRI. What was the $9.99 record? Ampline. This is a 2008 alternate rock post metal, $9.99. Brian Thurman, first on Motley Crue. Mass has a new bid for $30. Next is Fred on Motley Crue, Stacy on Motley Crue. Faster Pussycat. This is sealed on whipped cream colored vinyl. This is their 1992 album, sealed for $34.99. $34.99. Justin, it's up to you on Faster Pussycat. You can say out or you can bid. He has bid $77. Justin Deckelman, it goes back to you. Justin Deckelman, it goes back to you. Next is, this is something. What is this? It's more cryptic death metal. Degial, Degial, $21.99. Now, I've had a lot of people telling me they're trying to click on the Facebook video and it won't play. It plays something else. There's an error message. Now, to my knowledge, I have no control over that. So make sure you've refreshed and you've updated. We have a lot of people watching, and there's obviously a lot of people having no problems at the moment. So make sure you're just good to go over there and you have done everything you need to do, like update, etc., 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 etc. Okay? We're good to go. We're still bidding on Faster Pussycat. The last thing we had was several people on Motley Crue. Faster Pussycat 77. Ken Crooker got Faster Pussycat out of the bin. Gregory was second. Now Faster Pussycat's at 80. Now Faster Pussycat's at 81. The last bid on Mass was a final call to Brad Waits at $30. Going once, going twice. Mass is called Take You Home. It's in shrink with hop sticker, an 88 US original with company inner sleeve, and no condition notes. No condition notes. The last bid on Mass is a final call for $30 with Brad Waits. $30. Justin's back in on Faster Pussycat at 81. Next is Ghost, and this is $19.99. This is Pope Star. Ghost is in shrink on black vinyl, $19.99. Somehow people are saying there's no video, I can't see you, but somehow they're commenting. And then Firehouse. Firehouse is on smoke and fire colored vinyl. Firehouse is $29.99. $29.99 on Firehouse. Stephen Reeves, the Faster Pussycat, goes back to you, and he says he's out. Here is our next CD box set. It's Volbeat, and Volbeat is called Rewind, Replay, and Rebound. And Volbeat's going to go up for a $45 start. Volbeat, it has a CD. It looks like it has a switchblade comb and something else in it. Volbeat is in this metal tin, and it's going to go up for a $45 start. $45 start. Over here, the last thing was Jerry Ferguson on Ghost. Ghost is sold to Jerry Ferguson. Fred Cardinale was second on Ghost. Amanda Davis first on Firehouse. Amanda Darby second on Firehouse. Todd Fisher next on Firehouse. Scott Williams next on Ghost. Fred Cardinale next on Firehouse. Shannon Lee next on Firehouse. Matthew Kopus next on Firehouse. And we have Vengeance War Till Death. This is $29.99. Bastille Warlust. Bastille Warlust. Black metal. $29.99. Faster Pussycat is sold, and this is sold, and this is done to Justin Deckelman for $81. Thank you, Justin Deckelman. That was a surprise auction. Guess what's another surprise auction? Another Faster Pussycat. Wake me up when it's over. This is a 2016 remaster, a Rocktober exclusive. Faster Pussycat is going to go up for a $45 start. This is a 2016 remaster, Faster Pussycat. Wake Me Up When It's Over. Another one that's going to go up for a $45 start. And by the way, these run advertised, right, Paul? These are just random surprises. Volbeat is a $45 start. I'm going to put it right back there for a second. That way I can get over here to where I'm at. Now, the next thing was Sean Fairweather on this right here. Of course, Sean would be buying black metal. And the next thing we have is Shannon Lee on the $9.99. And that was on the death metal, post metal for $9.99. That's so to Shannon Lee. And Faster Pussycat is near mint minus. Near mint minus. And this is mass, and this is $30. And that's so to Brad Waits. Thank you, Brad. That's so to you. We're going to keep stuff moving. Faster Pussycat is near mint minus and shrink wrap. Near mint minus and shrink wrap. The vinyl is absolutely near mint minus and shrink wrap, a 2016. Chad's going to take a drink of purple juice so I can get my brain even more focused. For those who are watching for the first time, you're probably like, holy moly, what have I got into? There's probably some people watching like, holy moly, what the heck have I gotten into? This is called Collectco. Collectco, we do this every single night. This is Thursday Metal Night. It's pretty crazy. There's going to be a lot going on. Here's our next auction. It is Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force. Yngwie Malmsteen's Rising Force. Marching Out is the name of the album. It's a 1985 Japanese original with insert and obi. It's in VG Plus condition. It's got just a few scuffs on it. I mean, if I just glanced at this, I would say it's beautiful. There's just like a couple of scuffs, and that's why Laura bumped it down to a VG Plus. A very nice Japanese pressing. Yngwie's going to go up for just a $15 start. There is the insert, and there's the cover and obi. Yngwie is going to go up for a $15 start. Faster Pussycat is a 2016 Rocktober. It does not have an original inner sleeve. I don't think they made an original inner sleeve with this. It's a 2016. The high bid right now is $90. Okay? Now, the last thing I had over here was we pulled... we do have a bid on the Volbeat box. Let's not forget about it. It's technically up for bid. Micah Santo has that for $45. Thank you, Micah Santo. Volbeat has a Dickie-style hat with the comb and a CD set. Thank you, Chris Ridlings. So this has one bid, Volbeat, Micah Santo at $45. Now, we're about to show some more records in here. Hope everybody's ready. We have Saxon, Killing Ground. Saxon is a music on vinyl pressing, numbered on gold vinyl. Saxon's a $34.99. I saw Paul waving in my peripheral vision. Thank you, Paul. There's Saxon for $34.99. Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. This is the 2LP amazing Rhino remaster, $34.99. A New Level. A New Level. Pantera, $34.99. Vulgar Display of Power. And Overkill, The Years of Decay. This is a half-speed master Overkill on red marble vinyl, and Overkill is just $24.99. Overkill is just $24.99. Let's update some stuff. The last thing we have is Faster Pussycat 90, Paul Catrich, John Robb also bid 90. Yngwie 15, Yngwie 15, Yngwie 15, Yngwie 20, Yngwie 20, Yngwie 20, Yngwie 22. Jerry Ferguson on Pantera, Shannon Price on Overkill, and Richard Bradshaw on Saxon. This is a pre-owned crate. You'll have to listen to each details to know if it's an OG or a reissue. This is all pre-owned stuff. We have details on every single one of them. Motorhead is a sealed 2023 pressing. Motorhead 1916, $29.99. And King Diamond, the Puppet Master. King Diamond is a 2013 pressing, foil cover with etching, EX condition, $42.99. And we have, this is VG Plus, $14.99, Weapon, Embers and Revelations. Weapon is black metal, death metal from 2012, VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. So Micah Santo, thank you. You were the only bidder on the Volbeat box set. That sold to you for $45. Thank you, Micah. That sold to you for $45. I appreciate that. Now over here, we have a couple updates. Ingve, we sold Overkill to Shannon. Richard got Saxon. Chris Caldwell, you were next on Overkill. Edwin Riviera next on Overkill. Then Ivan R. Ingve 23, Ingve 25, Ingve 25. And then Volbeat's already sold. And then Faster Pussycat 91, Ingve 27, Chase Arnold on King Diamond, Chase Arnold on Motorhead, Richard Bradshaw next on Motorhead, Shannon Lee got Weapon, Ingve's at 26, and now Faster Pussycat's at 92. Now, we have almost sold out the entire first crate of metal stuff here. The entire first crate of metal has almost been a sellout. And guess what? We already have 4 more crates just like this to flip through, plus new vinyl tonight, And I'm looking through the next Paul crate. It's insane. And then Laura's marked stuff over here. So I hope y'all are ready. Let's try to sell what was left in this bin. Faster Pussycat is now at $93. The Japanese Ingve. It's not bad. I mean, it's going to play beautifully. It's going to sound beautifully. It's at $28. That's where we're at right now on those. Now, I'm also trying to slip in some bonus auctions like CDs and cassettes, and that's what's being put down there below those other two. And I'm kind of grabbing stuff here and there. This is an original Ozzy Osbourne Osmosis cassette. This is Ozzy, and it's going to go up for a $7 start, Osmosis. Here's what's left. Raven, wiped out. Raven is a 2022 pressing on orange and blue smoke colored vinyl, $26.99 on Raven. King Diamond, Masquerade of Madness on black ice colored vinyl. King Diamond is sealed, $39.99, a 2024 pressing. Paul Catrich, let me know if you want back in on Faster Pussycat. Ingve is going twice, going 3 times. Moonspell, Hermitage. Moonspell is $29.99. And this is Degial, $21.99. D-E-G-I-A-L. Looks like more black metal, $21.99. That's all that's left in the first crate. That's it. Now, we also have new vinyl. And the new vinyl over here, we still got how many crates? We still got 2, 3? I think it was 4 earlier. Yeah, it's 3. It's 2 more, but we're going to make it 3. So there's going to be 4 total new vinyl crates. That's all that's left over here. The last thing was Ozzy at 7. Faster Pussycat at 96. Ozzy at 7. So there is a new bid on Faster Pussycat. Ozzy at 8. Faster Pussycat 97. Fred Carnell wants Raven. That's so to Fred Carnell. Ozzy 10, Ozzy 10, Ozzy 12. Faster Pussycat 98. Raven, Ed Riviera, you're second on that one. Ozzy 15, Faster Pussycat 100. Now, these unsold records, I'm going to put them right over here so they're right next to me in case anybody's like, you know what? I want that. So let's go ahead and bring over one of our other crates of new arrivals. So this is like new stuff from distribution that we have for tonight, okay? Let's do that right now. I think one of those crates are for Paul's Sunday show. It's looking like one of those crates of new vinyl is for Paul's Sunday show. Okay. Faster Pussycats at 100 with Paul Catrich. Justin Deckelman, you're out. Ozzy's a final call to Susie for 15, and no one bid on Ingve Malmsteen. This is sold to Randall, or nobody else did bid. Randall, that's sold to you for $28, okay? $28. Done. Thank you, Randall. Okay, Ozzy's still getting bids, and it's up to Justin on Faster Pussycat. Now, Here's some of the auctions that's going to be sold in the next couple hours. Here's a quick read-through. I hope y'all are ready. Lord Tracy, Motley Crue, Poison, Kicks, Dawkins, Tora Tora, Dio, Warrant, Flotsam Jetsam, Queensryche, Leeway, Destruction, Nuclear Assault, Forbidden, Grim Reaper, Winger, White Zombie Wasp, Nasty Savage, Mortared, DRI, Rat, Tesla, Dangerous Toys, LA Guns, Battery, Acid Bath, Dismember, Oz, Ozzy, Acid Bath, GNR, Guar, Poison, Celtic Frost, Korn, and Tesla. And then there's 2 Metallica box sets and a Black Sabbath box set. Okay? Now, Jennifer Corbin said she was the last bid on Yngwie Malmsteen at $30. That never did come in, Jennifer. That I will double check, but I don't think that ever showed up. I will show you where Randall bid 28. There's where Randall bid 28. There's where you bid 27. And now there's his 28. I will scroll through here and look for Jennifer Corbin for $30. But Jennifer, that never did show up, and I made it a final call a couple times. Always make sure if I'm doing a final call, if you don't hear your bid, I would send it again. Since that didn't show up, I can't put it back up for auction. It sold to him for $28. Now, Ozzy and Faster Pussycat is still getting bids. Ozzy's at 16. Ozzy's at 17. Faster Pussycat 101. Faster Pussycat 103. We got requests for Poison. We got requests for Zombie. We got requests for Gwar. We got requests for Warrant. We got another request for Warrant. We got a request for Korn. If she wants it, I'll give it up. Jennifer, he's saying if you want it for $30, you can have it. I saw these in stock, and they came back in at perfect timing, okay? They came back in at perfect timing. Slayer, $36.99, Rain and Blood. This one has been out of stock for quite some time, $36.99. Let me also give a couple instructions, because I have people saying, I see her $30 bid. I guarantee you can. I promise you can see her $30 bid. The problem is I can't see her $30 bid because it came in on YouTube and it didn't come in on Restream. Just so everybody knows, this is being streamed right now on Facebook, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, and X. Now, if you bid, you got to make sure it shows up right here where my hand is going up and down. That is what happened. This is the master feed, because if you're just watching the YouTube chat, you can't see anybody on Facebook, whereas we're half of the people. My phone exactly mirrors what's right there. I'm not on Facebook and I'm not on YouTube. I'm only on Restream. So I can't see what's going on Facebook unless it comes to Restream, and I can't see over there. There's really only 2 places people's watching. People are only watching on Facebook and YouTube, and there's a couple people watching on X. You can comment on TikTok, but it doesn't show up, and you can comment on Instagram, and it doesn't show up. There's really nobody watching over there. It's just being streamed so people can find us. There's only 2 places people's watching from: Facebook and Instagram. Excuse me, Facebook and YouTube. Now, Jennifer, I haven't heard back from you on Yngwie. He said you could have it. She hadn't said yes or no. The last bid on Faster Pussycat was Paul Catridge for $103. I have not heard back from Justin Deckelman. Justin, the high bid's at $103. Justin has bid $104. Ozzy, the last bid on this cassette was Susie for $17, and she got it. Slayer is a brand new sealed copy. There's been 3 people ask, is this an OG? This is a new sealed copy of Slayer, Rain and Blood. They're $36.99. Jamie Butler gets one. There's one for Jamie Butler. The other one goes to Randy Klein. There's one for Randy Klein. There's also one for Solarplex Studios. There's one for Solarplex Studios. Paul Catridge, the Faster Pussycat is up to you. The high bid is Justin Deckelman at $104. Slayer, these are never in stock, and this is $36.99, Rain and Blood. We have a box set here from Candlebox. A box set from Candlebox. There was a special request order. We got one in, and then somebody else wanted one. And the Candlebox box is sold to Jerry Ferguson. These are $159.99. It has their first album, which I can't get anymore for some reason. Also Lucy and Happy Pills, and then a bonus disc. Candlebox is $159.99. That's sold to Jerry Ferguson. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Jorge Enriquez on Slayer. I think I've got 4 or 5 or 6 left. Faster Pussycat is a final call. We're about to sell it. It is, he said out. We're going to sell it right now to Justin Deckelman for $104. I meant to pull that other one we had in the bin and put it up for auction, whipped. But I let it slip. Those were the 2 I pulled out of Paul's crate to put up for auction. I was like, man, I know these are going to generate some activity. Here we go. Our first auction, probably from the featured stuff, is this right here. A 1989 USOG original, Lord Tracy, Deaf Gods of Babylon. Lord Tracy is OG with no condition notes. If you hear me say no condition notes, that means the vinyl is EX++ near mint minus. A very nice copy. Lord Tracy is a 1989 US original, $45 start. Let the bidding begin. Lord Tracy. The next auction I have is Dio, Intermission. Dio is another 1986 USOG. It is super clean. For this black cover, very little signs of wear. It is OG, and it's a $35 start. Dio and Lord Tracy are now up for bid right now. Next LP. First, let's put Solarplex Studios on a waiting list for the Candlebox. Okay? I've got 3 copies of Green Day live in New Jersey, 1992. 180 gram, $29.99 for Green Day. Pantera, Cowboys from Hell. New and sealed, white and whiskey brown marble vinyl. Pantera, $33.99. And 2 copies of Pink Floyd, the 50th anniversary remaster of Dark Side of the Moon, $38.99 for Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. I've got 2 copies of Johnny Cash, American Recordings 5, 100 Years. Johnny Cash is $33.99, new and sealed. I've got 2 of those. First thing we got Solarplex on a Candlebox waiting list. Lord Tracy 45, Lord Tracy 47, Lord Tracy 50, Lord Tracy 50, Lord Tracy 45, Lord Tracy 50, Lord Tracy 55, Lord Tracy 50. The high bid is $55 of Adam Garvey. Dio does not have a bid. Final call to get a bid on Dio. Going once, going twice for a $35 start. Lord Tracy is an OG pressing on Uni. This is the OG first pressing on the Uni label, Scott. It is a 1989 US OG pressing, EX++. That is the one you're going to want. Corey Ross on Johnny Cash. Let's give him a Johnny Cash. Thank you, Corey Ross. Now, we've got 3 copies of Soundgarden, and this is King Animal on white vinyl. Soundgarden is on white vinyl, $46.99 for Soundgarden. Welcome, everybody, to CollectCo. I've narrowed it down to just 2 auctions tonight. I think if we try to put up any more than 2 or 3 auctions at a time, things are going to get kind of crazy. So I've got 2 advertised original LPs up for bid. Matt Lawson on Soundgarden King Animal. This is sold to Matt Lawson. If anybody else wants one, let me know. Now, Michael Salazar, you put Dio, but you didn't put a numerical. Always make sure if you're bidding, you put a numerical. Welcome anybody that's watching for the first time tonight. You can jump in on the bidding at any time. You can see how everybody's doing it, right? Right here's the master feed. There's people watching on 2 platforms, Facebook and YouTube. That's about the only place that we're getting comments from. You can watch on X as well. The other platforms, there's no comments coming in. You can comment, but I can't see it. Make sure you followed us. If you buy something, all this is for sale. You don't have to put the price. For example, if you want to buy Johnny Cash, All you got to do is put cash like Moses E did. You don't have to put the price. These are not auctions. These are priced to sell. They're buy it nows. These back here are auctions. You can bid at any time. There's just a couple rules. One, make sure you can pay for it. Do not bid if you have $0. The second thing is please stay engaged in the auction, which means if you get outbid, I'm going to start saying final call. If I don't hear back from you, then I'm going to sell it. You can really help me out if you're done bidding by saying out. If you say out, that means you're done. You can't bid again. And I'll go ahead and sell it. But right now, there is a lot of bids on both auctions. So they'll keep going until I think everybody's out. If you're waiting on something, kind of remind me near the end of each auction. I'll start trying to bump it up in rotation. But hopefully for the next 3 or 4 hours, you have no plans, because there's going to be great record after great record, plus all these bins Laura and Paul has marked. Now we got 5 crates of metal to go through. 5 crates of metal to go through. Turbo, Judas Priest, $33.99. Judas Priest, $33.99. Art Blakey, Moanin'. Art Blakey is new and sealed for $24.99. That's for Moanin', classic jazz album. And then here is the colored vinyl of Pantera Vulgar Display of Power, $33.99. Jeffrey, it looks like no one has commented on TikTok lately, so no, I guess I can't see you. Dio Intermission. The last bid on Dio that come in was right now with D-Kong at $40. D-Kong has that at $40. The last bid on Laura Tracy, this is at $72. $72 with Fred Cardinal. This crate here is all brand new stuff from our distributors. These are all brand new records. Judas Priest is sold to Richard Bradshaw. Thank you, Richard Bradshaw. There's 1 Judas Priest left. I have 2 copies of another cash, and this is American Recordings 3, Solitary Man, $33.99. Now Laura Tracy's at $75, and Dio Intermission. D-Kong has it for $40. It's a beautiful copy of Dio. It's very little wear on the jacket, just saying. Every once in a while, I'll try to throw up another CD for bid. The only other CD box set I plan on selling tonight for sure, 100%, is the Sam Hain. And then everything else is straight priced. So I may throw up some that are just straight priced. Like the Volbeat, we had it marked for $20 more than what we already auctioned it for. So just saying. Now, we sold Judas Priest, and that was to Richard Bradshaw. Thank you. Next in here is the Dixie Chicks, perfect for Metal Night. Wide open spaces, $29.99. And Moses E on Johnny Cash. That is sold to Moses E. Thank you, Moses, on the Johnny Cash. Now he got that one. And we have Soundgarden, and this is Bad Motorfinger. Soundgarden is $33.99. Bad Motorfinger. Now, we have Laura Tracy. Claymore has it for $75. Going once, going twice. If you're not Claymore, you do not have the high bid, and now we're moving Dio to a final call. $40 with D-Kong. We're about to sell it. Did I get Saxon and Motorhead? I don't really remember at this point. I do remember somebody getting Saxon. I don't think you got Motorhead, though. Pink Floyd, The Endless River. Pink Floyd is a 2 LP gatefold, new and sealed, $39.99 for Pink Floyd, The Endless River. And I've got 2 copies of Weezer, Pinkerton. Direct Metal Mastering, Weezer is $33.99. Laura Tracy, we're about to sell it. The hammer's up. Now Rick Peabody's in at $76. We're not done yet on Laura Tracy. Rick Peabody has it for $76. Next in here is Cash, another one. This is American 6, Ain't No Grave. That is $33.99. Rebecca Howitt wants a Weezer. That's sold to Rebecca Howitt. Thank you, Rebecca Howitt. We also have Pink Floyd Metal, Echoes, remastered, $33.99. Mike Bolton on Pink Floyd, The Endless River. Mike Bolton, if you're a first-time buyer over on YouTube, say yes, first-time buyer, and we need to get you registered, okay? Pink Floyd, The Endless River, this is sold to you. Thank you. And if you are, just say yes, first-time buyer. D-Kong, you've been outbid on Dio. Now Brian Reynolds has it for $41. That was, if there was a buzzer beater of a bid, it was Brian Reynolds' bid at $41. D-Kong, it goes back to you. Now, whoever had the high bid on Laura Tracy, you've been outbid, just saying. Now it's at 76. Claymore's out. Over here, we have Johnny Cash again. And this is the volume 1. This is American Recordings $33.99. And we have Wet Leg, the debut album, $29.99 for Wet Leg. Now Lord Tracy's at $80. And now we have Moses on Johnny Cash. And that was for this one. And I'm sure you might want another one too. There's the last one in the bin, I think. And I think Moses, that means you've bought almost a complete set. And then Dr. Zebo put Sound BMF. Sound BMF. Soundgarden, Bad Motorfinger. That is sold to Dr. Zebo. Matt Marco on Soundgarden. Matt, if you're a first-time buyer, say yes, first-time buyer. Welcome to Coletco. We still need to confirm from Mike. He said, no, this hadn't been on a while. Okay, Mike is a repeat customer. Thank you and welcome back. But Matt Marco, if you're a first-time buyer, let me know. 42 Foxes wants Johnny Cash Volume 1. And Moses, that's the only one you didn't get. Now there's a new bin on Dio. And now, Darren Kristen, I am sold out of Soundgarden's Bad Motorfinger. But if you want on a waiting list for next week, I can take care of you. Looks like we're going to have to put up a third auction because these keep getting bids and keep getting bids. So let's go ahead and do one of our first box sets. And this is Black Sabbath. This is the box set of Headless Cross, Tear, Cross Purposes, and Forbidden. I remember when this came out, we had a big pre-order. This is the 2024 box set, Black Sabbath. All books and posters are included, and all LPs are near mint minus. So that's going to be our third next auction, a $95 start on Black Sabbath. That is now up for bid. Lord Tracy is near mint minus. Lord Tracy and Dio, those are both OG first pressings, beautiful retail copies, near mint minus. Next, Dio 45. Lord Tracy, 81. Darren Chrisman on Soundgarden, Bad Motorfinger waiting list. Tate Prime on Vulgar Display of Power. You got it. Moses wants American Recordings Volume 1. You got it. Yeah, Lord Tracy was EX++ near mint minus. Next is Dio, $46. And now Black Sabbath's at $100. We have 2 copies of Weezer, the Blue Album. Say It Ain't So, Buddy Holly, $33.99 on Weezer. And I've got 2 copies of Pink Floyd at Pompeii. I'm pretty sure we got to hold one of these for somebody though, right? I'm pretty sure. Let me ask Tanner and Ed. I think we're needing one of these for somebody's order. And let me ask Tanner and Ed before I accidentally sell too many of these. Do we still need a Pink Floyd at Pompeii? Let me ask Tanner and Ed about that. All right, there's that. Matt Marco, I've already got down. Matt, I've already got down a Soundgarden. And he says, yes, he's a first-time buyer. If you're a first-time buyer over on YouTube, the first-time buyer form link is in the description of this video. Please click that out. Please fill that out. We do $8 in limited shipping. $8 in limited shipping. That starts tonight if it's your first purchase. Friday, tonight, Friday and Saturday, you got 3 more nights of unlimited shipping. $8 in limited shipping. Now, for those that started on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, sometimes we even do a sale on Sunday, which starts a new week. You will not get an invoice until Monday. In the meantime, please buy as much as you physically can. I would just start buying everything inside if I was you. Dio's at $47. Black Sabbath's at $120. Rebecca Howard on Weezer, the Blue Album. That's sold to Rebecca Howard. And then we have Danny Thomason would like a Sonic Temple Electric. Sonic Temple Electric. I don't know where those are at right now, Danny, but if I run across them, just keep reminding me. And how about this? Whoever's watching this sale, please go ahead and make a note. Let's pull Danny a electric, okay, as I don't know where those are at right now. Black Sabbath, 120. Dio, 47. Lord Tracy out, Dio out. And then First Time and Dangerous Toys, please. Okay, so let's start left to right and update all these auctions. First thing I have over here is Dio Intermission. Dio Intermission. Dio Intermission is a final call to D-Kong 52. This is a 1986 U.S. Specialty Original, super clean copy. The vinyl is near mint minus. D-Kong has it, and he's about to get it for $47. $47, okay? $47. Lord Tracy is auction number 2. Deaf Gods of Babylon. This is a 1989 OG first pressing uni, the real deal OG. Lord Tracy, the most recent high bid on Lord Tracy is right now Lord Tracy is with Clay Moore for $85. The hammer is up. And then over here is Black Sabbath. This is the Agno Domini. I don't think I'm saying that right, but this is the Tony Martin era box set with headless cross, tier, cross purposes, and forbidden. Everything about it's near mint. It's beautiful. And the last bid that came in on Black Sabbath was $125, the Tony Martin era. Now, the next comment was Lord Tracy out, Dio out. Details on Sabbath. Lots of auction requests. This is the Pink Floyd US, Pink Floyd at Pompeii. Pink Floyd at Pompeii. This should be the US edition. At least it's not an import for me. It should be US. Rebecca got a Weezer Blue album. Yes. And now we have requests for Queensryche, Tesla, LA Guns. Let me go ahead and inform you on something. There's a request for every auction that's advertised tonight. There's a request for everything. Every auction after this is highly desirable and requested. I will try to put them in the most recent updated order of requests, but I'm telling you, hopefully y'all don't have plans for the next couple hours. Surely you've canceled everything and you're good to go for a couple more hours, maybe even 3. Rebecca got a Weezer Blue album. I've already pulled that. There's a lot. Your schedule needs to be cleared for the rest of the night. Nothing else except watching this stream. You are finished for the night because the next 5 crates are pretty much going to be nothing but straight price metal stuff, one after another after another. I'm going to read the first few records in this bin, and we're about to sell these 2 auctions because there hadn't been any new bids. Slayer. I went ahead and got 10 of these because we haven't had them in a while. This is Rain in Blood, $36.99. Slayer, Rain in Blood, $36.99. That's new and sealed. Slayer, haven't had that in a while. Green Day, live in New Jersey, 1992, colored vinyl, $29.99. Pantera, Cowboys from Hell, white and whiskey brown marble vinyl, $33.99. And then Pink Floyd remaster, $38.99. Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon. Lord Tracy is done. Clay Moore got this for $85. It is sold. Lord Tracy. Clay Moore had it for almost 7 minutes. $85. That is sold. Now, the next thing over here is Dio Intermission. The most recent bid on Dio that came in was Solarplex Studios at $50. Solarplex Studios at $50. The bidder before that was D-Kong 47. D-Kong, just so you know, you've been outbid. And over here, this is Black Sabbath. The last bid just came in, but the other bidders have said out. And this is a final call to Solarplex Studios at $125. $125. Now, my other crate over here is really full. So I'm going to put these right over here. And now we have a new empty crate to start filling up, which is what I'm going to start working on right now. There's already several new claims. New auctions are about to get introduced. Hope everybody's ready. I hope so. The first thing that popped up was Chadwick Smith put AB. Chadwick Smith on AB. Chadwick Smith put AB. The only thing I could think of is Art Blakey. So Chadwick Smith got Art Blakey. Next is Mac McMahon. Mac McMahon, first-time buyer over on Facebook, right? If so, just say, yes, first-time buyer. Mac McMahon, I'm going to put you down for Cowboys from Hell. 42 Foxes wants a Slayer, Rain in Blood. Guy Shard wants Pink Floyd. And I think that's the last one, because I think the reason I ordered these, we needed one for somebody's order. I don't think I pulled too many out. Okay, and then over here, we have Guy Shard. I got you down for Pink Floyd. Also, we have Soundgarden King Animal on white vinyl. Soundgarden is $46.99. Judas Priest Turbo, $33.99. And then Art Blakey, $24.99. Solarplex Studios gets Dio for $50. Solarplex Studios gets Black Sabbath box set. And this is sold to Solarplex Studios for $125. Those are all sold. First time buyer, welcome. Just make sure you reach out to our page. We just need your email address and mailing address. We'll invoice you on Monday. Here's our next auction. Our next auction is a 1989 U.S. original. A 1989 U.S. original with the original inner sleeve of Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking Rich by Warrant. VG Plus condition. We've got it cleaned in a new MoFi sleeve. There's the original inner sleeve. There's the cover. And Warrant is a $55 start. 42 Foxes also wants an Art Blakey. Next is Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power, $33.99. We still got one copy of that. Judas Priest Turbo is new and sealed, a 30th anniversary remaster. There's one left. Johnny Cash, American Recordings Volume 3, $33.99. Dixie Chicks, Wide Open Spaces, $29.99. Warrant has bids for $55 and Warrant has bids for $60. Our next auction is Queensryche. Queensryche is a 1983 Japanese original pressing with insert and obi. It's in VG Plus condition, and this is going to go up for a $35 start. Queensryche. Queensryche is a $35 start. There's the original Japanese inner sleeve. There is the Japanese insert and a very nice cover and obi. Queensryche is a $35 start. Warrant already has about 300 bids. We are at 60, 55, 60, 65. I exaggerated. Judas Priest is sold to Rebecca Howitt. And then we have Johnny Cash is sold to Scott Markheim. Warrant is at 70. And Queensryche is at 35. That's our next two auctions. Pink Floyd, The Endless River, $39.99. Weezer Pinkerton is $33.99. Johnny Cash, American Six, Ain't No Grave, $33.99. Pink Floyd Metal is $33.99. Wet Leg is $29. Pink Floyd at Pompeii is $46. And Weezer The Blue Album is $33. Most recent bids, Queensryche $35, Queensryche $35. Queensryche $35, Warrant $72. Warrant is which pressing? Which pressing is Queensryche? What is the Queensryche? Warrant $75, Warrant $80, Queensryche $40, Queensryche $40, Queensryche $40, Queensryche $40. Dixie Chicks sold to Robin Glenn. Dixie Chicks sold to David V. Queensryche $37, Warrant $90. Scott Markheim on Johnny Cash Volume 6. Now, these are quite complicated to take waiting lists for, but we've had a few people buy one each of every volume tonight, except maybe Volume 4. I don't have Volume 4 in stock. It always seems the most popular one on that. Okay, two people have messaged the page. One says, when will you be selling these records? And the other person says, I'm interested in purchasing the Metallica box sets. Next thing we have is Queensryche at 50 and Warrant's at 100. Warrant's at 105. Here's what's going to be next. I'm going to go ahead and let you know. The other crate of new vinyl looks like stuff Paul ordered for the Sunday show. Paul will be doing a live stream on Sunday, which will start a new week. I have 5 crates of metal records priced by John and Laura. I have over 9 John crates of various classic rock, spoken word, pop, jazz, soul, country. Y'all know what is in some of those crates. For about the next 2 hours, we're going to be going through crate after crate here in prime time of these Paul and Laura crates of nothing but straight priced metal. It's going to be pretty insane. We're about to sell a lot, and y'all about to see probably the most straight price metal we've ever put out at once. We've already went through one Paul crate. There was only 3 records left. We're about to grab the first Laura crate right now. I'm about to take a peek in it, see if I need to veto anything. I'm about to veto at least something. I vetoed Faster Pussycat earlier. This is looking pretty good. I think most of this I can leave in here. Yeah, this is a good one. This is all metal and hard rock. Maybe some classic rock. It depends on your definition of metal. Some people consider metal like burning down churches. Some people consider metal Warrant, or Kiss. So it kind of depends on your definition of metal. Here's the first Laura crate. Nice. Now, for those that's new, the first person who makes a purchase in this crate gets the Laura Crate Hop sticker. Now, I don't know if I can do 5. It may be too crazy. I might show the first 3 records, okay? This is all hard rock, metal, hair metal, whatever you want to call it. This could get pretty wild. Here's the only thing I'm going to promise. The only thing I'm promising that's coming up for auction is what was advertised on Facebook or Instagram. So I'll go ahead and save a lot of trouble for everybody, and so we can go through a lot more stuff faster. If somebody asks, do you have this or do you have that? I won't be able to answer you. The only thing I can promise that's coming up for sale is these 2 auctions in the back, which were all advertised for tonight, with some surprises. Everything else, I'm keeping my lips sealed. Hopefully you're ready. The last bid on Queen's Rock that came in was $54 with Nick Galletti. $54 with Nick Galletti. $54. This is a 1983 OG Japanese pressing. I repeat, a 1983 OG Japanese pressing with insert and Obi, a nicer VG Plus copy with a very nice cover and Obi. Nick Galletti has that at 54. If somebody thinks they're in higher or you want to be in higher, now's the time. Warrant is a 1989 US OG original pressing of Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking Rich. The last bid on this that came in was Kevin Walker at $130. It's an OG with the original inner sleeve VG Plus condition. I'm going to make sure I didn't miss anything else from the last bids. I don't think I did. We're good to go. I'm going to go ahead and show 3 records in here. Dark Angel, Leave Scars. Dark Angel is sealed, limited edition to 300 on blue vinyl, $34.99 on Dark Angel. Black Label Society, Catacombs of the Black Vatican. I've never seen that one before. 2 LP colored vinyl, as you can see, kind of yellowish and pinkish. $44.99. And Prong, Beg to Differ. Prong is a music on vinyl edition, music on vinyl pressing, numbered and on colored vinyl. Prong is $37.99. Let's pause right there. Queen's Rock is a final call to Nick Galletti for $54. Warrant is a final call for $130. The hammer is about to be dropped. Next and first is Jerry Ferguson on Dark Angel. Jerry strikes again. This is like his 20th Laura Crate Hop sticker. Jerry Ferguson, thank you and congratulations. You get the rare, now iconic, extremely desirable, and highly valuable Laura Crate Hop sticker. Thank you, Jerry Ferguson. First on Dark Angel. MT Matt was first on Black Label Society. Chadwick Smith put AB. Not for sure. Next is Jerry Ferguson on Prong. Solarplex next on Black Label Society. Jim Berg next on Prong. Ivan next on Dark Angel. Rick Hott next on Prong. Jim Berg next on Prong. Troy next on Black Label Society. Justin Deckelman next on OR. Aaron next on Prong. Jim next on Black Label Society. Chuck Taylor next on Prong. Tony next on Dark Angel. Chris next on Prong. Kenneth Russell next on Prong. Wow. Time for new auctions. That was just the first 3 records in the bin. Folks, that was just the first 3 in the crate. Kevin Walker, $130. Sold on warrant. Kevin Walker, $130. Sold on warrant. This is why every night I'm like, hey, anybody out there got any metal for sale? We got very lucky acquiring this collection. Queen's Rock is sold. Queen's Rock is sold to Nick Galletti for $54. We've had over 1,000 requests to auction Poison. We've already had a Poison in the crate. We have 1,000 requests for Tesla, and there's 1,000 requests for LA Guns. Wow, who would have thought it? Hair metal being requested? That's surprising. Is there even a Poison auction for tonight, Laura? I'm assuming it's this one right here, Flesh and Blood. Here we go. Hope everybody's ready. This is a 1990 US OG. It has scarcely been reissued, and the reissue sounds like crap. I don't even order them anymore. Some people still want them. They're like, I don't care. But there is a reissue out there that sounds really bad. This is a 1990 US OG. It is sealed and it's never been opened. It's going to go up for a $155 start. This poison is sealed and never been opened. There is a tear over here on the shrink wrap. It does have the hop sticker. It is now up for bid. $155. It is now up for bid. $155 start. Now, I'd say the next most requested was one of these Tesla albums. So let me go ahead and put it up. Holy moly. Here is, of course, Poison, Tesla. No surprise, Dangerous Toys. The most requested records on earth. Tesla, The Great Radio Controversy. A record store day, limited to 1,000 on violet, colored vinyl, sealed. Tesla is a $75 start. Let the bidding begin. Poison's already at 160. Here we go. Metal Church, $27.99. A music on vinyl pressing. Metal Church, $27.99. Wasp, Dominator. Wasp is $27.99. Wasp, Dominator, $27.99. Def Leppard, Hysteria, $32.99. A 2LP remaster. Def Leppard, Hysteria. Kiss, Alive 2. Sealed, a 2014 press, $39.99 for Kiss, Alive 2, sealed. Voivod, Angel Rap. Voivod is a 2022 record store day exclusive on deep purple with lime, monster green colored vinyl. Voivod is $24.99. $24.99. Here's where we're at. Poison is sealed, $160. Tesla is sealed, $75.75. Poison, $175. Tom Kelly's first on Wasp, sold to Tom Kelly. Tesla's at $80. Amanda Darby on Def Leppard. Joe Gabriel second on Wasp. Sean Holford next on Def Leppard. Hattori Hanzo next on Wasp. Poison's at $185. Voivod is sold to 42 Foxes. Dennis Sides on Kiss 2. Dennis, if you're a first-time buyer, just say, yes, first-time buyer. We need to get you registered via message, but please confirm that. The only thing left there is Metal Church. Tesla 75, Tesla 81, Poison 185. We have Pestilence, Testimony of the Ancients. That's the colored vinyl. $27.99 on Pestilence. $27.99. Dawkins, Tooth and Nail. Sealed on blue vinyl for $34.99. Dawkins, sealed on blue vinyl. $34.99. And Wasp, Double Live Assassins. Wasp is sealed, unopened for $39.99. Tesla is going once, going twice for $81. Todd Fisher. Poison's at $185. Joe Gabriel, it goes back to you. It's a sealed original pressing. John Oliver on Pestilence. John Oliver on Pestilence. Sean Fairweather second on Pestilence. Then Richard Davis. Then Jeremiah Stobbs. Amanda Darby, I'm a first-time buyer. Make sure you message our page. All first-time buyers, Dennis Sides and Amanda Darby. We need your email address and mailing address. Danny was next on Pestilence. Poison's at $200. David Tate, first on Dawkins. Great stuff in here. Dwayne Worley, first on Wasp. Richard Davis, next on Wasp. Joe Gabriel, next on Wasp. Sean Drew, next on Wasp. Justin Deckelman, next on Wasp. Danny, next on Wasp. Bob Kobe, next on Wasp. Chris Ridley, next on Wasp. Tesla, $85. Poison's at $210. Next is Skid Row, B-Sides. Skid Row, $22.99. They cover Rush. Wow. Skid Row, besides ourselves, $22.99. Baroness, $34.99. The Purple album, it's on purple vinyl, $34.99. And Dream Theater, Awake, the new clear vinyl, sealed, $37.99. Dream Theater. Tesla is at $90. Poison is at $215. Jerry Ferguson on Skid Row, sold to Jerry Ferguson. David Tate was second on Skid Row. Brad Waite's third on Skid Row. Queensryche on silver clear vinyl, $27.99 for Promised Land. Queensryche. Also, this is Rivers of Nile Monarchy, sealed on beer with black splatter colored vinyl, $34.99. Rick Hite on Baroness, sold to Rick Hite. Kevin's out on Poison. Jerry Ferguson first on Queensryche. Poison is at $215. An original 1990 OG sealed copy Never been open. Sealed with hop sticker, $215. Corey Ross has Tesla for $90. This is a 2020 Record Store Day sealed on purple vinyl. Final call for $90. Now, we had Skid Row. Rick got Baroness. Jerry Ferguson got Queensryche. Amanda Davis was next. Tom Kelly was next. Jackie was next. Tesla got a new bid for $95. Corey, you've been outbid. Sunday morning sessions on Rivers. Anthony Clark next on Rivers. Mark Riley next on Rivers. Also, the Sex Pistols, never mind the Bollocks, sealed for $29.99. We have Mastodon, Leviathan. Mastodon's $34.99. Dream Theater, Images and Words on clear vinyl, $34.99. Poison is sealed with hop sticker and original, never open. Poison is sealed. The clock is ticking. Joe Gabriel, $215. Corey Ross, you're out on Tesla. Here's our next auction. We're going to go ahead and knock out one of the Metallica boxes. It's after 8 o'clock. I think it's time we go ahead and introduce this monstrosity. Holy moly, are y'all ready for this? Oh, wow. Yeah, I can't show it all. I'm just going to explain to you what it is. Let me get all of Laura's sticky notes out of here. I hope you're ready. Here we go. Metallica is a 2017 Super Deluxe box set, now out of print. This has all the LPs, the DVDs, the CDs, everything's near mint. It has the books, the print, the buttons. It's numbered 18123 out of 25,000. These have sold sealed now for close to $1,500. It's only one of the greatest metal albums of all time, the Super Deluxe box set. This is a $695 start. $695 start on Master of Puppets. It's now up for bid. I'm going to lay it right back here, and I'm going to move it to the front and center as soon as I wrap up Poison. Over here, I have the following. I have next, Tesla 95. We sold Rivers. Anthony was next on Rivers. Mark Riley next on Rivers. Darren Chrisman on Mastodon. Amanda Darby on Sex Pistols. Jerry Ferguson on Dream Theater, Images and Words. Then Mark Morris. And then we have LA Guns. That's not in the crate. We have Images and Words. John Bobing was next. And then we have Tesla at 96. And Metallica has a bid for $695 already. Poison, the hammer, has been dropped. Thank you, Joe Gabriel. That is sold to you for $215. That is sold. Metallica is at $695. Master of Puppets, Super Deluxe box set, $695 is the high bid. We already have a bid. There it is. Next is Black Rebel Motorcycle Club, Wrong Creatures, $27.99. Corey's back in on Tesla at 96. That means the $95 bid, David Tate. David's out. Final call on Tesla for $96. Wasp is $32.99. Golgotha. Exactly. The place where Jesus was crucified. I can't say it too well. $32.99. Also, Black Flag damaged. Black Flag is sealed for $29.99. We have Eccentric, Shattered Existence. Eccentrics is unopened on red vinyl for $29.99. And Death Leprosy is sealed, and that's $29.99. Tesla is sold to Corey Ross for $96. Corey, that's sold to you for $96. The hammer's up on Metallica. The air horn is getting warmed up. It's only got one bid for $695. We're about to sell it. I could have sold this thing 1,000 times this week. I'm going to say it again. We had phone calls, emails, text messages, direct messages, emails, telegraphs, everything. Can I buy that Metallica Master of Puppets box set? Now, when most people say they also don't realize that they retail now for well over $700, and in most cases over $1,000. This thing is complete 2017. Danny says, is there anything missing for the Master Purpose? Is there any visible wear? Does it have the backside content sheet included? We've only got a few questions here to answer. This is Master Puppets. I probably could have already sold this 30 times this week for $1,000 to somebody. I thought I'd let y'all have dibs at it. It's at $695. There is nothing missing. I don't think I see the sheet. Laura, do you remember seeing the sheet in here? I know what he's talking about, the back sheet. Everything's so nicely packaged, I don't want to handle it too well. I think he's talking about the sheet that went on the back part of that. I don't think I see that in here. This is all, it's all beautiful. Everything's near mint minus. There's just a little bit of wear to the bottom of the box here. That's it right there. Just that little bit of wear. The notes from Laura, everything's in beautiful shape. It's got one bid for $695. What Metallica is that? It's the Master of Puppets box set. It only has one bid for $695. This is it right here. The Metallica Master of Puppets box set. Nothing is missing. I don't recall anywhere, and there is a back sheet. There we have it. Hey, y'all can see it a lot better here. See, here's all the contents. There's this. There's that. Laura says everything in here, it's beautiful. Danny's in at $700. I expected this to sell for well over $1,000 tonight. We got a long ways to go. Danny's just at $700. I expected this to sell for well over $1,000 tonight. It's at $700 with Danny Thomason. Solarplex, you've been outbid. It's Master Puppets. They're out of print. There it is. Just saying. Now, I got a lot more stuff to tag, okay? First thing I have is this. We put up Sean Fairweather for BF for Black Flag. Hattori Hanzo got Wasp. Michael Reed was next on Black Flag. Matt Marco first on Death. Matt Marco got Death. Next was Scott Markheim on Wasp. Next is Dwayne Caldwell on Wasp. Master Puppets is at $700, now $710. And now we have White Zombie, a music on vinyl pressing, unopened, new for $29.99. Now, Jackie Long has requested the LA Guns for the last 2 hours every 3 minutes. Now, Jackie, I hope you're ready for what you've dug yourself into, because this is a highly desirable record and you're about to see a crazy amount of bidding. So I hope you're ready. I hope everybody else is ready. This could get absolutely insane. I hope you're ready. Hope everybody else is ready. This is it. It's LA Guns, Hollywood Vampires, a 1993 Netherlands original, an $85 start. This could get really crazy. This is LA Guns, Hollywood Vampire. Here's the jacket. Let me tell you the notes here from Laura. It's a 1991 Netherlands original. This record was originally issued with 3D glasses. Our copy did not have any, but we did find some Spy Kids 3D glasses and have included them. So this isn't the actual glasses that go with it. This is from Spy Kids 3D. That's not the original glasses. It's LA Guns. It's VG++ EX. This is an $85 start. This should bring somewhere between $5,000 and $7,000. LA Guns is already at $120, but we're getting there. That is now up for bid. So it's OG with the 3D cover, no 3D glasses, but we have included a set for you from Spy Kids, okay? The last bid on Metallica. Let's update this. We have Metallica at $725. We have Jerry Ferguson on White Zombie. Amanda Darby, you were second on White Zombie. Bill Reese, you were third on White Zombie. Master of Puppets, $725 with Scott Williams. Matthew Kopis on 4 with White Zombie. Solarplex is done. LA Guns, 85. LA Guns, 90. LA Guns, 100. LA Guns, 85. LA Guns, 100. LA Guns, 100. LA Guns, 125. LA Guns, 125 again. The last bid on Master of Puppets, the high bid, is $725 with Danny Thomason. He bid $725 first. He bid $725 first. Just saying, Scott Williams. Halloween, The Dark Ride. Halloween is on yellow and blue split-colored vinyl, $34.99. AC/DC, Back in Black, sealed for $29.99. Back in Black, sealed, $29.99. These are rare Spy Kids 3D glasses. These could have been auctioned by themselves. 1994? 2004? What year are these? These are rare. You don't find those every day. Prong, music on vinyl, unopened, new for $29.99. Time out. The last bid on Master of Puppets was $725. I need to let Scott know he's outbid. Scott Williams, you're outbid. I know you also bid $725, but Danny's came in first. LA Guns has a bid for $150 and $150. Is Black Rebel Motorcycle Club sealed? This is not sealed. It's a 2LP, $27.99, Mr. Mertman. Hattori Hanzo 2.0, you are very, very late on the Wasp. Like, very late. I think you're very far behind on the feed. Halloween is sold to Edwin Riviera. Jerry Ferguson got Prong. LA Guns is at $160. LA Guns at $175. Ivan R's next on Prong. Death Human, sealed for $24.99. I'm about to sell Master of Puppets. I've actually lost 2 bidders for such a big auction. Final call to Danny Thomason, $725, and we're going to have our first air horn of the night. Metal Church, The Human Factor, limited edition 1000 on flaming colored vinyl, unopened on orange, red, orange vinyl, $34.99. Dream Theater, Falling into Infinity. Dream Theater is sealed, $37.99. The hammer's up. I'm about to sell Master of Puppets. Scott's wife just cost me some money. She said he can't have it. I don't know who your wife is, but she's currently just went down on my list. Matt Marco on Death. This is sold to Matt Marco. Scott's wife, I need you to be on Team Scott, okay? Don't be on Team, don't let him buy stuff. I need you on Team Scott tonight. Jeff Brindley on Metal Church. Chuck Taylor on DM. And I think that was for Dream Theater. Chuck Taylor and then Chris Ridlings. LA Guns. Going once, going twice to Stephen Reeves. $175 start. Danny Thomason, Master of Puppets is yours. $725. $725. This is sold to Danny Thomason. I would like to thank longtime customer Danny Thomason. Appreciate it. Thank you. This is sold, one of the first big ones of the night. Master of Puppets is sold to Danny for $725. Mike Massey, for future reference, the red can air horns sound a lot better. Okay, next is LA Guns at $200. I've got Crocus Headhunter, a music on vinyl, unopened for $34.99. Let's take this into operation. I don't think that's bad whatsoever. That was an incredible deal. I didn't even have to have notes from Laura. I was thinking about starting it at like $850 or $895. These are selling sealed now for closer to $1,500. I consider that an incredible price. Master of Puppets is sold $725. Thank you, Danny Thomason. I was expecting that one to get over $1,000 easy. I was thinking that was going to hit 1,000 like as soon as it popped up. It stalled out quickly. Now, all those other people that had contacted us this week, I could have sold it to them. I probably could have told a few of those people $1,000, we'll invoice you today, and they probably would have said sold. You got to watch live to buy these. LA Guns is at $200 with Gregory. Now $203. Now $215. Let's keep going. Volbeat, the strength, the sound, the songs. Volbeats on Glow in the Dark, $22.99. $22.99. The Stooges Funhouse, sealed on red and black split, $34.99. Also, I want to thank everybody for tuning in. We just surpassed 400 viewers on all platforms, Facebook, YouTube, and X. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. What a great night. Here's our next auction. Ozzy. Oh, my God. Ultimate Sin. Ozzy Osbourne is a 1986 original, Japanese pressing with the sticker sheet. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the solicitation card and the original insert. Ozzy is complete and beautiful, and it's going to go up for a $95 start. Still hasn't been reissued unless you get the Ozzy box set. Wow. Look how nice. $95 start. That is now up for bid. Ozzy. Wow. 417 viewers. Amazing. I haven't had a turnout like this in quite some time. Absolutely amazing. The metal brings the people out, folks. That's why we're here. Collectco. Thank you for tuning in. Next thing I have, we have not sold an acid bath. Those are going to be some slobber knockers. LA Guns, 215. Next was Jerry Ferguson on VB. Volbeat is sold to Jerry Ferguson. LA Guns is at 218. Rebecca Howard on the Stooges, sold to Rebecca Howard. LA Guns, 225. Ozzy already has a bid for $200. The very first bid was $200. $200. $200. Everybody else is going backwards now. $200 was the first bid. $17.99 for what? Black Tusk. And this is stoner metal. $17.99 for Black Tusk. And Dismember on cyan and black marble vinyl. Dismember is sealed for $24.99. Wow. Holy moly. Holy moly. Ozzy's at 200, going once, going twice. Now it's at 222. LA Guns, this is not the original 3D glasses, but this is an original record. It's a 1991 Netherlands original on Vertigo. It's VG++ EX. We started it at $95. We're now at $228. Ozzy's at $222. Chris Ridling's on BT for Black Tusk. Pat Fratt wants Dismember. Dean Tedford next on Dismember. Here is the only thing left in this crate. Here's the only thing left in this crate, and then we're going right into another one that Paul's marked over here. I hope everybody's ready. There's not much left, and we still got crate after crate after crate of these to go through. Hope everybody's ready. I still got Metal Church, a music on vinyl pressing, black vinyl for $27.99. Dream Theater, Awake, that is sealed on clear vinyl for $37.99. Ozzy's at $223. LA Guns is at $229. Dwayne, you're out. MT Matt, you're out. Eccentric is on numbered red vinyl for $29.99. Dwayne says he's done on LA Guns. Final call to Gregory Roberts for $229. AC/DC, I'm back in black, $29.99. Mike Johnston on Metal Church, sold to Mike Johnston. I have Black Rebel Motorcycle Club, Wrong Creatures, 2LP, $27.99. And Crocus Headhunter, 40th anniversary, silver and black, music on vinyl, unopened, $34.99. Ozzy is at $235. Ozzy's at $235. Laura says, come on, let's sell this crate out. She can always come up here and take her records back so we can't see them tonight. Paul Richards, you were next on Metal Church. We only got 5 records left in there. Now we got 4 records. Tim Colino gets Black Rebel Motorcycle Club. I'm about to move into another crate. We still got Crocus. AC/DC is a new sealed reissue, $29.99. Now we have Rich Krulak on Crocus. AC/DC's a new sealed reissue. Now there's only 3 records left. New Dream Theater, New Eccentric, and AC/DC. If we can sell those, I'm going to bring out the air horn again. There's AC/DC. Let's go right into this other crate that Paul's marked. I think I've already flipped through it and make sure I wanted to leave everything in here. Man, this is another crazy crate. I think we're on the last leg of some auctions. Y'all are going to like this next crate too. Y'all are going to like all these. Holy moly. Here we go. That crate's empty. LA Guns, Sean Drew on Eccentric. There's only 2 records left. Wow. We just got to get somebody bought in on AC/DC. Eccentric is just sold. So that was, we've done a Paul metal crate, a Laura metal crate. Here's another Paul metal crate, then another Laura metal crate, then another Paul metal crate, then another Laura metal crate. Holy moly, LA Guns is sold. Thank you. Boy, we're going to have to bring out the gavel for a couple of these. Where the heck's my gavel at? I mean, a couple of these are definitely worthy of the gavel, especially since we can't have any bonus auctions. There's just way too much going on. This is sold, and this is sold to Gregory Roberts for $229. Sold for $229. Now, since that, we have had what? Since that, we've had 3 questions on the Aussie. Let me see where we got to. It's the latest repress. Do you know the version? I don't. It's just the most recent. It's black vinyl, whatever current version they're keeping in print, and Dream Theater. Only 2 records. Okay. Now, over here is the most complete, beautiful copy of Ultimate Sin I've ever seen before. It's in shrink, with the original inner sleeve, the sticker insert. It's an unbelievable, beautiful top copy. The most recent high bid is now the final call. Matthew went out. MT Matt has it for $235. 2 different Matts were bidding on it. It's at $235. We're about to sell it. Okay? Now, Kicks has been requested. Dangerous Toys, Tora, unbelievably how many requests we've had for this Dangerous Toys. Here we go. I hope y'all are ready. This one is going to also take off really quickly. This is a 1991 Euro original. The only time it was ever pressed to vinyl. The only time it was ever pressed to vinyl. This is it. The 1991 OG. It is near mint minus $155 start. Dangerous Toys, Hellacious Acres. It's never been reissued. And their catalog is really weird. None of their catalog. There's something up. There's something up with their catalog. None of their stuff's in print. It has the original inner sleeve, and it's beautiful. $155 start on that. Aussie's going twice. Aussie's going 3 times. I got Kicks and Tora on deck. Kicks and Tora on deck. Aussie is on its final call, $235. Dangerous Toys already has 3 bids, now 4 for $200. Trouble, the Skull, a remaster, $24.99. Nightwish, sealed, $49.99, clear with splatter. Nightwish once, $49.99. Rat, out of the cellar, with the lenticular cover, new and sealed, for $44.99. And Saxon, solid ball of rock, music on vinyl, numbered gold vinyl. Saxon is $34.99. Let's pause there. MT Matt, I think you got really lucky. A couple people asked. $235. No other bids on Aussie. $235. Sold. Sold on Aussie. $235. Let's be getting our next auction out. Let's see what our next auction shall be. Here we go. If you're still watching for the first time tonight, welcome to this mayhem that we call Collectco. Pretty incredible, right? If you're watching for the first time, welcome. I have filled up already tonight 4 full crates. That's pretty incredible, since I don't feel like we've even shown hardly that many actual, quote, quantity crates. That's just because almost everything I'm showing is sold. All right. Now, we have to put up Kicks and Tora Tora. So let's do it right now. Kicks is blown my fuse. Let's get back to my normal camera view here. Kicks is blow my fuse. It is a 1988 original Carrollton OG club copy. And Kicks is near mint minus. Beautiful. For a $35 start. Cover, VG Plus or better. Kicks is OG, a $35 start. Now, I showed a lot of records in here, and then I walked away. Dangerous Toys got up to 205 with Calvin, and then Stephen Lewis Jr. was first on Trouble. Alonzo was second. Dangerous Toys 225, Dangerous Toys 250. DW Sides on Rat. DW Sides, are you a first-time buyer? If so, just say yes, first-time buyer. Dangerous Toys is at 275. Dangerous Toys 275 again. Alonzo bid Saxon. Alonzo got Saxon. Richard Bradshaw second on Saxon. Kicks has opened at $100. Now $120. And now Dangerous Toys is at $276. And now it's at $300. Moving right along. Queensryche Empire is $34.99. This is a reissue in shrink on black vinyl. $34.99. We have another first-time buyer, DW Sides. Make sure you fill out the first-time buyer form. The link is in the description of the video, okay? The link is in the description of the video. Kicks is at 70, excuse me. No, it's not. Jerry Ferguson gets Queensryche. Kelly was second, then Chuck Taylor. I got to update Dangerous Toys. Dangerous Toys is at $300 with Gregory Roberts. $300 with Gregory Roberts. Now, the Kicks is at, man, I don't know, $150 with Matthew Kopus. $150 with Matthew Kopus. Now, Dangerous Toys is at $301 with Crystal Newman. I can't get my Queensryche to stand up. Sorry. I can order new copies of that, yes. Annihilator, Alice in Hell. Annihilator is a music on vinyl, numbered red vinyl edition, $34.99 for Annihilator, Alice in Hell. Iron Maiden, the 40th anniversary Zoetrope picture disc, sealed for $44.99. Kicks is at $160. Kicks is at $170. Dangerous Toys is at $325. This is Kraft F the Universe. Clear with black marbled, $39.99. Overkill, Taken Over. Half-Speed Master, pink marble vinyl, $32.99, sealed. Jeff Brindley on Annihilator. Sold to Jeff Brindley. Nick Galetti on Iron Maiden, the Zoetrope picture disc. Then John Bobing. Then Alan Montgomery. Stephen Lewis Jr. was next. David Tate next. Chris Ridlings on Power next. Dean Tefford got Overkill. Quick update on these auctions. Dangerous Toys is at $326 with Crystal Newman. Kicks is at $170 with Matthew Kopus. This is Blind Guardian, Somewhere Far Beyond. Orange vinyl remaster. Blind Guardian. Never seen this before. $34.99. Halloween, Master of the Rings. $27.99, 2015. $27.99. Motorhead Snakebite Love sealed 2019, $29.99 for Motorhead. Up at the top, Ken Crooker on BG, Blind Guardian. Dangerous Toys at $335. Kicks is at $180. Jeremiah Stobbs next on Blind Guardian. Kicks is at $200. Hiram next on Blind Guardian. Edwin Riviera on Halloween. Brad Waits next on Halloween. Dangerous Toys, $336. Jeremiah Stasich on Motorhead. We got to introduce a third auction. These are now in extended bidding. After a while, I'm like, okay, these could be going for a while. Let's go ahead and put up something else. And this here, I know we've had a lot of heavily requested records, but this right here by far has been the most requested and the most talked about. And now it's going up for auction. Acid Bath. When the kite string pops. Here we are. Acid Bath is a 2022 Canadian reissue on mystery colored vinyl. It was mystery colored when it was sealed. This is in fact green and translucent tan. It's remastered. There are none for sale right now on Discogs. There are none for sale right now on Discogs. 0 for sale. $95 start on Acid Bath. $95 start on Acid Bath. $95 start on Acid Bath. It's now up for bid. Over here, Kicks got a new bid for $220. Dangerous Toys got a bid for $350. Kicks got a bid for $230. Kicks got a bid for $250. Dangerous Toys got a bid for $351. Acid Bath is at $95. Death Angel is a 2018 music on vinyl pressing. Death Angel is $32.99. Death Angel is $32.99. A music on vinyl. Moonspell 1755, a 2017 pressing, $24.99. Witchcraft Coven. It's Coven Witchcraft. Destroys minds and reaps souls. A 2019 on Hellfire colored vinyl. This includes a black mass as one of its tracks. Coven, $59.99. Last bid on Kicks was $250. Dangerous Toys, $351. Acid Bath, $95. Dangerous Toys, $352. Daniel Strom on DA. Death Angel sold to Daniel Strom. Acid Bath, $100. Acid Bath, $100. Sean Fairweather on Witchcraft. Or Coven, yes. Dangerous Toys, $353. Kicks is a final call because Matthew Copus went out. Kevin Walker, $250 to you. Final call. Acid Bath, another $100 bid. This is Tribulation down below. Tribulation's a 2018 press, $39.99. Steve Weaver next on Coven. $26.99, yellow vinyl. Sabbat of Bezal. I'm sorry, I can't really make this one out. $26.99. Perverted Ceremony. Looks like some sort of demented, death, dark, black metal. Yeah, here we go. Thank you. Perverted Ceremony, Sabbat of Bezahel. Rotten black metal filth that channels the old spirit of Bartholomew and Barrett. That's what the hype sticker says. Rotten black metal. Rotten. Rotten black metal. And Danny is all over some rotten black metal. Sold. Kicks is also sold. $250. Kevin Walker. That is sold to Kevin Walker. Now, Dangerous Toys is at $365 with Gregory Roberts. Now $370 with Crystal Newman. Rare pressing, only pressing, near mint minus, never been reissued. It's now up for bid. Over here is Acid Bath. I've had two people want me to introduce it again. Acid Bath is on green and tan translucent vinyl. It's a 2022 Canadian reissue, green and translucent tan. None for sale currently on Discogs. Acid Bath is a high bid. 3 people have bid $100. Matt Marco was first. Matt Marco bid $100. Danny Thomason bid $100. John Hurren bid $100. We're tied at $100. We're tied at $100. Now Dangerous Toys is at $375. Okay? That's where we're at. Now, I want to make sure everybody's done me a few favors. Have you hit the like button on Facebook and have you followed us? If you're on YouTube, have you hit the like button and have you subscribed? We do this every night. This is a crazy primo night for metal stuff. But guess what? Paul informed me. He said we have enough metal, premium metal auctions for another 2 more straight months of stuff like this every Thursday night. This is just the wave of number 1. He said, we got 2 more months of metal auctions. I mean, we did buy nearly 1,000 albums, and there's only about 50 being sold tonight at auction. Do the math, plus the stuff they've straight priced, which they have already took out a big chunk of straight price stuff. Now, I've also looked down, and I've seen multiple jumps up here of our viewer count. We have had almost record-setting attendance. So I want to make sure everybody knows what we do and knows that we do this every night. I'm here every night doing this. You never know what's going to pop up in the crates. Buy with confidence. Wow! I got busted on the next record. The Florida Boys, What a Difference Jesus Makes. I didn't even know that was coming next. There you go. We just sold some filthy black metal, and now you can put Jesus in your spirit for $9.99. $9.99. There it is. Black Sabbath Dehumanizer. Black Sabbath is a 2 LP expanded deluxe edition, $44.99. No Satan in this crate. No Satan here. Savatage, The Edge of Thorns. Nice. Savatage is a 2022 on yellow sun-colored vinyl, $39.99. Now, I didn't even know that was coming next either. Acid Bath, $115. Acid Bath, $117. Robin Glenn wants the Florida Boys. Nice. Robin, What a Difference Jesus Makes. Dangerous Toys is at $405. Acid Bath is at $120. Acid Bath at $120. Chris Ridling's on Savatage. Chuck Taylor next on Savatage. Danny, make sure you put AB when you put Acid Bath. That way me and everybody else knows what you're bidding on. The high bid is Matt Marco at $120. Matt Marco bid $121st. Acid Bath, $120. I'm assuming Danny's bidding on Acid Bath at $125. Scott Markheim next on Savatage. Paul Richards next on Savatage. The last bid on Dangerous Toys was Crystal Newman at $405. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. That next auction is going to go up right now. It is White Zombie. Make Them Die Slow. Holy moly. Here we are. A 1989 U.S. original. A 1989 U.S. original. Gold stamp promo. Out of print ever since this pressing. It has never ever been reissued. VG Plus with the Rich Winter sleeve. A $45 start. There's the Rich Winter sleeve. Gold stamp promo. $45 start. Next. Acid Bath is at $135. Acid baths at $135. White zombies at $50. Dangerous toys. Gregory's out. Crystal Newman has that at $405. Final call to Crystal Newman. Ram Suburbanism. Ram is $24.99. No waiting list on Sabotage. Tool is sealed, $34.99. The Beginning, Merciful Fate, a 2020 pressing on amber marble vinyl. Merciful Fate is $29.99. Lizzie Borden, Visual Lies, silver vinyl with poster, $24.99. Black Sabbath Dehumanizer is sealed, $44.99. Crystal Newman gets Dangerous Toys for $405. Sold. The last bid on Acid Bath. I figured this would bring at least $3,000. The last bid on Acid Bath that came in is going twice, going 3 times. No one else has bid in over 3 minutes. Matt Marco has this for $135, an absolute crazy, cheap, unbelievably low price. I can't believe it. I was expecting punches being thrown, metal folding chairs, and here it is, a final call. Basically giving it away. White Zombies at $150. Dangerous Toys, MT Matt was going to bid, and I've already sold it. Wow, MT, you should have got in much earlier so I could have been looking out for you. Oh my goodness. You got to get in a lot earlier. That way I at least know you're bidding. I would at least throw in a tie or something. That way I know you're bidding. I thought that was just down to 2 people for the longest. Always make sure, okay? Acid Bath has a new bid for $140. Lizzie Borden. Let me make sure there was no other claims in here. It's already sold. I hadn't pulled out the stuff yet. Dean Tedford got Merciful Fate. Dean Tedford got Merciful Fate. Lizzie Borden is sold to Mike Johnston. Hattori Hanzo second. Hattori Hanzo second. Jeff Brindley, it's already sold. Vicious Rumors is a music on vinyl, numbered copy on blue vinyl, $29.99. Defiance, Beyond Recognition. Defiance is a music on vinyl, numbered on purple vinyl for $24.99. Defiance. And this is Nocturnus, a 2015 yellow translucent vinyl, $39.99. Acid Bath is at $150 with Matt Marco. Going once, going twice. White Zombie is a final call to Jerry Ferguson for $150. Final call. Jamie Butler on Vicious Rumors. Sold to Jamie Butler. We're right in the middle of a crazy, straight priced bin right now. Crimson Glory Transcendence. Crimson Glory is a music on vinyl, numbered copy on blue vinyl, $32.99. Chris Knapp, it's up to you on Acid Bath. Now all eyes are on Chris Knapp. Our next auction is going to be put up right now. We have another truckload of requests for Tesla. I bet there's been at least 40 to 45,000 people want to bid on this next Tesla. Let the bidding begin. Tesla Mechanical Resonance is a Record Store Day exclusive. sealed on blue vinyl, a $45 start. Tesla mechanical resonance is sealed, a $45 start. Moving right along. Jamie Butler got Vicious Rumors. Next is Sunday Morning Sessions on CG for Crimson Glory. Richard Bradshaw was next. Tesla already has bids for 60 and 60. I have lost Chris Knapp on Acid Bath. Very unfortunate, but two other people have asked what it is. It's a 2022 Canadian. There are no copies for sale of this album on Discogs. There is no copies of this for sale on Discogs. This is a 2022. It's on tan and green vinyl. Tan and green vinyl. The high bid is Matt Marco. He's watching over on YouTube. He has it for $150. There's been some people come and go, and I've lost a couple people. Matt Marco's probably like any day now. Final call, $150. I got to verify a couple accounts over here. We've also had about a dozen new buyers tonight. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just going to make sure, I'm going to go ahead and pull up Square and make sure we got messages. And I'm also going to make sure everybody has well-standing YouTube accounts and they hadn't been created in the last 30 minutes. If so, then we really have to make sure you're good to go. Now, the last bid on White Zombie was also a final call. When I get to the bottom, I'm going to sell it. And that bid was $150 with Jerry Ferguson. Now, there was 3 questions on Nocturnus. Is this called the Key? This is Nocturnus the Key. John Oliver, $39.99, yellow vinyl. We sold Crimson Glory. Tora is on deck, I promise. Tesla, 60, 60, 45, 75, 45, 45, 75, 65, 75, 80, 80, 110, 125, 125. Jerry Ferguson gets White Zombie. This is sold. White Zombie is sold to Jerry Ferguson. No more bids. Sold to Jerry Ferguson for $150. $150. Jerry Ferguson sold $150. Oh, wow. Chris. Oh, wow. I was reaching to sell it. It is a 2022 Canadian reissue. It is a 2022 Canadian reissue. Matt Marco is sweating bullets right now. I have got to sell it. Let me know. Tesla is a final call to Jackie Long, or I should say going once, going twice, 125. Tesla is at 130. Our next auction is going up right now, and that is Tora. Oh, goodness. Get ready for some slobber knocker in here, too. Holy moly. This is a 1989 US OG translucent vinyl. The vinyl, unfortunately, is VG minus, though. Tora is a $25 start. $25 start. $25 start. Mortuary Drape Secret Sudaria, $54.99, a 2009 with etching, $54.99. I'm assuming Chris Knapp didn't want to bid on Acid Bath. He said, I will holler as I'm crying. I can't get a Tesla to save my life. This is gone. No more bids on Acid Bath. $150. And this is sold to Matt Marco. Matt, you get the most desirable record on earth right now. This is sold to you for $150. Congratulations. $150. Now, we have up Tesla and Tora. Make sure you specify what you want to bid on. Now, let me go over Tora again. Chris, I never did hear an answer from Acid Bath. I hope you wasn't about to bid or try to bid. Just saying. Tora surprise attack. It is in VG minus condition. It is in VG minus condition. It is in VG minus condition. Chris, you had us all like sweating bullets. You had my heart rate up, thinking you was going to make that a very dramatic last-second bid. Okay. Now, I've had 2 or 3 people ask, what am I watching? What is this? Can somebody tell me what this is? This is Coletco. We are live in Lebanon, Tennessee. This is not a group. We do have a group called Whole Lotta Records. This is a business. The name of my business is Coletco. We're live streaming right now on Facebook and YouTube selling records. And we do this every single night. We do this every single night. This is Thursday Metal Night, and it's heavy with metal, no pun intended. Now, I got to make sure John Oliver didn't want this Nocturne the Key. John asked me 2 or 3 times, was it called the Key? I said yes, and I never did hear back from him. John, I'm assuming you didn't want that, because since then, 2 other people have asked about it. Now, Tesla and Tora is up for bid. And I've got to figure out who the high bids are. There was 1,000 bids on both auctions. But first, Sean Fairweather got this. That's so does Sean Fairweather. And now we're down at the very bottom. Tora 75, Tora 80, Tora 83, Tora 81, Tora 84, Tora 90. Tesla's at 160. Tora 91, Tora 95. So that's where we're at. Tora is at $110. VG minus copy, OG translucent vinyl. Tesla. Corey has it for $160. This record right here, Nocturnus the Key. Nocturnus the Key is $39.99, 2015 yellow vinyl. Hanoi Rocks, 2 steps from the movie. Hanoi Rocks is $32.99. Music on vinyl, $32.99. Black Sabbath is on purple and black splatter. Self-titled debut, $44.99. $44.99. Motorhead Motorizer. Motorhead is sealed on blue transparent colored vinyl, $34.99. Final call on Tesla. The last bid on Tesla was Corey Ross at $160. Final call. Tora is at $115. Joe Gabriel on Hanoi Rocks. Gregory was second. Joe Gabriel on Motorhead. Tora is at $120. Nocturnal Rights, Grand Illusion. 2015, limited to 500 copies, $39.99. Scott Williams next on Hanoi Rocks. Richard next on Motorhead. Ken Crooker on Nocturnal Rights. Kristen next on whatever HE was. Jeremiah next on Motorhead. King Diamond, The Eye, 2014 clear vinyl, $29.99. Tesla is sold to Corey Ross, and this is sold to Corey Ross for $160. Tora is at $121 with Todd Fisher. Our next auction is going up right now. It is Guar. There are so many mind-blowing metal auctions still to be put up. Holy moly. A 1988 U.S. original Guar. Hello. OG with both inserts. EX condition on the vinyl. An $85 start. Guar is OG. A 1988 U.S. original. OG. 1988 U.S. original. With both inserts. It is going to go up for an $85 start. $85 start. Tora is at $124. How much for Defiance? Defiance is beyond recognition. A music on vinyl, numbered, colored vinyl copy, $24.99. White Lion Pride, a music on vinyl pressing for $27.99. White Lion. Volbeat Guitar Gangsters and Cadillac Blood, a 2008 EX edition, $22.99. And this is another Degial, or Degial, Degial, death metal from 2012, VG Plus, $16.99. Holy moly. Wow. We still got 3 more crates like that to go through and a few dozen auctions left. And now we're getting into the meat, and it's good meat. It's great meat. It's like Popeyes. Volbeat is sold to Ken Crooker. Angela Lewis got White Line. Jerry Ferguson next on Volbeat. Stephen Lewis Jr. next on White Line. Justin Neckelman next on Volbeat. Jeremiah Stasich next on Volbeat. Tora 125, Tora 126. What is the Black Sabbath? It is the self-titled album on purple and black. It is $44.99. I can't believe this. Gwar does not have a bid. Gwar does not have a bid. It just got a bid for $85. A 1988 U.S. original with both inserts, EX condition. EX, actually Laura's graded at EX minus. So right on the borderline of being VG++ or maybe EX. Alan Weeds, excuse me, not Woods, Weeds. Final call. One bid. There we go. Now there's some more bidding. Tora, as I expected, is at war. Todd Fisher has it for $126. Jeffrey Hawley, it's back to you. That was an incredible crate that Paul has marked. Let's go through that one more time quickly. And now I'm going to introduce another auction. Holy moly, here it comes. Are you ready for this? This is a 1983 Japanese OG pressing of Ozzy's Bark at the Moon. Ozzy's Bark at the Moon is a 1983 Japanese pressing. It has the 7-inch bonus single that came with it. The vinyl is near mint minus and pristine. It has the original insert, and of course it has the Obi. A $95 start on Ozzy Osbourne. Gwar is now at $90. Gwar's now at $90. What year is the Sabbath? Black Sabbath is a 2015. Purple black splatter, $44.99. Gwar's at $100. Tor's at $130. Ozzy is a $95 start. What was the death metal or black metal? It was Degial. VG Plus, $16.99. Nightwish, Once, sealed for $49.99. Craft, F the Universe, clear with black marbled, $39.99. Moonspell, 1775, 1755, $24.99. Gwar is an OG 1988 first pressing OG, complete with both inserts. It is the first press. It's the one you want. If I was you, I'd go ahead and bid $300 and see what happens. It is the OG copy from 1988, the real deal on that one. Here is Tribulation down below. That is $39.99. Tribulation down below. Ram, $24.99. Tool is sealed for $34.99. Here's where we're at. Tora got a bid for $130. Guar got a bid for $100. Aussie got a bid for $95, $95, $97, $110. Shannon Lee said, I'll take the DEGIAL. Aussie's at $115. Aussie, another $115. Rebecca Howard on Moonspell. That's sold to Rebecca Howard. Now Aussie's at $125. And where are we at on Tora? It was up to 2 people. Jeffrey Hawley, your back out bid. Todd Fisher has it for $130. Aussie's almost at $130. He's at $127. Guar is a final call. I can't believe it. Kenny Stanley has it. Alan Weeds has it for $100. Now BJ has it for $105. Now Jeffrey's backing on Tora at $132. Now Todd Fisher, you're out. What is the Aussie? Details on the Aussie. We have Black Sabbath, $44.99. Dehumanizer, new and sealed. Boy, somebody's got to buy this. Unbelievable. It's been asked about. Nocturnus, the key is on yellow vinyl, $39.99. Now Tor's at $140. Jeffrey Hawley, you've been outbid. Jeffrey Hawley says he's done. Now Aussie's at $150. Guar is at $100. John Durden, I'm assuming you don't want to bid. Now BJ bid $105. Now Alan Weeds, you've been outbid on Guar. It's at $105. King Diamond, the I, was $29.99. And Defiance, Beyond Recognition, numbered on purple vinyl for $24.99. If y'all decide you want anything else in there, let me know. There was only 2 records left from the last crate, and there was only a few records left from the last Paul crate. Right now, that's all that's left out of the 3 crates of straight price metal we've went through. And guess what? It's going to continue like that. Let's go ahead and grab another one. Laura said she's got another great one over here lined up for us. As soon as one of these sells, I've got another Metallica box set to run. Moonspell's already sold. And I'm going to run the Sam Hain box set. I did promise it tonight. Let's see what's going on over here in the next Laura crate. Let me take a flip and make sure I don't want to veto anything, Laura. Nice. Nice. I've been vetoing hair metal out of these. So far, so good. Wow, this is going to be another just slobber knocker. It is. Yes, it is. Holy moly. She said 2 of the next 3 crates are all metal. Plus, so we got 3 more crates full of metal. Unbelievable. What a turnout tonight. Have I reminded y'all that Collectco customers are the best on earth? Unbelievable. The community we have here of record collectors and music enthusiasts. Absolutely amazing. That's exactly what's going to happen, Sean. We're going to sell all this metal in one night, and then I'm going to be begging people out there in the world to sell us more. I'm telling everybody out there in the universe, as y'all can see, we've got to be able to buy metal consistently and all the time. We will travel anywhere in the world. We got to buy it. We got to have it. We can sell it right here every single night if we had enough of it. No, I'm not drinking because I'm out of ice. I'm actually going to run up there and do that right now. I am thirsty as the devil. I am thirsty as the devil. Let me go do that right quick. Wow. Ah, holy moly. I feel better now. Y'all have beat me to death. I'm over here. My legs are weak. Palms are sweaty. All right. Gwar is a 1988 USOG. It has both inserts, and the vinyl is around EX condition. Okay? EX condition. Gwar. The last bid on Gwar is now a final call. GWAR BJ Deckmere 110. The other bid, Alan Weeds. Welcome, by the way, to Coletco, Alan. Thank you for letting me know you're out. That's at $110. Final call. Tora is sold. Tora is sold. Whoop! Lower crate hop sticker tried to jump off the table. This Tora was sold. Sorry, I just smacked the camera. It is sold to Todd Fisher for $140. Todd Fisher, $140 on Tora. Thank you, Todd Fisher. That is sold. Now, the next biggest auction we have. The next most biggest auction we have. Is Ozzy. He's also on the clock. Ozzy Osbourne is a Japanese pressing, an OG from 1983 with the bonus 45. The insert, obviously the cover and OB are very nice. And the last bid that came in on Ozzy is a final call. 3 or 4 people have asked. I hadn't updated a bid in a long time. El Terrible Torrio has it for $167. El Terrible Torrio has it for $167. That, my friends, is the high bid. Jeffrey Hawley says, Chad, is the Dream Theater still available? Yes, it is. That was in the crate, and yes, it is. All right. Sorry for the quick pause. We're about to get the full action. I've seen a big uptick in viewers. Everybody's probably like, where's the action at? There's those. BJ has Gwar for $110. I'm about to sell it. We got a lot more to get to. There's lower crate sticker. First person to claim in there, get these. Over here. We're good to go. Jeffrey Hawley on this. He wants the Dream Theater awake. BJ gets Gwar for $110. Next auction is Poison. Open up and say ah. An uncensored OG first cover, an 88 US specialty press with the original inner sleeve, a $35 start. Let the bidding begin. There's the original inner sleeve. There's the cover. Ozzy has a new bid for $177. Death, Spiritual Healing, $19.99, custom pinwheel splatter. Bolt Thrower. Bolt Thrower is sealed, or excuse me, $24.99, not sealed. Well, there's a note. Laura loves Bolt Thrower, a 1-star rating, a 1 heart rating, that is. Opeth. Opeth is on blue vinyl, $37.99. My Arms, Your Hearse. And the Ramones, Brain Drain, sealed, $29.99. You know it, you love it. Pet Cemetery's on here, sealed, $29.99. The Ramones. Here's what's happened. Ozzy got a new bid for $179. Poison got a bid for $50. First thing was Brian Call on Death. Sold to Brian Call, and therefore the winner of the highly desirable, now iconic, and extremely valuable Lower Crate Hop sticker sold to Brian Call. Next was Justin Deckelman on B. B was for Bolt Thrower, sold to Justin Deckelman. Jerry Ferguson next on Death. Sean next on Bolt Thrower. Poison 55, Poison 65. Michael Reed next on Death. Amanda Darby on Ramones. Then Brian Call. Then Edmund Estrada. Then Randy Klein. Then Gregory Roberts. Now Poison's at 60. Now Poison's at 55. Now Poison's at 75. MT Matt, are you done on Ozzy? The most recent bid is El Terrible Torrio at $179. Poison's at $75. Creator, Pleasure to Kill, sealed on clear and red splatter. Creator is $34.99. Porno for Pyros, $24.99. I've got these new and sealed for $33.99. This one's pre-owned, $24.99. And this is called Thetan, Laughed At by the Gods. It's a local Nashville grindcore band, $14.99, and we've got two of them. Jerry Ferguson on Porno for Pyros. Poison's now at 80. MT Matt's on Ozzy, out, sold, and this is done. Time for new auctions. El Terrible Torrio gets this for $179. Nice. Over here, I've got a Sam Hain box set. Tanner's got me all the stats here. This is the original Sam Hain box set. Some of these have sold for as much as $477. It does include the comic book. I've got stats here. And we're going to start this for $155. Sam Hain. There's the comic. There's the booklet. There's the disc. Everything's nice. It's all complete. Sam Hain box set. Now up for bid. This has been asked about a bunch. Holy moly. $155. It's now up for bid. Good luck. Next thing I had was Poison, $80. Stephen Lewis Jr. on Creator. Poison, 85. Poison, 85. Autumn wants one of the Nashville bands. Thetan. Info on Poison. OG, first press, EX edition, beautiful cover, original under sleeve. It is nothing wrong with it. Really nice. Ryan Annals on Opeth. Poison at 90. Sam Hain. Sam Hain. 155, 155, 155, 175. Def Leppard, a Walmart exclusive of Pyromania that includes a slip mat. $27.99. Def Leppard Pyromania. Black Flag, Slip It In. Sealed, $29.99. There's a note on the back from Laura. Laura loves Black Flag. $29.99. 4-heart rating. Whitesnake. This is essentially a David Coverdale solo album. North Winds. Whitesnake. $37.99. Poison. The last bit on Poison that came in was right here. Matt Marco at $90. OG. Joe Gabriel, it goes back to you. Sam Hain's at $190. Sam Hain's already at $190. Amanda on Def Leppard. Justin next on Def Leppard. Jerry Ferguson on BF for Black Flag. Tom Kelly third on Def Leppard. Jorge next on Def Leppard. Sam Hain 200. Solar next on Def Leppard. Sam Hain 225. Poison out. Final call on Poison. It's an OG first cover. The real deal with the inner sleeve. And Poison. Hammers up. Matt Marco. $90. It's about to sell. I'm going to go ahead and repackage it. So those David Coverdale albums were just reissued for Rocktober. They are essentially Coverdale solo albums, but they rebuild them now as Whitesnake. Sam Haines at $250. Folks, we are ready for another LP auction. Here's what's left in the bin. I hadn't gave an update in a while. I hope y'all are ready. Are you ready? Here's an update on auctions that remain. Motley Crue, Dokken, Dream Warriors, Flotsam and Jetsam, Leeway. We need to put that up right now. Wow, Destruction. Nuclear Assault. Are you kidding me? Forbidden, Grim Reaper, Winger, Japanese Wasp, Nasty Savage, Mortared, DRI, wow, Rat, their debut EP, Bathory, Acid Bath, Dismember, Oz, Guns N' Roses with the original cover, Celtic Frost, and Korn. Wow, that's still what we got to auction off tonight. Holy goodness. Holy Krispy Kreme donuts. Leeway, Born to Expire. Leeway is a 1988 USOG white label promo. Some of these have sold for as much as $158. Leeway is a white label promo, VG Plus, a $35 start. Holy moly, a $35 start. There's the original inner sleeve. There's Leeway, Born to Expire, and it's now up for bid. Now, when I walked away, I seen some new bidders hop in on Poison. As soon as I can grab the Leeway notes back over here. Now, when I walked away, Poison got a bid for $95, Sam Hain $250, and then Sam Hain $275, Poison $95, Poison $90, Sam Hain $300, Poison $95. We got requests for Dismember, Nuclear Assault, Poison's at $100, Poison's at $100, a request for Grim Reaper, a request for Motley Crue, Rat, Korn, Nasty Savage, Nuclear Assault, Acid Bath, Leeway, Poison, and Leeway. Devin Townsend, Pounded. Devin Townsend is prog metal. Red vinyl, Devin Townsend, $27.99. Peter Criss, a sealed 2014 remaster, $24.99. Ex-Hoarder, Slaughter in the Vatican. Ex-Hoarder is $19.99. Black vinyl, music on vinyl. Him, Tears on Tape. Greenish looking vinyl, $24.99. Nightwish in Imaginarium. Nightwish is on colored vinyl, gold, clear with white and gold splatter, $29.99. Now, Poison. Two other people have asked, what is the Poison that's up for auction? It's a 1988 USOG first press uncensored cover, Poison. OG, uncensored, EX or better, with the original inner sleeve. And the last bid on Poison that came in is still the high bid. Matt Marco bid $100, and Andrew Eisensmith, you tied him. The last thing I said on Sam Hain was $300, and Jerry Ferguson says he's out. Patrick Malloy, you have Sam Hain for $300. It looks like you're about to get it. Leeway got a bid for $35. Leeway got a bid for $50. Leeway got a bid for $52. BJ first on DT, and that was for Devin Townsend. Then Sunday Morning Sessions. Joe Gabriel on Peter Criss. Bradley Smith on Ex-Hoarder. Jerry Ferguson next on Ex-Hoarder. Jeremiah Staubs third on Ex-Hoarder. Ed Riviera next on Ex-Hoarder. Kenley Stanley next on Ex-Hoarder. Jim B next on Devin Townsend. Charlie Marks first on him. Poison has a new bid for $105. Sam Hain has a new bid for $301 with Amanda Ruth. New bid for $301. Patrick Malloy, you have been outbid. Poison $105. Poison's 110. Leeway's at 55. Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith. That is sealed for $24.99. Sealed for $24.99. In Solitude, limited to 250 on special purple vinyl, $24.99. Patrick Malloy's backing on Sam Hain at $305. Leroy's at 55. Leroy's at 60. Poison's at 125. Next is Whiplash, Ticket to Mayhem. Whiplash is on green vinyl for $29.99. Typo Negative, October Rust. Typo Negative is sealed for $34.99. October Rust. And there's a note on the back. Laura loves Typo Negative, a 4-heart rating. Wow. I didn't know that, Laura. 4-heart rating, $34.99. Poison's at 125. Sam Hain's at 325. Poison's at 130. Leeway's at 65. Darren Chrisman on Type O Negative. Thrasher is in on Whiplash. Susie next on Type O Negative. Next is Kiss Dynasty, 2014 remaster. I Was Made for Loving You, $29.99. Now Leeway's at 75. Matt Marco next on Type O Negative. Charlie next on Whiplash. And Sam Hain is going twice, going 3 times. Patrick Malloy at $325. Poison's at 140. We're talking the OG uncensored cover. The OG uncensored cover. Leeway's now at 80. Also, Queensryche Operation Mindcrime. Queensryche is sealed for $34.99. Queensryche is sealed for $34.99. James Cauldron next on Type O Negative. Poison has a new bid for $135. And this is Amorphous, Tales from the Thousand Lakes. And this is $22.99. Jerry Ferguson first on Queensryche. Sam Hain has a pen. Are you talking about the box set? Give me 1 second and I'll look at it. We have Poison at 135. I'm making sure Amanda's done bidding. Next was Jerry Ferguson on Queensryche. Poison has a bid for 140. Poison has a bid for 145. And now Poison's out with Jeffrey Hawley. Malice, License to Kill on blue vinyl, $27.99. This is the Sam Hain box set. It has a comic book with it. Sam Hain, I showed it just a second ago. It has a comic book. It has a book. It has these discs. It has this and this and this and this one and this one. I wish all this was available on vinyl. And then it has this thing here, which is a VHS. And then it has the tray. And let's see if there's anything underneath the tray. Underneath the tray is an empty box, it looks like. The rest of the empty box. That is what is in this very, very desirable Sam Hain box set. I wish all this was like in print on vinyl. Do they realize how many of these they could sell on a weekly basis if all this was in print on vinyl? Holy moly. Now, we sold a Misfits earlier. It had a pen. We sold a Misfits earlier. It had a pen with it on that. Okay? Now, first thing we have is the following. I have not heard back from Amanda Ruth. They have not said in or out on Sam Hain. Patrick has it for $325. One of the most requested items so far this collection. It's at $325. Poison was at 140, then 145, then another 145. And then we had an A for Amorphous with Pat Frapp. Sunday morning session was second. Poison 150. Alonzo on M for Malice. Poison 160. Poison 165. Leeway got another bid for 50. Leeway's a white label promo. And now I have not heard back from Amanda. I'm assuming she's out. And now this is sold. She did say she's out. Patrick Malloy, that sold you for $325. Thank you. Brian Connors gets Kiss Dynasty. Sealed 2014 remaster. All right. Now, Leeway is a white label promo. Leeway, a 1988 USOG white label promo. VG Plus condition with the original inner sleeve. This is a white label promo. Leeway. It has the original inner sleeve with it. This is in VG Plus condition. Some near mint copies have sold for as much as $158. The high bid on this leeway right now, LW, the last bid I seen on leeway was quite a long time ago, and the last bid was Sean Fairweather for $80. Poison at 160, Poison at 165. Now, Poison is out with Matt Marco. Brian got Kiss Dynasty. Poison 175. Charlie next on Kiss. Congratulations, Patrick McLaury on Sam Hain. Next is Warrant, Dog Eat Dog. Warrant is on blue and red marble vinyl, $29.99 on Warrant. Also, we have, this is Graveyard. Yeah, Graveyard 6. That's $22.99. And Defiance, Product of Society, $19.99 on that. Let me go ahead and take some of these box sets that I've sold in here so I can have a little bit more room on my table right over here. Who bid 85 on leeway? I knew something had got out of order. I need to probably get that bid again. Give me 1 second. All right. So the first person on Warrant was Tom Kelly. By the way, unbelievable. We still got over 433 people watching on all 3 platforms, and that may not count the few people watching over on TikTok or Instagram. Pretty incredible. Once again, thanks everybody for tuning in again tonight. Tom Kelly got Warrant. Jeremiah Stasich on Graveyard. Chris Johnson next on Warrant. Richard, you get Defiance. Michael Reed next on Graveyard. Brian Connors wants to put back Kiss. That is only a $10,000 restocking fee. That is $29.99. That's a 2014 remaster. Leeway. Alonzo has leeway at $85. Who? Alonzo Breezy Brinsnow Jr. Is that a 85? Alonzo. Leeway's at $85. Final call. Poison's at $200. Next is Bolt Thrower. $22.99. Bolt Thrower, Realm of Chaos. Now Edison is at $88 on leeway. Edison Toledo. Obituary, Slowly We Rot. That is a music on vinyl press for $22.99. And the Ramones, Animal Boy, a 2024, $27.99. Poison's at $200 with Charlie Marks. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that next auction, without further ado, is going to go up for bid right now, and it's Dismember Pieces. Dismember is a 1992 German OG with insert, EX edition, a $55 start. Here we go. This album's not in print. If it is, it's not with this cover. Dismember Pieces. A 1992 German original with the insert. This could be quite the battle for this. EX edition, a $55 start. This also has the insert with it. And Dismember is going to go up for a $55 start. It is now up for bid. The last thing I have is this. We got Poison at $200. And now Leeway 88. Justin Deckelman on B for Bolt Thrower. Next is Poison at $205. Kenny Stanley next on Bolt Thrower. Kenny Stanley first on Obituary. Charlie Marks was second on Kiss after Brian Connors put it back. So Charlie, thank you. That's so to you. Next is Sean Fairweather on R for Ramones. That is sold. Alonzo's out on Leeway. Edison Toledo, it's looking pretty good. Krista next on Ramones. Charlie next on the Moans. Edison Toledo next on Bolt Thrower. Dismember 55. Dismember 55. Dismember 60. One more here. This is King Gizzard the Lizard Wizard. Infest the Rat's Nest on Black and Red Split. King Gizzard does thrash metal. $27.99. My crate's almost full over here. The last bit on Poison that came in. Poison. P for Poison. The last bid that came in was Andrew Eisensmith at $205. Charlie Marks, it's up to you. The high bid is $205. Dismember is already at $90. And the last bid on Leeway that came in, Alonzo, let me know if you want back in. He's out. Edison Toledo, you've got it. White label promo, $88. We're about to sell it. Now, King Gizzard is sold to Justin Deckelman, then Curtis Marachi, then Sunday Morning Sessions. And my crate is really full. So let me swap out bins right quick. Holy moly, that is full. And I think Tanner's already took one to the back. So 5 full crates already full up tonight. Amazing. And we still got How many more to go through? At least 2 more crates of just straight price metal, and we know almost everything in there is going to sell, right? Absolutely, it's going to. 100%. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. A record historic night. A record historic night here tonight. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Next thing we have is Primus. Suck on this. Cobalt blue vinyl. $29.99. Andrew Eisensmith. You get Poison for $205. Edison Toledo. You get Leeway for $88. Edison Toledo. You get this for $88. James Bragg has this member for $90. James Bragg has this member for $90. Just saying. Jerry Ferguson gets Primus. This is sold to Jerry Ferguson. Over here, we have the following. We have Acid Bath. And Acid Bath is called Pagan Terrorism Tactics. And Acid Bath is a 2022, another one that was originally on mystery colored vinyl. This is green and yellow and clear with black smoke. This is remastered, and we're going to put it up for a $95 start. Good luck bidding. Acid Bath is a $95 start. Last bid on Dismember was James Bragg at $90. Anybody else want in? James has that for $90. Steve Weaver's at $91. We're not done yet. We have Tribulation, where the Bloom borrows sound. That's black metal, $19.99. Acid Bath and Dismember up for bid. White Snake on tan-colored vinyl, that's $29.99. Black Flag, My War. Don't forget a 4-heart rating from Laura on Black Flag, $29.99. And Death, Scream Bloody Gore. Death is $22.99. Acid Bath has a bid. Let's go ahead and knock out the next Metallica box set. Don't forget, we sold Master of Puppets tonight for $725. We're going to do Ride the Lightning. Now, not tonight, but just to let you know what kind of stuff is still left in this collection, we still got the Kill 'Em All box. We still got the Justice box, the Black Album box. Here is the Ride the Lightning box. I may have to go to my new camera view to show you some of the contents and some of the information in this. So let's take a look here. This is Metallica Ride the Lightning Super Deluxe box set. I just got done selling some of these this week, brand new. I sold the last one when the show started. We're going to put this up for bid right now. This is the 2016. That was when they originally released it. If they're still being pressed today, they still call them 2016s. All the CDs and DVDs are pristine, except CD4s and VG Plus and DVD1s EX. All the LPs are beautiful. All the books and posters are beautiful, and it's numbered 22,663 of 30,000. Here it is. And this is Metallica. And this is a $175 start. Good luck bidding. $175 start. It's got the Creepin' Death picture disc. It has Live at the Hollywood Palladium. It has inserts. It has posters. It has DVDs. Really cool stuff here. The Metallica Ride the Lightning box is a $175 start. That is now up for bid. This right here. I love this new camera. Very cool. This is my hands. That's now up for bid. $175. $175. It's now up for bid. $175 to get started. Here we go. Back to the crate. That was the last one in there. Let's go ahead and put up some more stuff. The last thing I said was Dismembered, $191. Dismembered, $101. Acid Bath, $100. Sean Fairweather on Tribulation. Sold to Sean Fairweather. Jerry Ferguson on Black Flag. Sold. We have Death. Sold to Stephen Lewis. Charlie next on Black Flag. Sunday next on Black Flag. Dismembered's out with Jake. Acid Bath, 110. Are you putting up the other metal box sets tonight? There's the next one, Metallica. Poison, we have Dismember, 110. Acid Bath, 120. Metallica, 175. Metallica, 179. Scott Markheim wants White Snake. Dismembered, 120. Acid Bath, 130. And we have one copy left of Thetan, Laughed At by the Gods, and that's a local Nashville band, grindcore. One left for $14.99. We've already sold one. Another White Snake, North Winds on black ice colored vinyl. White Snake is $37.99. Black ice colored vinyl. Also, Nightwish Imaginarium. Nightwish is $29.99. Judas Priest, Defenders of the Faith, sealed for $24.99. And then In Solitude is limited edition 250. on special purple colored vinyl, $24.99. Dismembered, $120. Acid Bath, $130. That is both with James Bragg. Now Matt Marco has Acid Bath for $140. Now Metallica's at $184. Now $185. First in here was Extreme Mid-South on Whitesnake. Luke Rosenberger on Nightwish. Wow, we're just 3 records away from an air horn. Laura really wants to hear the air horn in Solitude. Judas Priest is a new sealed remaster. Whoever asked about that earlier. There we have it. 3 records left. We've been so close on every crate. So close. Now Metallica's at $200. Now Acid Bath is at $150. Oh. Ooh. Holy moly. Popping my legs and bones back into place. Hope y'all didn't have to hear any of that. That was a Laura crate, right? So yeah, we're going to do this other one over here. Paul has marked next. Hope everybody's ready. What a turnout tonight. Here we go. Another crate. No Pauls in action tonight. No Pauls in action tonight. Not whatsoever. Next is Solitude, Sunday morning session. Only 2 records left. Judas Priest and the Thetan. That's it. And we were so close. Here we go. Grindcore was Thetan. Grindcore was Thetan. It's a local Nashville band. And then Judas Priest was sealed. It's a reissue for just $24.99. What a great price. Let's see what's coming up in this next crate that Paul's marked. Holy moly. Goodness gracious. Oh, wow. Holy moly. Oh, wow. Goodness gracious. Oh, wow. Oh, my. Goodness gracious. Oh, wow. Here we go. The last thing we have is Metallica at $203. So, Brian, you had it for $200. El Terrible bid $203. We sold Solitude. Acid Bath $160. Metallica $204. The next bid was Charlie Marks getting the Judas Priest. We just need one person to buy Thetan, and we would have sold everything in that last crate. Charlie gets Judas Priest. Acid Bath $170. Edison has requested Bathory. Steve Weaver got that last record, Thetan. A Laura crate sellout. A Laura crate sellout thanks to Steve Weaver. Thetan. You probably haven't heard of it. Sounds like a local band. Probably a limited edition pressing they bid. Probably gave them or sold them away. Probably gave them away or sold them at shows. I held on to that one a little longer, making sure everybody's awake. Thank you, Steve Weaver. Acid Bath, $180. Dustin, it's already sold. Now, the next thing we have is JP and OG sealed. Next thing we have is Metallica $205 and Acid Bath at $190. So I think we're done on Dismembered then, right? The last bit on that. Now, the last bit over here on Dismember. A few people's been asking about Kiss. Make sure you go check our hop stickers. Carrie Bailey, we advertise all the auctions we're going to be selling tonight. They're posted on our Facebook page. They're posted on Instagram. Everything else tonight's a surprise. So I've been having to skip over. I've probably skipped over 100 people tonight that's asked, do you have this or do you have that? Am I ignoring you? Yes. If I would stop and answer every one of those questions, we wouldn't be nowhere near done. We would be like 3 or 4 crates back. James had this for $120. And Steve Weaver went out, and that's the winning bid. This is sold to James Bragg for $120. This is sold to James Bragg for $120. Okay, so I have been skipping over a lot of people tonight saying, do you have this? Do you have that? Do you have this? Do you have that? Do you have this? And the reason I can't answer it is because there's 2 reasons. One, if I did, I can't sell it to you unless you're watching right now whenever I do have it for sale. The second thing is I really can't answer all those questions because if I did, we would just have to stop the show. And then if I said, yes, I do have a Kiss record, we'd have to go find it. Then I would show it. And then that person would say pass. And instead of selling about 1,000 records tonight, we would sell about 7. That's the way we do things. Whatever's up for auction and whatever's in the bin. Now, whatever's going up for auction, 80, maybe 90% of them are advertised. People know they're going to be auctioned, and we do it every single night here. Everything else is a total surprise. If I told everybody that, yeah, just let me know what you're looking for, and I'll walk around the store in circles looking for it, we would never sell a thing. Okay? Now, if we get a bunch of Kiss records, we usually sell them here all at once. We've bought some insane Kiss collections over the last 5 and 6 years. Everything sells when we put it up for auction. Here we go. Metallica is at $221 with Brian Call. We got 2 live auctions right now. This is Thursday Metal Night. Welcome, everybody. Acid Bath is at $240. Acid Bath is at $240. Metallica's at $221, now $230. This crate looked pretty crazy. Let's get started. Merciful Fate, dead again. Merciful Fate is a 2016 blue vinyl. Merciful Fate is $32.99. I do have Kiss 45s. I got a stack of them over here. I don't know what's happened to Cheryl, though. She's fell off. I don't know if she's even paid for her last order. Nightwish, Yesterwind. Nightwish is on white vinyl, $39.99. Merciful Fate, Nightwish. And this is Nitro OFR. Nitro is silver and red Starbust, $22.99. Next is Metallica. The new high bid on Metallica is El Terrible at $233. Acid Bath at $260. Acid Bath Details is a 2022 on green and yellow and clear and black smoke. A 2022 on green and yellow and clear and black smoke. Mystery colored vinyl when it was sealed. The high bid on it right now is $260. Metallica is a final call to El Terrible Torio for $233. Next thing we have is Stephen Lewis Jr. on Nitro or Nightwish. Stephen, you put NI. That could be for Nightwish or Nitro. Angela next on Nitro possibly, then Ed and Riviera. And Acid Bath is at $280. We have Sadus, Swallowed in Black. Sadus is on red vinyl, $32.99. Acid Bath is still getting bids. Matt Marco has it for $280. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's Nuclear Assault. Oh my goodness. This is a 1988 UK original with the original on her sleeve. Let the bidding begin. Oh wow. Nuclear Assault Survive. OGVG, $35 start. OGVG, $35 start. Next over here is his NI was for Nitro. So Nightwish, Merciful Fate still available. Angela second on Nitro. Ed Riviera third on Nitro. Acid Bath $280. Thrasher first on Sadus. Thrasher, you get Sadus. Jim Berg second on Sadus. Acid Bath $300. And we have Amorphous. Amorphous is sealed for $34.99. And this is Skyforger. Skyforcer. Nuclear Assault $35. Nuclear Assault $40. Metallica has a new bid, $239. We're not done. El Terrible, you've been bid. There was one other person still bidding, and he's back in at $239. Ken Crooker on Amorphous. Amorphous, there it is. Nuclear Assault $40. We have Judas Priest Killing Machine, sealed for $26.99. Massacre From Beyond. Massacre is a 2014 limited edition gatefold with a bonus EP, $49.99. Nuclear Assault $45. Nuclear Assault $45. Nuclear Assault $42. Nuclear Assault $50. Wow. Nuclear Assault $55. Metallica $244. Metallica $244. JD, John Darden over on X. He gets Judas Priest, Kiss Gardner second. Kenny Stanley on Massacre. Nuclear Assault $60. Where are we on the Acid Bath? Matt Marco's out. James Bragg, final call to you for $300. Final call, $300. Acid Bath, James Bragg, all done. Promise, Frizzle Fry. Promise is a sealed remaster. No, it is open. Promise is opened in shrink black vinyl, $24.99. Death Angel, Frolic Through the Park. Unopened, a music on vinyl pressing for $36.99. Death Angel. And Defiance, a music on vinyl numbered on red and black marbled, $34.99. $34.99. Nuclear Assault, $62. Jerry Ferguson on Primus. Sold. Nuclear Assault, $65. Acid Bath sold to James Bragg for $300. Nuclear Assault's at $65. Metallica. Metallica, Ride the Lightning. Creeping Death. El Terrible has it for $244. Chad, you're out. I was selling these new and sealed for $325. We've sold 3 this week. I can't get any more, or I don't have any more, but if you want on a waiting list, let me know, especially at the conclusion of this auction. Next thing we have, don't forget, For Whom the Bell Tolls. Creeping Death. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Richard Davis on Defiance. Kristen, you were third on Promise. Garrett was second. Alonzo, second on Defiance. Unless that was for Death Angel. All he put was D. Danny, you get Death Angel unless that's what Alonzo's was for. Kenneth next on Defiance. Nuclear Assault, 71. Nuclear Assault, 72. Next is Tribulation, the horror. Tribulation's a 2016 orange vinyl, $29.99. Nuclear Assault, $72. Metallica is at $250 with Chad Sauls. Still getting bids. Still getting bids. Don't forget, we've got 3,000 metal CDs to do tonight. I'm just joking. I don't know if I'll get to those or not. No promises. Wow! Exodus. Fabulous Disasters. Exodus is $49.99. Alonzo's D was for Death Angel. Death Angel is sold to Alonzo. Danny was second. Kenneth Russell next on Defiance. Nuclear Assault 71. Nuclear Assault 72. Nuclear Assault 75. Metallica 250. Nuclear Assault 82. Metallica 254. We have Nuclear Assault at 76. Justin Deckelman on E for Exodus. Stephen Lewis Jr. next on Exodus. Chris Ridling's next on Excellence on Exodus. And Nuclear Assault's at $85. They're still bidding on Metallica, $254. Wow, we're going to have to put up another auction. Next auction. I've had a lot of requests for this. Holy moly. I've had VG Plus copies of this. I have sold a VG Plus copy of this out of a bin. John, one night about 2 years ago, randomly priced one of these in a crate for like $274.99. And I remember when I showed it, everybody was like, what the crap is going on? We had a random OG Bathory one night in just a John crate. This is a 1987 USOG with the original inner sleeve, EX condition. It's nice, EX. VG Plus copies have sold for as much as $300. This is a tough record to get. It has the insert, and this is Bathory, and it's going to go up for a $125 start. $125 start on that. Nuclear Assault, 85. Nuclear Assault, 92. Nuclear Assault, 85. Nuclear Assault, 100. And now, where are we on the Metallica box? El Terrible Torio has it for $254. Chad Sauls, it goes back to you. Next thing we have is Armored Saint, Raising Fear. Armored Saint is sealed on red vinyl for $26.99. We have a whole nother crate just like this of straight price metal after this one. Holy moly. Chad's out of Metallica. Final call to El Terrible Torio. Clock is on. $254. Bathory is $125 start. Overkill. Under the Influence. Overkill is on yellow marble vinyl sealed. Overkill $34.99. Armored Saint. This is sold to Justin Deckelman. We have Nocturnal Rites, Afterlife. Nocturnal Rites is a 2021, $26.99. And we have King Diamond, Voodoo, a 45 RPM remastered 2LP, $54.99. Ivan R on Overkill. Nuclear Assault, $115. Bathory is a $125 start. Bathory is a $125 start. A nice copy. EX with insert. No bid. Going once, going twice. Metallica is sold. See you later. Creeping Death. And this is sold to El Terrible Torio. El Terrible Torio gets this for the winning bid of $254. Slaves. Da, 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 da. I wish I could sing like James Hetfield. I would sing to y'all every night. Oh, right. That's probably turned into be one of my favorite songs on Ride the Lightning is Creeping Death. They opened with it down in Nashville. Oh my gosh. You know, they come out, it gets real quiet. Clint Eastwood song goes off. Ennio Morricone. Ecstasy of Gold goes off. Ecstasy of Gold goes off. And then da-da-da-da. It's just like, I wish I could just like replay that and go and visit that moment over and over again. Because I had 3 people with me that had never seen Metallica before, and just looking at their face after they hit those first couple notes and just how loud and like clear it was. It's amazing. If you can go see Metallica on this tour, it's just incredible. Absolutely incredible. Okay, so the last thing we had was Bathory was $125 start. Nuclear Assault 111. And then we sold Overkill. We sold Nocturnal Rites to Ken Crooker. And then Nuclear Assault 122. Bathory does have a bid for 125. Nuclear Assault 125, 133. Luke was next on Nocturnal. And then Jim Cooper, Overkill was a buy it now. Nuclear Assault's at 143. Nuclear Assault is 147. And we have Motley Crue, Girls. A blue vinyl pressing, limited to 1,500 copies. And this is $39.99. $39.99. And Ex-Hoarder. Ex-Hoarder's a music on vinyl, numbered silver vinyl, $32.99. Metallica just sold a moment ago the Ride the Lightning box. It sold till terrible for $254.99. $254. Those are the same ones I was selling new for last night. Yes, Todd. You bought one of those new last night, and we sold 2 other ones a moment ago. Brand new and sealed. Of course, that one was pre-owned. Now, we have Bathory at 130. Nuclear Assault's at 147. Nuclear Assault's at 147. Bathory's at 130. Amanda Darby first on Motley Crue. Back to the fast-paced action. Amanda on Motley Crue. Angela second. Chad Sauls third. Jerry Ferguson, Onyx Hoarder. And Randy Klein next Onyx Hoarder. And over here, we have Dark Angel. Time Does Not Heal. $36.99. MT or Matt Marco, you were next on Crew. Let's put up another auction. Holy moly. If y'all need something to be put up, let me know. Wow, Nasty Savage. A 1985 USOG. It is on the second Green Combat label. VG, nearly a VG Plus. A $35 start. Next is Bathory. The last bid on Bathory was BJ at 130. Ivan R., let me know if you want back in. I see an out on Nuclear Assault from Tom Sullivan. The last bid on Nuclear Assault was MT Matt at 147. MT Matt at 147. Next is Ram, Lightbringer 2. Ram is a 2009 on white vinyl, $34.99. Nasty Savage has a bid for 35. Another bid for 35. And then we have Bathory, Celtic Frost, DRI. Those are right. Those are all on bid. Bathory is an OG pressing, a 1987. No, I've lost. Which sticky note is this? Yeah, 1987 USOG. It is Nice EX. 1987 OG Bathory. Under the sign of the black mark. We've been selling dozens of reissues of this for this reason. OGs are rare and pricey. There's the insert, Bathory. And I'm telling you, we sold one of these straight out of a John crate one night just to buy it now because some copies, I'm looking at stats right here, Laura's giving me, some VG Plus copies and Shrink have sold for $300 on Discogs. $300 on Discogs. Now, over here, we have Nuclear Assault. And the last bid on Nuclear Assault, one more time, was 147 with MT Matt. And then, Can You Get More Fabulous Disaster? I'm not for sure what that is, but we'll look into it. And then over here, we have Nasty Savage at 40. Also, we have Satyricon. This is Satyricon, and this is a 2021 Orange Vinyl Remaster, $44.99. Satyricon, $44.99. And Benediction, Subconscious Terror. Benediction's on orange and yellow swirl, $34.99. Bathory, 135. Bathory, 135. Nuclear Assault has a new bid for 150. And Nasty Savage, the most recent bid is Brian Thurman at 40. Dean Tefford, you titled. All three auctions are still getting bids. Benediction sold to Sean Fairweather. Next is Witchcross, Fit for Fight. Witchcross is a 2019 blue vinyl, $26.99. And Exorcist, Nightmare Theater. Exorcist is a 2018 purple vinyl, $29.99. Another bid for $40 on Nasty Savage. And over here, we have Iron Maiden, Live After Death, sealed for $44.99. That's a new sealed copy for $44.99. Wow, I'm starting to get dizzy. I need some blue juice. My knees are weak. My palms are still sweaty. And I wish I had spaghetti up front, but I don't. Last night, I ate an entire vegetable tray after the sale. Last night, I ate an entire vegetable tray. I'm talking about I ate all the baby carrots. I ate both things of broccoli. I ate the celery and the pea pods. I ate everything. I ate an entire vegetable tray for supper. I don't know if that was a good decision or bad. It felt pretty good. I was pretty full after I was done. Next thing is Jerry Ferguson on Satyricon. There's your nightly chat update for his personal life. Jerry Ferguson on Satyricon. Now, Nasty Savage, another $40 bid. Nasty Savage, $45. Bathory, $140. Nasty, $41. Nasty is at $155. Nick Galetti on Iron Maiden, Nasty, $50. Nasty, $55. Nasty, $55. Bathory, $150. Peapods. Yeah, that's what Kramer, he wanted. George didn't get any, or George didn't want them. Creator, Extreme Aggression. EX, $44.99. EX, $44.99. And Volbeat, Hocus Bonus. EX, $27.99. There should be another vegetable tray in the fridge back here. I'm going to eat that other one. I think they've already tore into it, though. Hopefully, there's another one. And we have Atheist. And this is a 2015 EX, $36.99. Wow. There's a lot of bidding still on all these auctions, and we still got a lot. I told everybody, 5 hours ago when I started this stream, I said 5 hours from now, we will still be auctioning crazy metal stuff. I wouldn't go anywhere. Please don't go anywhere. I highly recommend you don't go in anywhere, because look, I still got a couple surprise auctions. Now they're not surprises anymore. Quiet Riot and Trick or Treat. Holy moly, what did I just show? Goodness gracious. Now, we got to really update Nuclear Assault. Nuclear Assault was an OG, and the last bid on Nuclear Assault, the hammer's up. MT Matt has it for $155. $155. $155 MT Matt. $155 MT Matt. Nasty Savage is a second combat label. It's in VG condition. Second combat label. Sunday Morning Session has it for $60. $60. Bathory. The last bid on Bathory that came in. BJ went out. Ivan R has this for $150. I still think it's at a great price. Ivan R has it for $150. The next comment is MT Matt on K for Creator. Sold to MT Matt. Steve Weaver second. Brian Call, you were first on Volbeat. Then Michael Salazar. Nasty out. Next, Nuclear Assault 156. One more time, and then here comes new stuff. Merciful Fate, Dead Again. 2016 blue vinyl, $32.99. Nightwish, $39.99. Yesterwind. That's on white vinyl, $39.99. This is Tribulation, the horror. Tribulation, the horror, 2016. And this is on orange vinyl, $29.99. Nasty Savage and Nuclear Assault still getting bids. That means the clock is on. Bathory, last bid, final call, Ivan R, $150. We're about to sell it. Nasty Savage and Nuclear Assault still getting bids. King Diamond Voodoo, a 45 RPM remaster. King Diamond, $34.99. Dark Angel, Time Does Not Heal, a 2020 pressing on yellow and red vinyl, $36.99. Ram, 2009 white vinyl, $34.99. Witch Cross, Fit for Fight, 2019 white vinyl, $26.99. Exorcist, Nightmare Theater, 2018 purple vinyl, $29.99. And Atheist. Atheist is a 2015 EX condition, $36.99. Kenny, your feed is pretty far behind. Iron Maiden is long gone. That sold about 10 minutes ago, and there was 2 or 3 people after that. Just saying. Okay? Now, we have, am I on a waiting list for creator? There was no creators. These are all pre-owned records. Nothing in these crates have any waiting list or anything like that. Let's go ahead and grab this next crate over here that Laura has marked. And holy moly, it's a bunch of more great stuff. The 3rd Laura crate of the night. Look at all this stuff. Holy moly. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Whoa. Oh, goodness. Holy smokes. Bathory is sold. Ivan R. This is done. Thank you, Ivan R. That sold you for $150. Now, I'm a little confused on Nuclear Assault. I'm waiting for Shannon Price. I've lost you, Shannon. MT Matt bid immediately after you at 158. MT Matt still has it for 158. Then over here was Nasty Savage. The last bid, Sunday's out. Jim Berg has it for 70. I haven't heard back from Dean Tefford either. There's that. There's the Laura Crate Hop sticker. Wow. Whoa. Anybody else want to go put on Creeping Death? I just called for one. You said I'm second. There's no waiting list on any of these. These are all pre-owned one-of-ones. These are all pre-owned one-of-ones. No waiting list on anything in here. No. Snoopy is wearing his battle vest. Nice. I have a whole pile of metal t-shirts over. I have battle vest right over here. Nuclear Assault still getting bids. Nasty Savage is on the clock. Nuclear Assault, new bid. Next auction, DRI. Holy moly. Somebody said it's a drinking game every time I say holy moly. Holy moly, holy moly, holy moly. It's DRI. It's Dirty Rotten Imbeciles. Dirty Rotten Imbeciles is a 1988 U.S. reissue. This collects the releases Dirty Rotten LP and Violent Pacification in one LP. 1988 EX edition. Let the bidding begin. DRI is a $35 start. DRI is a $35 start. DRI is a $35 start. DRI is an EX edition, a $35 start. Nasty Savage is sold. Nasty Savage is sold. Nasty Savage is sold. And that is sold to Jim Berg for $70. Nuclear Assault, Survive. Nuclear Assault, Survive. Shannon Price is out. Now the clock's on. 162, MT Matt. DRI already has a few dozen bids. We have a Laura Crate. Pretty self-explanatory how this works. Here's how the Laura Crate works. The first person who grabs a record in here gets the Laura Crate Hop sticker. It's that easy. It's that easy. All right. I was looking over here on our box set. Okay, I got a quick buy it now for you. This is $34.99. It's a quick buy it now. It's $34.99. Volbeat, Outlaw Gentlemen and Shady Ladies. Some sort of box set. CD box, maybe? Book, box. Looks like a CD and book. Volbeat, $34.99. Very nice. Sold to Jerry Ferguson. All right, moving right along. This is self-explanatory, but let me explain it to you. King Diamond, Masquerade of Madness, bone-colored vinyl with mask, $19.99. I don't know. Sealed 39. It's Cavalera, isn't it? Yeah, something like that. Bestel Devastation, $39.99. Ministry, the Land of Rape and Honey, $37.99 on Ministry. And Savatage, Poets and Madmen, sealed, great price at $39.99. Here's where we're at. Nuclear Assault is sold to MT Map for $162. Sold for $162. Dirty Rotten Imbeciles. The last bid on DRI that came in was the following. 35, 40, 40, 36. The high bid on this is JD, John Durden, for $40. Final call. Sean Drew and you tied him. Next thing we have is Jerry Ferguson. No, that was for this. Volbeat. Jerry Ferguson got Volbeat. Chris, you were second. Then Jerry was first on King Diamond. Wow. That's like his third lower crate sticker of the night. He is quick, and he usually buys the first record in every crate. Sold to Jerry Ferguson. Ivan R. was second. Troy Shark, third. Patrick, fourth. Jerry Ferguson, first on Ministry. Wow. Kenny Stanley, first on Cav. This one here. Thomas, next on Ministry. Chris, first on Savatage. Jeffrey, next on King Diamond. Richard, next on Savatage. Brian, next on Savatage. Charlie, next on Ministry. Susie, next on Savatage. DRI has a new bid for $41. We're not done. Our next auction is Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. Oh, my. Boy, I keep forgetting about this, and it has the sticker. This is incredible. This is the original OG US Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction. This is the original cover that was later censored or actually replaced with the one we know today with the cross. It was called the Robot Rape cover. It was later basically redone. The numbers on Discogs say they think there's around 30,000 that got into existence. This is OG, obviously, Guns N' Roses. The vinyl is VG. It has the original inner sleeve, and it has the sticker. Starting bid, $225. Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction, $225 start. OG, uncensored cover. It's now up for bid. Judas Priest Turbo, $22.99. Shrink, Hype, a new 30th anniversary. Def Leppard, High and Dry, a 2020 pressing, $22.99. DRI's at $46. This record sealed has sold for over $1,000. Just in case you didn't realize that. Wasp, this is the limited edition red vinyl, red marble vinyl, sealed for $39.99. Guns N' Roses has a bid for $225. $225. Amanda Davis, first on Def Leppard. We still got Judas Priest and Wasp in the bin. Next is Pantera, Far Beyond Driven, $24.99. Pantera. Blind Guardian, The God Machine, marbled vinyl, power symphonic metal, $22.99. $22.99. Where are we on DRI? John Durden has it for $46. Chris Bryant, you're outbid. Kenny Marshall on Judas Priest. Kenny, I'm going to save you some time. If you're buying out of the crate, you do not have to put the price. The only thing you have to put is Turbo or Judas Priest. That's so to you. Now, Kenny, I need you to do me a favor right now, please. I need you to send me a message on Facebook. I need your email address and mailing address. I believe you're a first-time buyer. So welcome, Kenny. Make sure you message us right now if you don't mind. I need your email address and mailing address, and I need you to send that to Collectco, okay? I need you to send that to Collectco, Kenny Marshall. If you don't mind doing that, please do that. I would greatly appreciate it. Greatly appreciate it. I need your email address and mailing address. DRI has a new bid for $47. Ken Crooker got Blind Guardian. Ed Riviera second. Brian Thurman third. GNR is at $230. New bid on Guns N' Roses for $230. Cro-Mags, The Age of Coral. That's on red looking colored vinyl, $29.99. So GNR still getting bids. DRI getting bids and GNR getting bids. Let's go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction right now, without further ado, is going up right now, and it's Dawkin. And Dawkin is Dream Warriors theme from Nightmare on Elm Street 3. This is the super desirable from Nightmare on Elm Street. This is up for bid. The OG single, a $25 start, Dream Warriors, now up for bid. Dawkin, essentially like an EP, now up for bid. Over here, we have Guns N' Roses at $230. DRI 49. Chris Johnson on Pantera. Thank you. Chris Johnson, have you bought from us before? Guns N' Roses, $250. Cro-Mag sold to Jerry Ferguson. And now we have We Are Motorhead. This is on green vinyl. Motorhead is $29.99. Motorhead, $29.99. Jorge Camacho, you were second on Cro-Mags. Dawkin, 25. Dawkin, 25. Dawkin, 28. Dawkin, 30. Dawkin, 45. That has took off like a rocket ship. Guns N' Roses, $240. There's already a bid for $250. Saxon. Saxon is $32.99. DRI's at $50. Chris Bryant, there's already a bid on DRI for $50. John Durden bid $50, and then you bid $49. The high bid on DRI is already at $50. Now Dawkins at $45. Now Guns N' Roses at $250. Now Shannon Price gets Motorhead. Richard Bradshaw next on Motorhead. Gregory next on Motorhead. Richard Bradshaw got Saxon. Guns N' Roses is at $255. Now Dawkins is at $50. All three auctions are still getting bids. I think it's really up to Chris Bryant on the DRI. Just saying. And he's back in at 53. He's back in at 53. Now, let me jump over here and swap out crates because we have just filled up, I think tonight, 4, 5, or 6 full crate tonight, which is incredible. I don't feel like I even went through like new vinyl tonight. We had 2, 3 crates. I mean, I did go through it, but we were so busy at the beginning of the show and had connection issues. It was pretty wild. So later tonight, we'll definitely try to hit all the new vinyl again, and I'll definitely go through all the metal that hadn't sold tonight. So pretty incredible. Here we go. Kenny, I need you to send that to a Facebook message. Can you send that to a Facebook message? I cannot pull that out of here after the sale. Make sure you send that in a Facebook message. Now, I really wish we could delete that because now everybody can see your information. So please make sure you send that to a Facebook message, okay? Make sure you send that to a Facebook message. Next thing we have over here is Guns N' Roses, $255. Now we got Dawkin at $50. We sold Saxon. DRI's at $53. DRI's at $55. Next thing is Ex-Hoarder, $50. I don't know where that's coming from. Dawkin, $25. You are very far behind. Test. Hope I didn't miss any sparks. We have Ghost. This is $32.99. This is Ghost Meliora. $32.99. Ghost Meliora. We have the Ramones Pleasant Dream. The Ramones Pleasant Dream is sealed for $29.99. We have Overkill. Feel the Fire. Overkill's a 2021. That is $27.99 on Overkill. And Nocturnal Rites, the 8th Sin. Nocturnal Rites, $22.99. Limited to 500 copies. $22.99 on that. Over here is Shannon Price on the Ramones. Shannon Price gets the Ramones. Thank you. Natasha Pickett on Ghost. Thank you. Sold to Natasha Pickett. Ken Crooker, first on Nocturnal. Sold. Richard Bradshaw, first on Overkill. Sold. Now, quick update on all 3 auctions. Over here on the left is DRI and Dirty Rotten Imbeciles. The last bid that came in on that was $55 with John Durden. Have not heard back from Chris Bryant. He says he's out. $55 on DRI. Final call to John Durden. Chris says he's done. Just came in. In the middle is a Grail. It's the OG first press of Guns N' Roses, Appetite for Destruction, uncensored with the sticker. It is the real deal. It's official. It is OG. It's VG. It has the original on her sleeve. It has the sticker. And the most recent high bid is now a final call. Charlie Marks has it for $255. $255. Guns N' Roses, Appetite, uncensored, OG, VG, final call. Over here on the left is Dawkin, Dream Warrior, theme from Nightmare on Elm Street 3. There is 3 $50 bids that are tied. Three $50 bids that are tied. The first person who bid 50 was Wade Lucas almost 5 minutes ago. And then since then, somebody else has bid 50 and somebody else just bid 50. Daniel did. Wade has had it for $50 for quite some time. DRI's on the clock. Now Dawkins at 55. Now Guns N' Roses at 260. Now Guns N' Roses at a 260 again. Living Color Stain. Living Color is a music on vinyl press for $24.99. Living Color, $24.99. Hanoi Rocks, Oriental Beat. Hanoi Rocks is sealed for $29.99. Oriental Beat. Fastway, music on vinyl press, red vinyl, numbered, $27.99 on Fastway. We have Christian Death, Halloween, 1981. Christian Death, orange vinyl, goth, sealed, $34.99. And we have Sleep. This is Sleep's Holy Mountain. Sleep is 2015, $29.99. Guns N' Roses, 260. Dawkins at 55. Guns N' Roses at 260. Dawkins at 60. Dawkins at 55. Dawkins at 65. Over here, Chad. My wife is yelling at me because of Chad's repetition. We have Mike Straws on LC. LC was for Living Color. So did Mike Straws. Wade's out on Dream Warriors. Brian bid 61. Gregory on H for Hanoi Rocks. So did Gregory. Solarplex Studios on LVL. That's Living Color. You're second. Chris Johnson on Hanoi Rocks. You were second. Solarplex on LC for Living Color. You were second. Gregory on F for Fastway. So did Gregory. Dawkins 65. Guns N' Roses 275. And that means DRI. That means DRI over here. DRI. The final bid on DRI. DRI was John Darren at $55. That is sold. You have to tell your wife, Sean, a good broadcaster never leaves dead air. I have to constantly be talking and saying something, even if it's repeating over and over and over the same thing, because I can't think of anything else to say. If this show had a lot of dead air, I don't think it would be half as successful. But I do apologize to Sean Fairweather's wife. Please forgive me. Please allow him to keep buying records. Next thing we have is Guns N' Roses, 280. Dawkins 65, Dawkins 66. About the only time dead air is permissible is in like maybe TV sports broadcast. If not, then you just never know. I hope everybody's ready. More auctions are on deck. Next is Guns N' Roses, 280. Dawkins at 66. Wow, nobody on Sleep. Wow, nobody on Christian Death. Wow, nobody on Wasp. We have White Line, Fight to Survive. Wow, that's some colored nice vinyl. $24.99 on White Line. Also, what's scary looking? Mortuary Drape, All the Witches Dance. Looks like a dead corpse. It is $29.99. Of course, it's black metal. $29.99 for Mortuary Drape. We have Amorphous Halo. Amorphous is $22.99. White vinyl, $22.99. And Dangerous Toys Pissed. Red vinyl, sealed, Dangerous Toys, $34.99. Guns N' Dawkins, 66. Guns N' Roses, 262. Guns N' Roses, 280. Dawkins, 70. Richard Bradshaw on White Line, sold. Stuck, 73. Next, Ken Crooker on Amorphous. Amorphous, so did Ken Crooker. What is the Dawkins? Dawkins is Dream Warrior. That is Dream Warrior's theme from Nightmare on Elm Street 3. It is OG, Near Mint Minus, nice. The last bit on Dawkins. That is Dream Warrior's theme from Nightmare on Elm Street 3. I'll give you a nice aerial view of it. You ready? There it is. And right now, Chad's going to drink some purple juice. Whew. What a relief that was. La 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 la. I feel like I'm going to not have a voice tomorrow after all this. I'm going to end up I have been yelling. By the end of the show, I've been yelling for 8 hours straight. Next thing we have is Susie Breedlove on White Line. Already sold. Edison Toledo on MD. Mortuary Drape, sold. Jeremiah Stachet, second. Clay Moore on Dangerous Toys. GNR 300. Wasp is $39.99. Self-titled red. I think we still got those in stock. Chad next on Dangerous Toys. It is Guns N' Roses over here. That's at 300. Dream Warriors. This is Dawkins. Dream Warriors is Nightmare on Elm Street 3. Okay? Nightmare on Elm Street 3. What have I done? They both have check marks. Okay. Dokken is, it's an EP. There's 3 tracks on this. Dream Warriors, Back for the Attack, and Paris is Burning. This is Dokken, Dream Warriors, theme from Nightmare on Elm Street 3. This right here is one of the biggest reasons this is super collectible. This is a big crossover. You got metal and you got a horror movie theme. That worlds collide. George Costanza, worlds are colliding. You have a horror soundtrack theme and a very highly collectible metal band with Dokken. Worlds collide with this one. I'm pretty sure it would be valuable with no music on it, just the cover and a blank disc, just because of what it's on there. Nightmare. That is worlds colliding. If you make a purchase, we invoice once a week on Mondays. We invoice once a week on Mondays. We have an open box for $8 shipping. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. $8 in limited shipping. Some people tonight will buy 1 record and that's all they'll buy. We'll ship it for $8. Some people this week will buy 130 records. We're going to ship them all to them for $8. Over here is an absolute grail. Guns N' Roses, OG. The clock is on. Charlie Marks has it for $300. I've got to sell it soon. A new bid just come in for $310. Dokken is now at $71. We're not done with Dokken. Now it's at $71. Charlie, you've been outbid on Guns N' Roses. Testament, Souls of Black. Testament is $27.99. We have Calvera, Schizophrenia. Calvera is sealed on blue vinyl for $24.99. Ministry, A Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste. Ministry is a music on vinyl pressing for $27.99. And Kiss, Alive, 2014 remaster. Kiss is sealed for $34.99. Kiss is sealed for $34.99. Curtis Marachi gets Ram, sold to Curtis Marachi. Ram is sold to Curtis. Next comment is Dokken, $71. Next is Jerry Ferguson on Calvera, however that's pronounced. Kenny Stanley second. Jerry Ferguson on Ministry. Hiram next on Cavalera. Guns N' Roses, $325. Dokken, $75. Ministry, Dean Tefford on Kiss. And Test. Test was not a test comment. That was Steve Weaver getting Testament earlier. That just clicked. He wanted Test. I hear Test and I think Test comment. Our next auction is Rat. Oh, wow. This is the 1984 US on Time Coast. Rat. EX condition. Let the bidding begin. A $25 start. Now, Rat has still never been reissued. Not individually and not part of that box set. This is still never been reissued. Rat is going to go up for a $25 start. Now we got 3 auctions. Now Guns N' Roses at $330, and now Dokken's at $75. Now Dokken's at $75. Brian Reynolds, I think it's mostly up to you. Next is Sepultura, Beneath the Remains. Sepultura is sealed, $34.99. Now Rat's at $35. Jane's Addiction, nothing shocking. Jane's Addiction is $29.99. Chad, I need to put back Hanoi Rocks. I will do that as long as we can find out who was second. Who wants Hanoi Rocks or who was second? I know there was a lot of other people want it. Hanoi Rocks is $29.99. Gregory needs to put that back. That's only a $10 billion restocking fee and a service fee and a handling fee. Rat is 35, Rat 36, Rat 45, Rat 50, Rat 36, Rat 36, Rat 35, Rat 45, Rat 40, Rat 51, Rat 50, Rat 40, Rat 50, Rat 51, Rat 40, Rat 51, Rat 40, Rat 51. Jerry Ferguson on Sepultura. Sepultura sold to Jerry Ferguson. What rat is that? Bradley Smith, second on Sepultura. Jeremiah Stasich next on Sepultura. Jerry Ferguson on Jane's Addiction. Rat 25. We're way off. Kiss, Extreme Mid-South, you are very far behind. Amanda Darby next on Jane's Addiction. Rat 42, Rat 50, Rat 50, Rat 42. Rat is at 50, docking out. Melissa Bailey gets Hanoi Rocks. Kyle Hansen second. Guns N' Roses 340. Guns N' Roses 340. Rat out. Rat 75. Rat 55. Rat plus 5. Rat 60. Rat 56. Rat 55. Rat 75. Dawkin. The last bid on Dawkin that came in, now that he's out, Dawkin is sold. No more bids. Daniel Booziden, $75. Daniel Booziden, $75. Here it is. Will the 69 Oz box be a buy it now? How about I go ahead and put it up for auction right now? Next, Rat 76, Rat 60, Rat 65, Rat 80. Guns N' Roses, $345. The first person on Sepultura was Bradley, Jerry Ferguson got Sepultura, then Bradley, then Shannon Price, then Jeremiah Stasich. That was the order on Sepultura. Shannon, you were actually third on Sepultura. There's been a few dozen requests for this 69 Oz box set. So let's put it up for bid. This is the 69 Oz Goth and Roll CD box set. We're going to put this up for a $40 start. The 69 Eyes Goth and Roll, that's going to go up for a $40 start. Guns N' Roses is at $345. Rat 80, Rat 83, Rat 81. Next is Def Leppard On Through the Night. Def Leppard's on blue vinyl for $27.99. We also have Wasp, The Last Command, orange vinyl, $34.99. Limited edition, sealed. Also, we have this. It's $14.99, and it is Perverted Ceremony and Witchcraft. A split LP, rotten black metal, $14.99. Now, we have Rat is at 90. 69 is at 40. Solarplex Studios on Def Leppard, sold. Guns N' Roses, Charlie's Out, Corey Ross, Final Call to You, $345. Solarplex also on Wasp. Chad Sauls put W. I'm assuming that's for Wasp. If it's for the Witchcraft, you got it. This is Perverted Ceremony and Witchcraft. The Day of the Wrath, this is Bulldozer. Bulldozer is Speed Black thrash metal, $22.99. Speed Black. And then 69 Eyes has a bid for $40 with Cody. Going once, going twice. The 69 Eyes. Now, I did sticker it. I did have it priced. I got it right here. And I've reduced it for a starting bid. Just saying. Now, Rat's at 91. Now 69 Eyes is at $69. The next comment, Chad did want Wasp. Jeremiah Stasich on Bulldozer. Sean Fairweather on the Black Metal Split. Now, Guns N' Roses, a final call. We're about to sell it. The hammer's up. It's about to be gone. I'm getting the gavel in position. A grail. Rats at $91 with Solarplex Studios. This album is not in print, and it's not even part of the new Rat box set. This is the 1984 U.S. specialty. This is not the first label. This is the second label for this. EX condition. There's a new bid for $100. Jackie Long has it for $100. I had one of these autographed before. We had one of these autographed by the entire band. When was that sold? A few months ago? It seems like. Cody, Shannon has this for $69. Rats at $110. Guns N' Roses is sold to Corey Ross for $345. We still got about a dozen auctions over here to run between now and when this show's over. Chris Johnson says he thought he was second on Hanoi Rocks before it was put back. We would have to go back and double check that. Now, we can figure that out. I don't know when that was. Oh, man. This is what complicates these situations. Cody, I really can't say for sure. They'll have to go back and double check it. So let's go back. Whoever's watching the sale, maybe I can find it on here right quick. I can scroll through here pretty quick. Okay, Hanoi Rocks. I think it was right in here. It is. Gregory Roberts put H. He said he needed to put it back. And then Chris Johnson. Chris Johnson gets the Hanoi Rocks. And that was this one right here. That's why I have to charge Gregory a $30,000 putback fee. Let me find that, and we'll make sure your name goes on it. Chris Johnson on Hanoi Rocks. Chris Johnson on Hanoi Rocks. Cody's out. We're good to go. Back to the bin. No more delaying. This is sold to Shannon for $69. Rat is now at $110. Jackie, you're out. Final call. Next auction is going up right now, and this is Celtic Frost, Morbid Tales. Celtic Frost is a 1985 U.S. Rainbow Original with all inserts plus an extra insert from a previous owner. Wow, a lot of stuff in here. This is VG, nearly a VG Plus copy. Near mint copies have sold for $300. This has got a lot of cool stuff with it. This is going to go up for an $85 start. An $85 start. Here it is. This is Celtic Frost Morbid Tales. An 85 U.S. Rainbow Original with all inserts plus an extra insert from the previous owner. VG, nearly VG Plus. This is going to generate a lot of activity. Wow. It's got this like poster top insert. It's got like a logo insert. It's got this insert. It's got a merch insert. Holy moly. It's now up for bid. $85. Rat, I have not heard back from Jackie Long. Solar has it for $110. Final call. Next thing we have, Celtic Frost is already at $100. Next is Cro-Mags. Best wishes. Cro-Mags is sealed for $29.99. Also, Merciful Fate, Return of the Vampire, sealed for $29.99. Merciful Fate. This is Sabotage, The Wake of Magellan, with this incredible lenticular cover. Sabotage is sealed on orange vinyl, $39.99. Ghost, BC. Ghost is $27.99. And we have Ram, $27.99, Metal Blade Records. I never did hear back from anybody else on Rat. This is sold for $110 to $110 to Solarplex Studios. Unfortunately, I lost Jackie somewhere on that one. There it is. Let's move this over. Let's get another auction up and going. The next auction is Wasp. And Wasp is a 1986 Japanese original pressing, near mint minus and pristine, for a $55 start. Wasp, the Electric Circus, with insert and obi, a $55 start. A near mint minus and pristine Japanese pressing for a $55 start. Celtic Frost, $100. Next bid was Brian Thurman on Merciful Fate. Sold to Brian Thurman. Shannon Price was second. Chris Ridlings on Sabotage. Sold to Chris Ridlings. Nick, LA Guns is long gone. It is sold. It has left the building. Sabotage, Richard Bradshaw next. Next is Cro-Mags. Cro-Mags is sold to Chris Bryant. Celtic Frost, another $105. Scott Markheim next on Sabotage. Brian Thurman next on Sabotage. Todd Fisher next on Sabotage. Jerry Ferguson first on Ghost. Dean Tedford next on Sabotage. Stephen Lewis Jr. next on Sabotage. Natasha next on Ghost. Sean next on CD. And then Wasp is at 55. Danny next on MG. Wasp 55, Wasp 55, Wasp 55, and Danny next on MF. Wow, there's not much left in here. Not much left whatsoever. Scott says he's throwing a challenge flag on Sabotage. The very first person that remotely put anything Sabotage was Chris Ridlings. It was Brian Thurman put Merciful Fate. Shannon Price was second. Chris Ridlings got Sabotage. Richard Bradshaw was next on Sabotage. Scott Markheim, you were third on Sabotage. Brian Thurman was fourth on Sabotage. Todd Fisher was fifth on Sabotage. Dean Tefford was sixth on Sabotage. Stephen Lewis Jr. was seventh on Sabotage. I used to have those new in stock for $39. I remember when I had almost a whole crate full of those one time, and we were selling them for $39.99. Wasp is at $70. Celtic Frost is at $110. Sunday Morning Session has bid $110. That is the high bid. Christian Death is sold to Sean Fairweather. He put Wake for Sabotage. He did, and he was still third. He did, and he was still third. There was two other people ahead of him. Wasp and Celtic Frost is up for bid. The third auction that's going up right now is Grim Reaper. And Grim Reaper is a 1987 U.S. original with the original inner sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition, and it's going up for a $35 start. Rock you to hell, $35 start on Grim Reaper. Here's what's left in this bin. Sleep's Holy Mountain, $29.99. Sleep's Holy Mountain. Wasp, limited edition, red vinyl, their self-titled album, sealed for $39.99. Ram, Metal Blade Records, gatefold, this color vinyl, $27.99. Celtic Frost is at $113. Celtic Frost is at $113. Grim Reaper has two bids for $35. There's the balloons, folks. You know what time that means. What is the Wasp? Can somebody please tell me more about the Wasp? This is Wasp inside the Electric Circus. It's a Japanese pressing. It's near mint minus and pristine. And Brian Thurman's about to get it for $70. The clock is on. There's only 3 records left, or we can have an air horn, or we cannot have an air horn. Sleep is not on colored vinyl. No sirree. Oxygen. Oxygen. Purple juice. Folks, here's what time it is. This is timed out pretty dang good anyways. First of all, I want to say thank you to everybody who's tuned in tonight. Surely we've had 200 watchers or 200 likes on Facebook. Surely we've had 100 likes on YouTube at least. Off and on tonight, I'm very excited to see the analytics of tonight's video stats. We've had a lot of people watching. Yeah, Facebook's at 248, no wonder. Almost 7,000 views over on our Facebook video tonight. And then YouTube, have we surpassed 100 likes? 167, yeah. And we're closing in on 20,000 subscribers over there. So I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight. We still got a lot of people watching, and we still got a lot of great stuff to show again, and auction. Rebecca Howitt gets Sleep. How much was Ram? Todd Fisher, this is $27.99. Now, we have Pestilence. I don't think Pestilence was in tonight's hot picture. I've got Quiet Riot, Trick or Treat, Motley Crue, Flotsam and Jetsam, Destruction, Forbidden, Winger, Morid, Oz, and Korn. There was no Pestilence in tonight's hot picture. Okay, now, Wasp is still getting bids, Celtic Frost is still getting bids, and Grim Reaper is at $40 with Troy Shark. $40 on that. Ram is sold to Todd Fisher. We need one Wasp buyer to have an air horn. Who wants it? Celtic Frost is at $116. Wasp is at $75. Celtic Frost is at $140. And Grim Reaper is at $40. What is the next most requested auction? Scott gets Wasp self-titled. Thank you, Scott Markheim. Thank you on that. Appreciate it. We're ready for the next best thing. All righty. I held down on it long and I heard it all the way in the back on Laura's delay. I heard the delay all the way back on Laura's laptop. That's loud because I can't hear myself, but I heard that air horn back there, Laura. Wow. Okay. That was pretty wild. All right, so here's what I got to do at this point in the show. So there's a whole crate of leftover metal, a half a crate left. And Paul and Laura collectively marked 6 crates. What an amazing turnout. Now, what I want to do is I want to show the very first batches of new vinyl that came in tonight one more time while we continue to auction stuff off. And I'm going to start getting into some more miscellaneous stuff from this collection, okay? I'm about to start getting into more miscellaneous because the beginning of the show was a little hectic. One might even say chaotic. And I want to go back and revisit some stuff that was shown then. We didn't even do a discount bin or anything like that. And so I'm going to keep showing records. I'm going to keep showing records. And keep showing records. And keep showing records. Until we have everything auctioned, okay? The last thing we have is Wasp at $81. Celtic Frost $126. Grim Reaper $45 and Wasp $82. Wasp is at $82. Grim Reaper is at $45. And Celtic Frost is at $126. So here's the agenda for those that's tuned in late. An epic night. I'm going to keep showing vinyl. Some of it you may have already seen before. But while we do that, I'm about to start adding miscellaneous. And we got plenty more auctions still to run. First thing is 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral. Halo number 8, originally released in 1994. It's a double LP, 9 Inch Nails, the Definite Edition. The Definite Edition. $44.99, the Definite Edition. You may have missed those earlier tonight. We've been selling the heck out of some 9 Inch Nails. Now, earlier tonight, we had this in a pre-owned bin, opened, lightly used, for just a few dollars less. This one's brand new and sealed for just a few dollars more. Pantera, Far Beyond Driven. Becoming's on here. I'm Broken. $33.99. This is available. Strength Beyond Strength. Those are $33.99. And Cash. We've sold a bunch of these tonight. This is Volume 2 Unchained. $33.99. Celtic Frost, $131. Wasp is at $86. Are we done on Grim Reaper again? $45. Curtis Marachi, it's up to you. It's up to you. Now, let's add a new auction. And this is a CD of Dark Throne. Transylvanian Hunger. Dark Throne is going to go up for a $7 start. Dark Throne, a $7 start. First thing we have is Chad Sauls on Pantera. Scott Markheim on Johnny Cash. Shannon Price on a waiting list for Volume 2 Unchained. Grim Reaper's at $47. Troy Schrock, you've been outbid. Dark Throne has a bid for $7. Kenny Cates Jr. also wants a Pantera. The last bid that came in on Celtic Frost was Cody Gray at $131. Sunday morning sessions, it's up to you. The last bid on Wasp is a final call. Troy Schrock at $85. Brian Thurman's out. I've got 2 copies of Meatloaf, one of the biggest selling albums of all time. $29.99. Meatloaf, Bat Out of Hell. Dark Throne CDs at $10. Celtic Frost at $135. We have metal stuff galore still to sell. CDs, maybe even some cassettes. We've got LPs. Don't go anywhere. The show's not over. 9 Inch Nails, $39.99. Broken. 2 LP. Halo number 5, the definite version, $39.99. Celtic Frost, still getting bids, $135. Grim Reaper may be done. The last bid was Troy Shark at $48. That outbid Stephen Lewis Jr. That's still getting bids, but right now, Wasp is a final call. Troy Shark, $86. I've got 4 auctions up. I can't handle any more. My brain won't allow it. Bon Jovi's Greatest Hits, 2 LPs, 16 tracks. This is a pretty new version. $39.99. Living on a Prayer. You Give Love a Bad Name. It's My Life. Wanted Dead or Alive. Bad Medicine. $39.99. DT, Dark Throne, has bids for $12 and now $13. Mark Price on Broken for 9 Inch Nails. Dark Throne, $15. Dark Throne, $16. Disturbed, Indestructible. Disturbed is $33.99. Bon Jovi's Greatest Hits sold to Susie Breedlove. Thank you, Susie. Here's another 9 Inch Nails I haven't had in a while. This is the triple LP definite edition of The Fragile. Halo 14, $44.99. $44.99. Rick Peabody on 9 Inch Nails Broken. This is sold to Rick Peabody. Thank you. Now, Jerry Metal Guy Guerrera. This was the last copy. Now, what I can do, because I'm pretty sure you're a first-time buyer, I can put you on what we call a waiting list, and we'll have these in next week, and then we'll bill you for it the following week, if that's good for you. If that's good with you, okay? Now, Wasp is officially sold. Wasp is gone. WASP. Dang it. I just got booted out of Restream. That's bad timing. Let me log back in here right quick. That was really bad timing. Maybe some of my comments are still up here. Okay, yeah. Okay, so Wasp is sold. Wasp is sold. And this is sold. Wasp to Troy Shark for $86. Celtic Frost is still getting bids. It's at $137. The last bid on Grim Reaper, Steven went out. This is also sold to Troy Shark for $48. Celtic Frost at $137. The last bid on the Dark Throne CD was Darren Chrisman at $20. We're about to sell it. Our next auction is Destruction, Sentence of Death. Destruction is a 1984 German original, first label design, Destruction. No condition notes. This should get a lot of activity. $45 start. EX Plus or better, maybe even near mint minus. $45 start on that. But Eddie, if you're good with a waiting list, let me know. And then we need to get everybody registered, okay? We need to get everybody registered and signed up for Collectco. The Best of Funkadelic, Standing on the Verge. The Best of Funkadelic, $34.99. And we got 2 copies of Paul McCartney's Chaos and Creation in the I keep on saying the Blackyard. The Backyard, gold vinyl, $36.99. And then 1 Michael Jackson Dangerous left. It's a picture disc, a 2 LP. The only way it's in print, $38.99. Destruction already has a bid for $50. Celtic Frost is at $139. And now the Dark Throne CD is sold to Darren Chrisman for $20. As soon as I said that, a bid came in for $11. There was already a bid for $20, Edison, and that has sold. Destruction getting lots of bids, and Susie wants Michael Jackson. Thank you, that's sold. Let's keep this going. Now, here's what's left. And here's our next auction. Our next auction is going to go up right now. It's Korn. I've been pretty curious what this is myself. Korn, the reason it was in the high-end section, it's a limited edition gold vinyl pressing from 2018. An Urban Outfitters exclusive. I was about to say, this isn't available on colored vinyl. They only made 2,000, and Korn, Fall the Leader, is a $55 start. Celtic Frost is at War. And now Destruction's at 55. Now it's at 61. Let's grab another crate right quick to read through. But first, here's what's left in here. We have 9-inch nails for $44.99, the downward spiral. 2 left. I have Meatloaf Bat Out of Hell for $29.99. Bon Jovi's Greatest Hits, $39.99. Disturbed is $33. 9-inch nails is $44.99. Funkadelic, $34, and Paul McCartney, $36.99. Korn's at $55, Celtic Frost, $150. I never did hear back from Eddie Guerrera on the waiting list for 9-inch nails. You'll have to confirm before we put one in for you, and before we invoice you, or whenever they come in, we got to make sure you're good with that, and you say yes, just FYI. If anybody else wants anything in there, let me know. And here is the next crate coming at you. You know what else I wanted to do tonight since it was metal night? I probably have 2 full crates over here of nothing but other brand new metal. And I was like, yeah, I'll take a moment tonight and compile all those and go through them. And guess what? We probably will tonight. I'm just going to have to find a few moments to do that. Janet got Disturbed. Korn's at 55. Celtic is at 151. And now what about Destruction? If you're not James Bragg, you don't have the high bid on Destruction at $61. So that's a final call. Here's another Dark Throne CD. This is Dark Throne Panzerfaust. Dark Throne Panzerfaust. Another Dark Throne CD. This is going to go up for a $7 start. Celtic Frost is at $155. It's between MT Matt and Cody Gray. Sunday's out. Janet, thank you for the Disturbed. Next thing we have is Slayer, Rain in Blood. These finally came back in stock. They're new, they're sealed, they're $36.99. Korn has a new bid for $67. We're not done there. Very oddly, I have not heard back from anybody else on Destruction. I'm about to sell it to James Bragg for $61. Dark Throne has another bid for $7. I have a live Green Day unofficial here. It's Green Day live in New Jersey, 1992. That's 180 gram colored vinyl, $29.99 for Green Day. Pantera, Cowboys from Hell, limited edition, white and whiskey brown marble vinyl. Pantera is $33.99. Destruction has a new bid, Hattori Hanzo 2.0. He has a bid in for $65. James Bragg, just so you know, you've been outbid. Now Celtic's at $156. Now Korn's at $67. I got to make sure Chad Sauls doesn't want to bid again. How about Pink Floyd, Dark Side of the Moon, remastered, a 50th anniversary. Breathe in the Air. That is $38.99. And we have, this is Soundgarden. Soundgarden is a King Animal, and this is on white vinyl. Soundgarden is $46.99. $46.99. King Animal, Soundgarden, $46.99. Dark Throne has a new bid for $7 and now another bid for $10. James Bragg, Destruction goes back to you. The high bid on it is $65 with Hattori Hanzo. Next thing we have is Korn. Korn, I'm waiting for Chad Sauls. He says out. It's a 2018 pressing on gold vinyl, Urban Outfitters exclusive. Final call to El Terrible Torio for $67. Pantera, Vulgar Display of Power. That's on white and True Metal Gray marble vinyl. It was $33.99. We have Pink Floyd, The Endless River, a 2LP, $39.99. The Dark Throne CDs at $10, and that might be a final call to Sunday morning session. Now Korn is at $70, and now Tawana Bennett wants a Pantera. That was Far Beyond Driven, and the generator is plugged up. Thank you, Robert Vladerchek. Sorry I didn't answer you. Yes, it is plugged up. Thank you for that reminder. We have Weezer Pinkerton. That's direct metal mastering for $33.99. MT Matt's out on Celtic Frost. Cody has it for $156. Now a final call. Now Korn's at $79. And now Hattori Hanzo 2.0. Let me know if you want in on Destruction for more than $75. It's really just up to you. Here's Pink Floyd Metal, Echoes. Pink Floyd is $33.99. We have one copy left of Wet Leg. Wet Leg's $29.99. And then Pink Floyd at Pompeii. This is actually spoken for. Ed did text me back and said, yes, we needed one of these. So this is $46.99. Pink Floyd at Pompeii. That is sold. If anybody else wants one, let me know. I've already got more on the way. And Weezer, the Blue Album, $33.99 for Weezer, the Blue Album. Pretty amazing. Fantastic. Korn, $79. Todd Saw, you're out. Next thing over here is Celtic Frost. Tawana wanted Cowboys from Hell, not Vulgar Display of Power. Tawana, I got you taken care of. Now Destruction has another bid for $80. And now Jim B's in on the Dark Throne CD, Panzerfaust. He has that for $11. That's like a $3,000 CD. Jim B has that for $11. Celtic Frost, the last bid that came in on that was the final call to Cody Gray at $156. The other two bidders set out. This is sold to Cody for $156. Keep in mind, near mint copies of this have sold for as much as $300. I still think that was a great price. Thank you, Cody Gray, $156. What color is Weezer Blue? It's on black vinyl. Chris Kirkley on Pinkerton. Chris Kirkley on Weezer Pinkerton. Dark Throne 12. Dark Throne 13. Todd Saw, I've lost you on corn. Let me know if you want in for more than $79. Destruction. It is now back to James Bragg. Tori has it for $80. Darren Johnson on Wet Leg. That is sold to Darren Johnson on Wet Leg. Thank you. Dark Thrones at 13. Sunday morning sessions back to you. Chad finally could get some oxygen. Wow, so 3 crates of new vinyl tonight, and everything else over here is now in one bin. That's all of tonight's newest stuff. Now, for you metalheads, we're going to do one more read-through of every LP tonight that did not get claimed. And I bet we can wipe out everything, if not all of it. Which means the same thing. All right, so first thing we have is Dark Throne is at 15. And now Destruction. James Bragg is going to let me know. It's a final call to Hattori, though, and he's done on corn. All right, let's swap out crates. So there's some crazy stuff still left over here. Hope everybody's ready. If you're not, you need to start your engines and get ready. We still got some LPs still to auction tonight. Hope everybody's still paying attention. Unbelievable. 358 people still watching on all platforms. And it's midnight on the East Coast on a Thursday night. Welcome. This has got some pretty dang good stuff in it. Dark Throne is sold to Sunday morning sessions for $15. Corn is sold. Corn is sold. Corn. Corn is sold to El Terrible Torio for $79. James Bragg says, not so fast, my friend. Hattori, you've been outbid. That's now at $85. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and it's Oz, Fire in the Brain. This is actually was in the high-end tab along with corn. It just hadn't had a lot of requests unless some people's being really quiet. Here it is, Oz. And Oz, Fire in the Brain, is a 1984 OG First Press Combat A1 in dead wax. OG A1 First Press Oz, Fire in the Brain. And that's a $75 start. A $75 start. Oz, Fire in the Brain. That is now up for bid, a $75 start. Destruction's at $85. And I'm actually going to add one more LP. And that LP is right here, Quiet Riot. Quiet Riot with Randy Rhoads. With Randy Rhoads is a 2022 pressing. This is a 2022 pressing. This is Quiet Riot. And this is Quiet Riot 2. And it's going to go up for a $40 start. It's going to go up for a $40 start. Quiet Riot 2 with Randy Rhoads. There he is. Boy, everybody was tiny back in the late 70s, or I guess all through that whole era. Look how tiny everybody was. Everybody's all like really small. Something different in our food nowadays. I don't think I've seen a man that small, and well, I don't think I've ever seen many men that small. They're just all like tiny. Everybody was much tinier back then. Destruction, $85. Randy Rhoads looks like he's like 10 years old. Quiet Riot, that is going to go up for a $40 start. Out on Destruction, final call. Here's what's left in here. King Diamond, Masquerade of Madness. King Diamond is a 2024 on black ice-colored vinyl, $39.99. King Diamond. Black ice-colored vinyl, sealed, Masquerade of Madness, $39.99. Moonspell, Hermitage. Moonspell is a 2021, $29.99. Moonspell Hermitage, $29.99. Also over here, we have, this was Degial, Degial, and that was $21.99. Over here is Destruction. Destruction. The last bid is the final and winning bid with James Bragg for $85. Thank you, James Bragg. Oz, final call for $75. Quiet Right. Quiet Right is a 2022 pressing, and this album was only originally released in Japan. That's why you rarely see it. These first two Quiet Right albums with Randy Rhoads, they were only released in Japan originally. This is a 2022 from No Remorse Records. I really don't know where it's from. I think it's U.S. Well, I don't have a note from Paul. This is actually something I pulled out of a bin because I thought, wow, we don't get those too often. I remember when I could get those. They were imports. I remember putting up pre-orders for them. And now Oz has a bid for $77. Thank you, MT Matt. The last thing was Wet Leg. And Natasha, if you want on a waiting list, let me know. Randy Rhoads was 5'7" and 105 pounds. Yeah, look at him. There he is on the left. And look at him back here. He looks like he's tiny. I've never really seen him in perspective like that, standing to other people. Wow. But listen, he could shred a guitar. My goodness. Okay, over here, next thing we have is Oz at 77, Quiet Right 40, now 41. Over here is AC/DC Back in Black, sealed for $29.99, and Black Sabbath on purple and black. Black Sabbath is sealed for $44.99. Purple and black splatter, Black Sabbath's debut. Our next auction is Flotsam and Jetsam. Flotsam and Jetsam is No Place for Disgrace. A 1988 U.S. Allied original. I'm looking for a $45 start. It's getting late. And pay close attention. $45 on Flotsam and Jetsam. You might slip in some deals. There's still a lot of people, but not as much bidding activity going on. We have Nightwish. This one was called Once. Nightwish was a 2020 pressing, remastered on clear and white purple splatter, $49.99. And we have Craft, F the Universe. Craft is on crystal clear and black marble, double LP, limited to 450. Craft is $39.99. Grease, that sounds right. Yeah, Grease, those were only pressed in Japan originally. I've only ever had a couple, and then I remember they reissued them, and it was a weird import deal. This is not, I don't think these can be released in the United States. Probably some kind of copyright, some kind of weird deal. That's probably why they were imports only. Now, Oz, one bid, great deal, late night deal, $77 sold to MT Matt. There we have it. Now, Quiet Right is up for bid. It's gotten a few bids, and the last bid was Chad Saul's at $45. Now, Flotsam and Jetsam's at $55. Doing a quick recap here. We got Tribulation down below. Tribulation is a 2018 press, $39.99. Tribulation, $39.99. And Ram. Ram is $24.99. Ram is $24.99. And Tool. We believe this is the most newest reissue. It's sealed. Tool's $34.99. And we have Black Sabbath, the Humanizer. The 2 LP expanded. You get the album remastered, and then you get live tracks. And that's with Ronnie James Dio, $44.99. Hiram Aponte on Ram. Thank you, Hiram Aponte. That's so to you. And we have, this one was Nocturnus, the Key. And Nocturnus, the Key is a 2015 yellow translucent vinyl, $39.99. All we done on Quiet Right. Chad Sauls has it for $45. I have not heard back from Solarplex. Flotsam and Jetsam still at $55. Now it's at $61. Now it's at $70 with James Bragg. We have King Diamond, the Eye, 2024 clear vinyl. King Diamond is $29.99. It's on translucent clear vinyl. Also, we have Defiance, Beyond Recognition, music on vinyl, numbered on purple vinyl. That's numbered and purple vinyl, Defiance, $24.99. Our next auction, we still got some pretty sick stuff here, like Forbidden. Holy moly. A 1990 UK original. Pretty crazy that we still have this at 11:10 Central Time Forbidden, twisted into form. A 1990 UK original with the original inner sleeve, VG Plus condition. And this is a $45 start. This is Forbidden, and this is twisted into form. $45 start. That's now up for bid. $45 start. That's up for bid. Over here, we have Flotsam and Jetsam 65, 70, 77. 77 with MT Matte. King Diamond sold to Shannon Price. Chad Sauls on Defiance. And then Quiet Right Done. Forbidden 45. Forbidden 50. Flotsam and Jetsam 85. That means we can sell the Quiet Riot. QR is sold. Thank you. And that was $45 to Chad Sauls. Thank you, Chad. That is so to you. Chad Sauls, $45. Now, Forbidden's at $45, and now Flotsam and Jetsam's at $85. Over here, we have Merciful Fate, Dead Again. Merciful Fate's a 2016 blue vinyl, $32.99 for Merciful Fate. And Nightwish, Yesterwind. Nightwish is on white vinyl for $39.99. That's still available. How about we throw up another random CD auction? And the next random, what was this over here? Well, I do have a whole box of cassettes. Ha! Here's Danzig, Satan's Child on cassette. Danzig is going to go up for a $7 start. Danzig 666, Satan's Child. Newer release here on a cassette. Danzig is going to go up for a $7 start. Over here, we have Flotsam and Jetsam 85. Forbidden's at 60. Bradley Smith on Dehumanizer. I still got these in the new arrival bins if anybody else wants one. And we have Tribulation, the Horror. Tribulation, the Horror is a 2016 pressing on orange vinyl. That is $29.99. And King Diamond Voodoo. King Diamond's a 45 RPM remaster, $34.99 for King Diamond Voodoo. Dark Angel, Time Does Not Heal. Dark Angel's a 2020 pressing on yellow and red vinyl. Dark Angel, $36.99. Flotsam and Jetsam's at $91. Forbidden is now at $60 with Rebecca. And that Danzig cassette is a $7 start, just FYI. Our next auction is Trick or Treat from Fastway. And this is sealed on Hellfire colored vinyl, limited to 2,000 copies. Fastway Trick or Treat. This is sealed, and it's going to go up for a $45 start. Richard Bradshaw on King Diamond. That's sold to Richard Bradshaw. And we got Witch Cross, Fit for Fight. Witch Cross is a 2019 pressing on blue vinyl for $26.99. Witch Cross. Exorcist, Nightmare Theater. Exorcist is a 2018 purple vinyl, $29.99. And we have Atheist. And this is Unquestionable Presence. Second pressing on black vinyl, limited to 300. It's EX edition, $36.99. Final call to get a bid on the Danzig cassette for just $7. Time's ticking. Lots of bids all of a sudden on Trick or Treat. Flotsam and Jetsam has surpassed 100, now at 101. And Forbidden is still with Rebecca at $60. And Forbidden is a 1990 UK original. That is a 1990 UK original, just FYI. That is a 1990 UK original. Wow. Now, we have Danzig as a bid for $7. Trick or Treat 30. What about the King Diamond? Already sold. Trick or Treat 55 and Trick or Treat out. Oh. I'm going to try to pop some bones back into place. Here we go. Danzig has another bid for $7. Anybody else? Laura and Paul tonight mark 6 crates of new straight price metal, pre-owned, some things sealed. 6 crates. Laura did 3, Paul did 3. This is all that's left. So if you can imagine, sold, 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 all that's gone. Right now, we got Kristen Driscoll on the Trick or Treat Fastway, limited to 2,000 on red vinyl. The most recent bid on this was $69. Jerry Ferguson, you're out on the Danzig cassette. Michael Rudolph already bid $7. Forbidden just got another new bid with Rebecca for $66. Edward Boosie, you're out. And now, a final call on Flotsam and Jetsam. I think James Bragg still has it. It's a final call to him, $101. If you want to bid higher or you think you are higher, let me know. Now, Danzig's at 8. And then there was one question before I change out crates, details on Tribulation. Tribulation was the horror, and it's a 2016 on orange vinyl. It's $29.99. 2016 orange vinyl, $29.99. Amazing. Chad's got to mute his mic. I'm going to drink some more purple juice. Okay. Micah Santos says, I'll take Tribulation. Awesome. Forbidden out. Okay. The next thing I want to do, John was here today too. John marked 5 crates, and I still had 2 crates from yesterday and the 2 crates from the day before. Oh my gosh. Unbelievable how much stuff we still have to go through. That's not necessarily metal, just great records. We have them. If y'all are relatively new here, our inventory here is just insane. We have, I don't know, total count, there's no telling, but there's 100,000 sellable LPs in this building. Just crazy what's laying around here sometimes that we find. Pretty rare stuff. All right, let's go ahead and sell this to James Bragg for $101. The Danzig cassette for $8 to Jerry Ferguson. Now Forbidden, Edwards out. I think that $66 price did it. And that is sold to Rebecca for $66. And now Trick or Treat, Jeffrey Hawley bid $77 first. Now Kenny Marshall's at $80. I think what I want to do, I was going to try to find as much, maybe possibly new sealed metal. I really don't know. There's a lot of different things we could do here. I mean, I have like sealed copies of stuff that in the pre-owned crates, there was 5 and 6 claims for that I have in stock sealed. Now they're new and sealed. They're a few dollars more, but still. I'm going to go through one crate like that just because I think there's new people on that probably hadn't seen these LPs. And then we'll probably get back to just some regular type vintage stuff like discount bins, etc. I'm not really going to pause or even go up front to break until all these auctions are sold. And here's the next one, Winger. And Winger is a 1993 South Korean original. Wet Leg Natasha is a waiting list. It's a waiting list. Winger is a 1993 South Korean original with insert. It is in VG Plus condition. Winger pull, tough to get. Did you hear the year? 1993. There's the insert. And Winger is going to go up for a $35 start. Trick or Treat is now at $88 with Kristen Driscoll. And we have 2 advertised auctions left, not counting what's on the board. Here's the next one, Motley Crue. Motley Crue Theater of Pain is an 85 U.S. specialty original. There's no inner sleeve, just the cover and the disc. The vinyl's in VG condition. Motley Crue's a $25 start, Theater of Pain. So Winger is a $35 start. Motley Crue's a $25 start. And Trick or Treat is at $88. I'm going to read through some stuff in here quickly. And then, yeah, we'll probably do a few discount crates. I haven't even mentioned the word CDs tonight. We've been doing CDs galore every night. I do have metal stuff over here, but these are either going to have to be auctioned or priced. A lot of these are going to have to be priced individually. Some of these could be $30. Some of them could be $7. I will go ahead and try to put some up, though, like Typo Negative, that I feel confident about starting up for auction. So here's Typo Negative October Rust. That's a $7 start. Kristen, you've been outbid on Trick or Treat. Motley Crue's at $35, and I'm looking for a $35 start on Winger. Machine Head, the Burning Red. Machine Head is a new sealed music on vinyl press. Machine Head is $38.99. $38.99 for Machine Head. Also, Lordy. Lordy is a limited dead edition. That's on colored vinyl. Fangoria colored vinyl. Lordy is a gatefold, $44.99. And The Modern Lovers. The Modern Lovers is a self-titled limited edition 4,000 on blue vinyl. The Modern Lovers is $39.99. $39.99. Testament, Practice What You Preach, $29.99. I love the song Perilous Nation. That is on orange and bone swirl vinyl, $29.99. And another Testament, Souls of Black, new and sealed music on vinyl. I'm pretty sure we sold a pre-owned copy earlier tonight for like $39.99. This one's new, $44.99. That's why I wanted to go through this crate. I saw several titles in here that was pre-owned just a moment ago for just maybe $5 more, and now you can have a brand new one. These are all brand new from distribution. Natasha does one on the waiting list for Wet Leg. So Trick or Treat got a new bid for $92. Motley Crue's already at $40 and now $45. And then Winger has one bid for $35 of Clay Moore. Typo Negative has one bid with Susie for $7. Bradley Smith wants Machine Head, the Burning Red. That's sold to Bradley. And also I have Accept, Balls to the Walls. Accept is $38.99. That is new and sealed for music on vinyl as well. And Suicidal Tendencies, Join the Army. Suicidal Tendencies is a music on vinyl press, $38.99 for Suicidal Tendencies. And Virgin Steel, Guardians of the Flame, the Anniversary Edition, a Gatefold 2 LP, $34.99. Motley Crue 40, Motley Crue 45, Winger's on the clock. Susie, you get Typo Negative for $7. Thank you, Susie. That's so to you. And then Shannon Price on ST for Suicidal Tendencies. Thank you, Shannon. That's so to you. Now, in the meantime, we have managed to fill up another crate. So let me swap these out right quick. Here we are on this. Let me put this right here. Boom. And I think Tanner already took a crate to the back. So that's our 7th full crate tonight. It should be. I mean, we had them fill, and 7 means like they're packed, like I can't even hardly put another record in the bin. So that's pretty amazing, being that we really didn't have all much new vinyl. It's just pretty much everything we've priced tonight has sold. The last thing was Solarplex Studios, also on Suicidal Tendencies. The Winger bid is one bid for $35 to Clay Moore. And now the last bid on Motley Crue that came in, the last bid on Motley Crue was Charlie Marks at $45. I'm about to sell it to him. I haven't heard back from Jackie Long. Jackie just said out. It's at the bottom of my screen. And now we can wrap up Trick or Treat. Trick or Treat is sold to Kristen Driscoll, and this is sold to Kristen Driscoll for $92. Motley Crue is a 1985 OG in VG condition. And we have another auction to put up here. I don't know a lot about this band, but I saw somebody mention it maybe in the hot picture. This is an 89 U.S. original of Mordred. M-O-R-D-R-E-D. Fool's Game. Mordred. Mordred is a 1989 U.S. white label promo. It's for promotion use only, not for sale. It's a promo copy. That is a $35 start. That's our next auction. Also, I got 2 copies of Trivium Ascendancy. Trivium is $39.99. That's a 2 LP orange vinyl. I'm pretty sure it's orange vinyl. The only version I can get's orange, and it doesn't say. There's no hop sticker. I'd really like to open one, but $39.99. Great funk metal. Interesting. Funk metal. Metallica. The song of the week for me has been Holier Than Thou. Just every once in a while, you just get a song. You know it, you love it, and then all of a sudden you just want to hear it all the time. It's been Holier Than Thou for me. Dun, 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 dun. Metallica, the Black Album, remastered, $34.99. Clay, it looks like you're going to get the Winger for $35. A new bid just came in on Motley Crue for $46. And yes, we've already sold mass. Motley Crue's at $46, and Mordred is a $35 start. Funk metal, that sounds interesting. Funk metal. Let's go ahead and see if I can find another CD over here. I got a bunch. Let's see what I have that I recognize. I have Morbid Angel. I know them. Let's go ahead and put this up for a $7 start. Blessed Are the Sick. This is Morbid Angel. Blessed Are the Sick. That's a $7 start. $7 start on that. Oh, I need, Laura, I need to remind you about something. Okay. Now, over here is Motley Crue 46, now 50. And that's a $7 start. Morbid? Yeah, Morbid Angel. Motorhead Bomber. This is a black and blue splatter, half-speed master. $33.99 on that. Dream Theater, Sing from a Memory. Metropolis Part 2. That is $39.99. And we have Mustafa Ozkent. That's $33.99. Originally released in Turkey, 1973. A psychedelic funk masterpiece, $33.99. And now some MoFi stuff. We have Miles Davis Bitches Brew, $64.99, 45 RPM. Willie Nelson Shotgun Willie is $64.99. And Iron Maiden, No Prayer for the Dying. Iron Maiden is $36.99. That's new and sealed. And Leonard Skinner, pronounced Leonard Skinner, $64.99, another 2 LP. Kiss, Wish You Were Here, remaster, new and sealed, $36.99. I'll take any Kiss and makeup. Here you go, $33.99. How many do you want? I've got 2 in stock. Sounds like you want both of them, Mark. I have Nirvana Unplugged, $39.99. Ace Frehley's comic is $44.99. And Rush, Hold Your Fire, $33. The first no bid of the night, Mordred, a $35 buy it now, a white label promo. That's the first no bid of the night. The second no bid of the night, Morbid Angel, nobody bid, a $7 buy it now. Motley Crue is sold to Charlie Marks for $50. $50, Charlie Marks. Thank you. And Charlie Marks on Iron Maiden as well. And folks, I have a major announcement to make. First, we have Iron Maiden sold to Charlie Marks. Michael Rudolph gets the Morbid Angel CD for $7. If we get somebody to buy Mordred or maybe make an offer on it, that means, James Bragg, thank you. That means, you know what that means? We have officially sold every advertised auction from the hot picture tonight. It's all gone. Everything from the advertised picture is gone. Mark, these are new and sealed 2014 remasters. I have every remastered Kiss album in stock. That's why I was said be careful with your comment, because I've had people get on and say, I'll take all of the Kiss you got. I have dozens and dozens and dozens of Kiss albums. So we have to make sure you're very careful about what you say there, especially new and sealed. I probably can put together a whole crate of new and sealed. That took approximately, what here? It took approximately 5 hours, 6 hours. It took approximately 6 hours. And we have sold everything. What a show. Now, we are officially probably done with, quote, metal albums for sure. We have sold everything. We've gone through the crate twice. And we're done. Now, the show's not over. We're about to get probably into the normal discount stuff. My brain is fatigued. That was an epic marathon for me. Just saying. Both Ace Frehley's are sold. Extreme Mid-South wants one. And Mark Ondash. Mark, I need you to do me a favor. I need you to message Collectco this page. I need your email address and mailing address. I'm going to run up front and get a V8 energy drink. We still got about an hour and a half left tonight. And Extreme Mid-South wants Ace, so does Mark, and he wants Ace Frehley's comic. Thank you. Done. Good to go. Now, I'm going to go up front. Sorry, my brain's starting to flatline. I'm going to go up front and get a V8. We're going to come back. We've got about another hour and a half left of discount pre-owned vintage. Heck, I might even go through with one of John's new arrivals. We do 8 hours every night. We get started at 5 or 5:30, and I'm here every night till 1 or 1:30. 6 nights a week. Sometimes I'm in here all 7. Now, I'll be right back, and we're going to transition into part 2. We might even get into normal CD action, okay? But if I don't get a V8 energy and something right quick to eat, I may fall over. I better go do that. That was a marathon of selling metal. Holy moly. Shout out to Paul, Laura, John, and everybody else here on staff. To put all this together, it took a lot of different stuff to happen. It took Paul working on getting all these leads for these metal collections. It took them going to get them. They got to come back here. They got to sort them. They got to clean them. They got to research them. They got to sleeve them. They got to price them. We got to promote them. We got to sell them here live for the entire night. After that, we got G and Steve and Jack and Jill and Caden and Julie and Tanner and Seth and Ed and everybody else here on staff. They have to watch it. They got to tag it. They got to sort it. They got to invoice it. They got to pull it. They got to ship it. And then it arrives at your doorstep. That's why I posted those pictures this morning of all of the amazing stuff, all those racks full of vinyl that I posted this morning, all the CDs that have sold, all the vinyl that sold last week, more vinyl that sold last week. It is like, for those that are new tonight watching, off and on, there's between 10 and 15 people here every week making all this happen. Counting me off and on part-time, and like when Seth comes in, I guess we're around 12 people, just so everybody knows, to make this every night. Thank you. We're not done. We do it. We're not done tonight, and we'll be back again tomorrow on the next night. But I know it's getting late. Now I'm going to stop talking. I'll be right back. This is the fun part. I want everybody to let me know where you're watching from. I was going to do it earlier when we had like 458 people watching. It would have completely disrupted the feed though. So if you're still watching, let me know where you're watching from. It's really cool to see viewers all across the country, from California to Washington to Florida to Maine, and then all points in between. There should be some people watching in Canada. There should be some people watching in the UK. It's really amazing Let me know where you're watching from. I'm going to step up front. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. Y'all do the chat. Very cool. You might find out your neighbor's watching and you didn't even know they were buying records from Coletco. I'll be right back. All right. Now, when I was walking away, Mark on dash, you were trying to call the store. I looked on the caller ID. It said Mark on dash, who was just a first-time buyer a moment ago. Mark, make sure you message our page, Coletco. If you have a problem finding it, let me know. It's on this page you're watching here. Mark, I need you to send that in the form of a Facebook message. All right. So we got viewers in Denver, Minnesota, Oklahoma, New Hampshire, Sydney. Is that Sydney, Australia? Wow. What time is it over there? Arizona, Virginia, Times Square, New York City. Wow. Illinois, Gordonsville, Muscle Shoals, Alabama, Phoenix, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma, Texas. I lost where I looked. Texas, Chicago, New Jersey, Los Angeles, Ohio, Maryland, Washington, Nebraska, Delaware, Tennessee, the Overlook Hotel, Ohio, Utah, and New Jersey. Here we go. What do the people want? Do I got Badlands? If I do, I'm not telling anybody, that's for sure. That's how you cause riots, if you tell everybody you have Badlands. That's what starts riots. All right. I like this overhead view. Let me take this sold stuff. Where's this camera actually at? There. Okay. I got to get used to showing something center. I got to really extend my arms. Let me take all this over here. So I think it's time we do a vintage discount bin. And anything that was advertised, like the deicide box, we do this every night, but also items such as the deicide box that was in the original ad that I'm sure a lot of y'all seen, that stuff will possibly be the next Thursday. It's going to be just like this a week from tonight again. Okay? There's no more metal tonight. I usually don't say stuff like this so people don't leave the chat. There's no more metal tonight. It's all gone. Everything's sold. Mark, you have not messaged to Coletco. Mark Ondash, you are replying in the comments to Susie. Mark Ondash, I need you to go to Facebook and send Coletco a direct message. Do you know how to do that? Do you know how to send Coletco a direct message? A DM? If not, I or somebody else maybe can give you a few instructions. You click on this page and there's a button at the top that says Coletco, and then there'll be a button that says send message. All the metal's sold. There's nothing left from the advertisement from tonight. It's all gone. I usually don't say stuff like that so people don't leave, but you are about to see hundreds of other pre-owned records if I can get over here to them. I just got to get to them. And we'll probably do some stuff half off to get things shaking. So let's get things shaking. Here we go. These are half off, no more, no less. Pretty self-explanatory. First thing we have is Jethro Tull Heavy Horses. $10 on Jethro Tull. So the feed's going to expire tonight a little after 1 a.m. And that means we'll probably do this crate of vinyl, and then we might go ahead and do we might go ahead and do some CDs like we've been doing every night. Jethro Tull has the Rich Runner sleeve. Really clean copy. $10 on that. We have Jefferson Starship, a picture disc. The best of Jefferson Starship. Jefferson Starship Gold. That is $12.50. Kansas. Really nice copy here. Vinyl Confession, shrink wrap and hop sticker. Kansas is $10. The half-off bins are always half off. No more, no less. Kansas is a $10 buy it now. Shrink and hop. Also, James Gang Passing Through. James Gang is $10. This is called Passing Through. ABC Records. No condition notes on James Gang. If you don't buy something out of here now, you might see it over here in the flip video in the morning. The Flashdance soundtrack. The Flashdance is $10. Original motion picture, Casablanca Records, $10 on that. Next is All in the Family. All in the Family is $10. This is with the original insert and the original Atlantic inner sleeve. That is $10. Chris is wanting the tracks on Jefferson Airplane. If he doesn't want it, then Pam will be second. Jefferson Starship Modern Times. That is $7.50. This has the original inner sleeve with it. And Jefferson Starship is $7.50. And the Scandalous John Walt Disney original soundtrack, that is $10. And Carole King Touch the Sky. Carole King is $7.50. And Steve Warner. Steve Warner is now $7.50. This is $7.50. He's saying it's not letting me send a message. You're probably not clicking on the right thing then. I'll try my best to give you a mobile tour on my device. I will try my best. If you can get to the Coletco page, which looks like this right here. If you can get to this right here where it says Coletco, you click on that click on that blue button. That's what I'm trying to say, and it will allow you to send us a message. If you can get to this page right here where it says Coletco. Chris Riddlings. The tracks on this are Ride the Tiger, Caroline, Play on Love, Miracles, Fast Buck Freddy, With Your Love, St. Charles, Count on Me, Love Too Good, and Runaway. If you don't want that, Pam Murray gets it. Steve Coleman, first on Steve Warner. That was the first record in here for half off, $7.50. Another beautiful Kansas album, Song for America. Kansas is $10. Exile, Hang On to Your Heart. Exile is $5. And Sunfighter, Paul Cantor and Grace Slick. Sunfighter is $7.50. That's on Grunt Records. It's a gatefold. $7.50 on that. The Electric Horseman, songs by Willie Nelson. That is $10. And Fame, the original soundtrack from the motion picture. Fame is now $10. Also, Tom Jones Country. Tom Jones Country is $5. And Carole King. Carole King is $7.50. Textured cover, original inner sleeve. That is $7.50. And Neil Young, Everybody's Rockin'. That is $12.50 over here. This is Jefferson Starship, and that is sold to Chris Riddlings. Jackie, if we get a Tesla Psychotic Supper or Queensryche, it will be sold here on a Thursday night, just like it was tonight. It will be sold on a Thursday night. It will be advertised in a hot picture, and it will be sold here on a Thursday night. And it will be sold at auction here on a Thursday night. And if that happens, just make sure you're watching and make sure you're ready to bid, because it could get quite crazy, just like it did on the other Teslas and the other Queensryches. There's going to be all-out, absolute war anytime a Tesla or a Queensryche goes up for bid. It will literally start a riot. Next thing we have is Leslie Wickline on Carole King. That's sold to Leslie Wickline. Jerry Ferguson on Neil Young. Moving right along. Next thing we have is Carole King Wraparound Joy, $7.50. Now, people that ask, can we get those? Now, if we do come across a Tesla, I can't just message you and say, hey, we got a Tesla. Here it is. If you want it, it's $175. We don't do that. The reason we don't do that is because we would have this incredible list of all these names of all these people wanting records. And when I first started doing that years ago, I would message somebody and be like, hey, I found that OG Tesla album for you. If you want, it's $125. And they'd be like, oh, goodness, I'll have to pass, but thank you. And so what I've realized is the best thing to do is just assemble them all together, and then we put them up for auction and let everybody bid on them. And if the people really want them, they'll typically be watching. If not, sometimes a deal slips through. But that's another reason we can't really hunt records. When I first started doing this, there's no telling how many people I would message and be like, hey, I found that record for you. And then I'd say, it's $150. It probably will bring $200 at auction. And they'd be like, oh no, never mind. I don't want it for that. And so after I did that, long before, I stopped doing that. Rick Waitman, $10. Do you sell them in the store before the auctions? Absolutely not. Everything here that we sold tonight, no one has had a chance to buy it. Nothing's put out in the store. Everything in our store up front has already been shown here live on Facebook. Everything we buy in a collection that's posted, people try to buy it early. They want to come in the store and buy it. Nothing is sold beforehand. It's all sold right here every night at auction. It's sold every night at auction because the reason we do that, same thing, put stuff out in the store. It sits in the store. We can get together tonight. What we've sold here tonight is the equivalent of about what it takes a month for us to sell in our storefront. So what we do here every night is like a month's worth of sales in our store. So everything is shown here first. No special treatment of any kind. It's all shown here. Now, if it's up front, that means it's already been shown here on Facebook. Every record up front in our store, I have physically shown it live here on Facebook, and it's been available for sale. If it hadn't sold, if it didn't sell in a half-off bin, if it didn't get an offer, we put it up front, and it's up there for sale. Rick Waitman is $10. We have the Judds, Why Not Me? The Judds is $12.50. These are half off, no more, no less. No more auctions tonight. All the metal cassette auctions and everything else will resume either next Thursday. Some of the other cassettes that's maybe borderline, not really metal, I might post some of those, and we might run some of those again tomorrow. Right now, we're doing a vintage half-off bin. This is the Source, and this is now $5. It was $9.99. And Paul Young, The Secret of Association. Paul Young is $7.50, and the Airport soundtrack. Airport soundtrack is $10, and James Gang Thirds. James Gang is $10. That's right, half-off bin, no more, no less. If you don't buy something out of here, probably tomorrow we'll be posting it in the flip video. Maybe. I'll probably mix other stuff in as well. So, Michael, yeah, no more cassette auctions tonight, but there could be some mixed in for tomorrow. I usually consider that, quote, like bonus auctions. Tomorrow, we'll have another whole full slate advertised of more featured auctions, and I'll probably try to slip in some more of those cassettes we didn't get to last night, or maybe even CDs. I might show some other random CDs tonight. I got to get a new box out. We're going to try to do that as soon as I get done reading this crate. But for anybody new that's watching, the best time to watch is every single night because you're seeing stuff for the first time before anybody else. Everybody's watching it and getting to buy it at the same time. We have Carole King, Welcome Home, $7.50. If you offer more, I will not take it. Nope. No more, no less. I've had people try to pay me more. They're like, Chad, please let me pay you more than $7.50 for that Carole King album. And I'm like, no, not happening. This is really cool. The Ventures, Flights of Fantasy. The Ventures is $7.50. We have Jefferson Starship Earth. Jefferson Starship is $7.50. And then Dolly, Dolly, Dolly. And that is $12.50. And also, I'll tell you, I have had a lot of local people that, Jackie, you asked about putting stuff out in the store. I sell more now to people probably out of state because a lot of locals was like, I can't believe you're not going to put all these crazy metal albums out in the store and let us have first dibs at them. And I've lost some customers and some locals understand it. We're just doing a business decision. But some people's like, I wish you would let locals come in and buy all this stuff first. And I'm like, well, from a business standpoint, I just can't do that because if everybody on Facebook and YouTube knew that the auctions had already been picked over, we probably wouldn't have the turnouts we would every night. Everybody kind of knows, hey, this stuff is being shown for the first time to everybody. There's no picking. There's no choosing. It's all up at the same time for everybody. Terry Gearhart gets Jefferson Starship. I know a few locals that I don't think they come quote in the store anymore. They may watch every once in a while, but I've said, listen, if you're 5 minutes down the road or you're in California, it's all shown at the same time. Crossroads, music by Ry Cooder, that is $15. And we have Jefferson Airplane Bark. And this is in the original brown bag as well. Jefferson Airplane Bark is $20. That was half off of $39.99. Justice, Don't Turn Away. This is EX edition, $11.50. $11.50. Let's see if Mark Ondash, he's saying he sent his information to us. Mark, you still have not sent us a message. Let's see if he's messaging Chad Williams. Let's see if he's messaging Chad Williams. I bet some people, I still got a few people that have bought stuff out of the group that have messaged me. And nope, he hadn't messaged me either. So, Mark, you still hadn't messaged us this, by the way. Next is Jeremiah Stasich on Crossroads. Thank you. That's sold. Mark, we have not received your message. You still hadn't messaged Coletco. Chicago 16. This is in VG Plus condition. Shrink and Hype. $6 on Chicago 16. That is $6. And Steve Martin, Let's Get Small. Steve Martin is in VG condition. $5 on Steve Martin. If you're just joining us, we're in a half-off crate, no more, no less. Just saying. Half-off crate. That was the soundtrack to Crossroads. Yes, already sold. Invitation to Music, prepared and narrated by Ellie Steigmeister. That is a Folkways 1960, $8.50. And the Mighty Lemon Drops, Laughter. This is EX edition, $9. Over here is Jeff Coleman on Steve Martin. Thank you, Jeff Coleman. That's so to you. We're doing a half-off bin right now. No more, no less. It may be the last of the bin. Extreme Mid-South wants DP, and that was for Dolly Parton. Extreme Mid-South, thank you. That's so to you. And then over here, we have the Flock. That's in VG condition, $5. 45s. No more auctions tonight. The Flock is $5, VG condition. Jackie McLean and the Cosmic Brotherhood. This is New York Calling, and this is a 75 Danish import, $22.50. $22.50 on that. Also, we have But Anyhow, Tea Garden and Van Winkle. This is a mono white label promo, VG Plus, $6 on that. And She's a Heartbreaker, Gene Pitney. And this is VG Plus, $6. Now, over here, we have Mark. Laura's not even here anymore. She has left. Now you're talking to me, Chad. Laura's already left for the night. I will try my best. I will try my best to figure out how to explain this to you. Otherwise, I'm not for sure. Tawana Bennett on JA. And JA for Tawana was the Jefferson Airplane. Is that for the Bark Tawana that was in the brown bag? If so, thank you. David Hoy on Calling. I've had a feeling you might be watching, David. Thank you. That's so to you. And then Danny Thomason on Flock. That's so to Danny Thomason. Next thing I have over here is Sunshine, which is a soundtrack. The music's by John Denver. VG Plus, $5. We have Candido. That's Drum Fever. That's VG Plus for $15. Candido, Drum Fever. VG Plus, $15. Red Polydor label. Tawana got Bark. Thank you. How about Don Bias? Anthropology. That's EX now $6.50. Here we have Two for the Road, Henry Mancini. That's a movie that had Audrey Hepburn in it, just FYI. No condition notes on that, $10. And Willie Loco Alexander. And this is a 1982 French copy for $10. This is Bobby Russell's Saturday Morning Confusion. Bobby Russell is $5. And Round Midnight soundtrack featuring Chet Baker, Ron Carter, Dexter Gordon, Herbie Hancock. Round Midnight soundtrack is $10. The Carter Brothers, Blues in Session, sealed for $7.50. We have the legendary Sun performers, Junior Parker and Billy Love. That's VG condition, $5. And we have Walt Disney Presents The Story of Songs and Black Beauty. Disney, Black Beauty, $12.50. Yes, you can fill out that first-time buyer form as well. Craig just shared it. And if you need, let's see here. Let me see if I can pull it up too. Mark on dash. Mark on dash. Are they complete? I'll take any kiss. Easy. I'll take it. I did 2 times. Too. All right, let me click on this and see if I can send him. I might could do it here. All right, Mark, I think I may have been able to send you a message myself. Mark, there is a message in your inbox. Okay? You have a message in your inbox from CollectCo. It's active. If you go to your box, you'll find it. Susie got Disney? No. Terry Gearhart got Black Beauty. That is so to Terry Gearhart. And Melissa Bailey on Mighty Lemon Drops. And that was right back here. Thank you, Melissa Bailey. Okay. Now we have Denny Freeman, Out of the Blue. That's a cool cover. Sealed for $7.50. John Brim and Little Hudson, classic early 50s Chicago blues. That is sealed in 81 UK mono remaster, $12.50. Pacific Gas and Electric, Are You Ready? EX edition, $9. Original Columbia 2i, that's very cool, very nice. $9 on that. Mick Clark, West Coast Connection. Mick Clark was sealed for $7.50. And Roxy Music, Siren, that is $12.50. Mark may be getting close. He has officially opened our messages. Roxy Music, Siren, is $12.50. $12.50 on Roxy Music. Patsy Cline, In Care of the Blues. Patsy is $10. By the way, if you're just viewing, this is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Half-off crate, no more, no less. We have Al Copley, A Handful of Keys, and this is sealed for $10, a 1986 UK. That is sealed for $10. And almost said Waylon Jesse. It's Waylon Jennings and Jesse Coulter, Leather and Lace. That's a gold stamp promo, $12.50. Another Dolly. We sold one just a second ago. Another Dolly, $12.50. Earl Scruggs, American Made. Earl Scruggs is a gold stamp promo, $7.50. And Skeeter Davis sings Buddy Holly. We have $7.50. I have officially received Mark on Dash. Mark on Dash, we have his information. And he wants to know, do I pay here? No, you do not. We have Chet Floyd and Boots. Chet Floyd and Boots is $5. We have Hank Wilson's Back, Volume 1, $10 for Leon Russell. Now, all right, we're good to go now. I'm not for sure the last thing I said. I was talking about the Beatles, though. Okay, Josh Brown, you got the Patsy Cline. Let me pull that for Josh Brown. That's so to Josh Brown. Jim Ciascio on Earl Scruggs. Thank you, Jim Ciascio. Clifford Umstead on Leon Russell. Danny Thomas and You Were Second. Jim Ciascio on Waylon and Jesse. And my mic went out. We're good to go. All right, we have Greatest Country, Ernest Tubb. This is $7.50. Gary Morris Hits. Gary Morris is $7.50. Tom T. Hall, 100 Children. Tom T. Hall is $7.50. Lefty Frizzell, Putting On, $7.50. And Bobby Gentry and Glenn Campbell, an original UK copy, $10 on that. Wow. Oh, I'm down here on the floor. Now, I was doing a lot of jibber jabbering during that crate. Before I do that, I'm going to read through these again. Danny wants Tom T. Hall. And then over here, I'm going to read through these titles one more time, okay? Excuse me. I'm going to read through these titles one more time. I have Jeff Coleman on Gary Morris Hits. That's sold to Jeff Coleman. Let's read through these one more time. Half off being No More, No Less. We had Jethro Tull for $10. Kansas for $10. James Gang for $10. Flashdance for $10. All in the Family, $10. Jefferson Starship, $7.50. Scandalous John soundtrack for $10. Carole King for $7.50. Kansas for $10. Exile for $5. Paul Cantor is $7.50. Willie Nelson soundtrack Electric Horseman, $10. Fame soundtrack, $10. Tom Jones, $5. Carole King, $7.50. Rick Wakeman, $10. The Judge, $12.50. The Source, $5. And then Paul Young was $7.50. Hattori Hanzo wants the Dolly. The Dolly. That's sold to Hattori Hanzo 2.0. That's sold to him 2.0. Next is Extreme. Extreme Mid-South wants the Ernest Tubb. And then Michael Rudolph on both Kansas. This is a half-off bin, No More, No Less, of course. Kansas sold and Kansas sold. Tracy Songer on Tom Jones. Tom Jones is sold to Tracy Songer. Over here, we had Airport for $10. James Gang for $10. Carole King for $7.50. The Ventures for $7.50. Justice, Don't Turn Away. EX, $11.50. Chicago 16, VG Plus, $6. Invitation to Music, EX, $8.50. But anyhow, T Garden and Van Winkle, a VG Plus, a mono white label promo for $6. Gene Pitney, She's a Heartbreaker, VG Plus, $6. Sunshine, VG Plus, $5. Candido, Drum Fever, VG Plus, $15. Don Bias, Anthropology, $6.50. Gary Wellman on Carole King. Now, Gary, there was Welcome Home, and there was also Carole King, A Wraparound Joy, and we have, I guess that's it. So, Gary, your pick or both. Over here, we have Two for the Road for $10. Willie Loco Alexander for $10. Bobby Russell for $5. Around Midnight soundtrack for $10. And then some blues stuff here. This is sealed for $7.50. The Carter Brothers. Junior Parker and Billy Love, VG, $5. Denny Freeman was sealed for $7.50. John Brim Little Hudson sealed for $12.50. Pacific Gas and Electric was EX9. Mick Clark was sealed for $7.50. Roxy Music was $12.50. Al Copley was sealed for $10. Skeeter Davis, $7.50, doing Buddy Holly. Chet Floyd and Boots was $5. Lefty Frizzell, $7.50. And Bobby Gentry, Glenn Campbell of a nice UK copy, $10. Gary Wellman does want both Carole Kings. Those are sold and sold. And Jethro Tull. Jethro Tull was Heavy Horses. It's an OG copy. And it has the original under sleeve. And Heavy Horses is very nice for $10. Mark, I've got your information. You'll get an invoice on Monday to your email. Make sure you check your email around Monday. $8 in limited shipping. Now, in the meantime, maybe you can catch future sales. We'll be selling and showing some more Kiss records. You can buy the absolute fire out of those, and we'll ship them all for $8. Just saying. Gary Wellman Melanie Jennings, I was going to say, if you don't want Jethro Tull, Gary Wellman does, but Melanie does take it. All right, and the condition of RM. Roxy Music. No condition notes on the vinyl, which means it has the original Atlantic Atco inner sleeve too. It is a beaut. It is EX Plus, maybe even near mint minus. Just a little bit of ring wear on the cover, so a VG Plus jacket on that. All right. What are y'all thinking next? We got about 50 minutes left. We got maybe an hour left. Yeah, we got maybe an hour left tonight. Do we want to get back into our normal routine of CDs, another vintage crate, a buy it now best offer crate of something pretty recent? I do got some pretty good stuff here in this buy it now best offer Laura crate, like The Who and Smashing Pumpkins and Till Tuesday and Heartless Bastards and Bjork. We could go through a crate like that. I could condense a couple Laura crates and go through some buy it now best offer. James Allen said sold on Roxy Music. Laserdisc. Josh Brown says please give Patsy Cline to somebody. Who wants a free Patsy Cline record other than Jim B? Let's go over here. James Allen sold. Laserdisc. None to my knowledge. Who wants a free Patsy Cline? A request for 45s. A request for CDs. When will you be doing the Kiss? At random times on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Wednesday, Tuesday. Any given time, there could be a Kiss record pop up in the bin or up for auction. A request for CD. Jim B wants country and western albums. Vintage, another vintage. More CDs, nonsense. Best offer. ABBA and black metal. ABBA and black metal. ABBA and black metal. How about I condense these two Laura crates from the last few nights and we go through them and take offers on them? There should be some vintage and there should be some modern. And we can do that. Should be some really good titles. I'm going to take these up front. Probably won't see those again for a while. Kiss records are very much sold at random here. Jim B's trying to find stuff he can pay his bills with. He wants half off sealed stuff, or he wants CDs, unresearched CDs randomly shown so he can scoop a few up for $7 and flip them on Discogs for $50 and $100 so he can pay for most of his electrical bill. Let's go through one more crate here. Buy it now, best offer. And I'll try to do, that way we keep the CD streak alive. I'll try to do some handfuls of CDs. Extreme Mid-South says, I'll take it. I'm not even for sure what you're talking about. But let me know specifically. Okay? Extreme Mid-South said he'll take the free Patsy Cline. Josh, nobody, I was trying to give it away. It took 10 minutes for me to find somebody. There we go. Give it to Extreme Mid-South. He says he'll take it. There we have it. Took a while. These are buy it now or best offer. Adam Ant, friend or foe. A VG copy, $9.99 with the original on her sleeve. Adam Ant, friend or foe. VG condition, $9.99. Heartless Bastards, all this time. EX condition, $17.99. So in this crate, don't hesitate to make offers, okay? These are all buy it now or best offer. Next thing is Heartless Bastards again, stairs and elevators. This is EX condition, $22.99. And Till Tuesday, Welcome Home. Till Tuesday is $19.99. This also has the original on her sleeve, and it's very nice, $19.99. We have first Adam Ant, that sold to Jeff Coleman for $8. Thank you, Jeff Coleman, that's sold to you. Next thing is Bully, Feels Like. Bully is sealed for $24.99. We have Elliott Smith, Roman Candle. Elliott Smith is sealed $29.99. Elliott Smith, Roman Candle, and Smashing Pumpkin, Siamese Dream. This is sealed for $39.99. That was already at a great price. Holy moly. Those new are $59.99 now. That one's just $39.99 and it's still sealed. We have Midlake, For the Sake of Bethel Woods, the new studio album, indie retail exclusive on Coke bottle colored vinyl. That is sealed for $19.99. The Useless Eaters wants Elliott Smith, sold to the Useless Eaters. We have Brutus, Nest. Brutus is sealed. It's on cloudy green vinyl. This is a shoegaze, green, post-hardcore, $34.99. Cancel Elliott. That's only a $10,000 restocking fee. That's only a $10,000. It's going to cost you less just to keep it. Also, we have the Black Sorrows, Hold On To Me. The Black Sorrows is a gold stamp promo, EX edition, $12.99. Billie Eilish, Hit Me Hard and Soft, indie retail exclusive on sea blue vinyl for $44.99. Billie Eilish. We have Brutus, Unison Life. Brutus is sealed on cloudy red vinyl. That's another hardcore punk album. $34.99 on Brutus. The Rolling Stones, a 1986 US, that is sealed for $34.99. And Slow Thrust, Parallel Timeline, and that's on yellow vinyl for $19.99. And Culture Club, From Luxury to Heartache. Culture Club is a gold stamp promo, $14.99. White Light, White Heat, The Velvet Underground, and Abbey Road Half-Speed Master sealed for $34.99. And Bully, Losing. Bully is sealed for $14.99. Also, Heartless Bastards, The Mountain. That one's $19.99. And Bjork, Fossora. Bjork is sealed, $29.99. Don't forget, everything in this crate is buy it now or best offer. Buy it now or best offer. I have The Who, an Abbey Road Half-Speed Master, sealed, $34.99. Talking about my generation. We also have Sinead O'Connor, The Lion and the Cobra. This is sealed for $34.99. Micah Santo wants Slow Thrust or Slot Rust. I still hadn't figured that one out, but thank you, Micah. That's so to you. How about Kim Carnes, Mistaken Identity with Betty Davis Eyes? EX $12.99. Don Henley, Building the Perfect Beast. VG $14.99 with The Boys of Fall. Ronnie Ritchie gets Bjork for $24. Amanda Darby, I'm going to sell you Smashing Pumpkins for $35. Thank y'all for the fair offers. We're now rolling. Talk Shows by the Go-Go's. EX edition, $12.99. The J. Giles Band, Love Stinks. VG Plus, $12.99. Murder in the Cathedral, Afraid Of. Prague Psych album, VG Plus, $14.99. Now, don't let Jim B know. We'll try to do it tonight. He's not watching. But I did find a bunch of other sealed records from Laura that we've never offered half off. We'll do those eventually. We have Don Henley for $10 to Gary Wellman and Till Tuesday. Jeremy, I will sell you Till Tuesday for $15. It was marked $19.99. I will sell it to you for $15 if I can find it. What happened to it? Till Tuesday, $15 if you want it. Bob Panozniak says he'll take the Prague album. That was Murder in the Cathedral. And then right after that was Gary Wellman. Also, I started rewatching Stranger Things last night. I don't know why, but I got on the treadmill and put on episode 1, season 1, episode 1. And now I'm like, what the heck is going to happen? Even though I've watched it 3 times already. Next thing is The Darkness, Permission to Land. I believe in a thing called Love. That is sealed on black and blue marble vinyl for $34.99. We have the Beastie Boys, and this is Licensed to Ill. The Beastie Boys is $34.99. Nice. And we have The Age of Pleasure, Janelle Monáe. This is sealed on clear vinyl for $69.99. And We Buy Diabetic Test Strips, Arm & Hammer. I almost thought I had this sold to Rod Bryan the other day. This is on great colored vinyl, $39.99. Messer Chups, In the Horrifying Church of Reverb. That is a surf rock album on bone-colored vinyl, $39.99. Led Zeppelin 4, black vinyl, Jimmy Page remaster, $24.99. When the Levee Breaks. We have Queen, We Will Rock You, green vinyl, Walmart exclusive, $29.99. We Are the Champions, Queens of the Stone Age on green vinyl in Times New Roman, $34.99. And we have Van Morrison Enlightenment. Van Morrison's a 1990 U.S. original press and shrink and hop, and the original Tower Records, beautiful, $49.99. Next comment is 55 minutes. Thank you, Susie Breedlove. Next thing we have is Darkness, $15. The Darkness is, I think, marked for a lot more than that. This Darkness is marked $34.99. We're pretty far apart on that one. I will do $30 on it. Curtis Marachi on Messer Chumps for $25. Curtis, that's so to you for $25. We have Amanda Darby on Led Zeppelin for $20. Led Zeppelin $20. I'll go ahead and sell that to Amanda. Luke is way off too on the Darkness. Y'all are not watching the right sale, I don't think. Charlie Marks on MC, Messer Chumps. I've already sold it. And we have Stones at 26 and Elliott Smith 22. So let's go over here and sell this to Dale Sanders for $26. Let's sell James Allen, Elliott Smith for $22. And if y'all don't want the Darkness for $30, Matthew Bird does. I'm definitely not going to do 15 and definitely not going to do 18. But Matthew wants it for 30. And then Chris Knapp, All the Heartless Bastards. You want all the Heartless Bastards in the crate. Let's get all those together here. And then here is what we have. I've got these for 20, 22, and 18, essentially. So we'll do 15, we'll do 15, and we'll do 18. So that is 30, $48. Yeah, $48. 15, 15, 18. $48 on those. Now, if you don't want the Darkness, Kenny for 30, let me know. And Luke, if you don't want it for 30, let me know. Chris says he'll take these 3 for $48. Sold. Those are gone. What a great crate I've picked. Let's read through those one more time. Anything else? Anybody? You see how easy it is to make offers. This is a buy it now best offer. It's not a half off or less crate. It's a best offer crate. Sometimes we do half off. Some people will try their first offer at half off, like Luke did, and I'm going to be like, hard pass. Not half off. These are buy it now best offer. Next thing we have is Bully, Feels Like. That is sealed for $24.99. We have Mid-Lake, For the Sake of Bethel Woods. That's sealed for $19.99. Brutus was sealed for $34.99. Matthew, I'm going to sell this to you for $30. Kenny passes, Luke passes. Thank you. Now, that's available on black vinyl out there. I'm sure they're a lot cheaper. That was the colored vinyl edition, of course. The Black Sorrows, Hold On To Me. That's EX edition, $12.99. Billie Eilish was $44.99. We have Brutus still for $34.99. Culture Club was $14.99. Velvet Underground sealed for $34.99. Bully was sealed for $14.99. And we have The Who, a half-speed master, $34. Both of the Bully albums for $30. There's one. The other one was right here. And Chuck, those are, let's see. Sell those to Chuck for $20 and $10. Sold to Chuck Wilson for $30. Michael Rudolph, I will say the Culture Club for $11. Randall Garwal, I will sell you the Billie Eilish for $35.99. Now we are officially rolling. Sinead O'Connor, The Lion and the Cobra, sealed for $34.99. Kim Carnes, Mistaken Identity, EX $12.99. Talk Show, EX $12.99 from the Go-Go's. Jay Giles, Love Stinks, VG Plus $12.99. Till Tuesday, Welcome Home, $19.99 on Till Tuesday. Beastie Boys, sealed for $34.99. License to Eel. Arm & Hammer, sealed for $39.99. Queen, sealed for $29.99. Queens of the Stone Age, sealed for $34.99. Janelle Monáe, sealed for $69.99. And Van Morrison, $49.99. Hiram, I'm going to say the Go-Go's for $8. Boom. Next, Jerry Ferguson, Beastie Boys, $25. Jerry, let's do a $3 bump on that. I'll sell it to you for $28. $28. Jay Giles, Love Stinks. Sell that to Charlie Marks for $10. Next thing we have is Queens of the Stone Age, $28. Sell that to Melissa Bailey for $28. Folks, we're not too far away from selling everything in here. Laura is going to have another sold out crate, and she doesn't even realize it. This is actually the leftovers of 2 crates. Jerry Ferguson gets Beastie Boys for $28. Anybody else? Can I find another one? Could I possibly find another crate as good as that one? That was pretty dang good, I think. Holy moly. That is how you sell some records. And I owe a lot of that to y'all. Y'all know how to buy them. Y'all know how to make the offers. I'm just sitting here watching the wheels go round and round. Some people say I'm crazy doing what I'm doing. If you don't know what I just quoted, that was John Lennon. Bottom dollar on the Who, $28. $28, which was originally a $40 record when it was new. Y'all are professional record buyers. I'm professional record salesman. If I got interviewed and they said, hello, what do you do for a living? I'd be like, I'm a professional record salesman. Hello, my name is Chad, and I sell records professionally every night. Sometimes I sell them unprofessionally. I try to sell them professionally. Sometimes I sell records unprofessionally. No more tears, tears, tears. No more tears, tears. All right. Don't come around here no more. All right. I mean fast. And when I mean fast, I mean fast. Another vintage half-off crate, and I mean fast. And I'm talking fast. And when I mean fast, this is going to have some great stuff in it. I think some of this is like vintage top stuff, Laura marked, and then maybe like half of a John crate. When I mean fast, these are going to be fast. When I mean fast, okay? I mean, we're going to do these fast. Till Tuesday, let's go ahead and roll that. $12, Jeremy Rourke. Does anybody want the Who? I've reduced it to $28. What's the craziest metal night you've ever had? Probably nearly tonight, as far as viewership, bids, and activity. They're all usually pretty crazy. Tonight was wild. Enlightenment. Adam Bernardi, this is Van Morrison. It's a really tough album to get. It's called Enlightenment. It's his 1990 album. It's beautiful and shrink with the original on her sleeve. It's near mint minus a 1990 U.S. original first pressing. Here's the agenda. We're going to go through this crate quickly. Quickly. Half off, no more, no less. Here we go. Eric Clapton, Behind the Sun, $11.50, EX condition. James Talley, Blackjack Choir, $5. Also, Clapton Slow Hand, $15. Almost back-to-back Claptons. This is a half-off crate right here. CSNY, $10. Adam, that last record was a best offer crate. Throw something out there on Van Morrison. Jason and the Scorchers, Lost and Found. That's $7.50. New Deal Blues, a 2016 sealed for $10. We have Sippy, Gold Stamp promo, White Label promo, $10. The Mamas and Papas is $10. How did you do on the Mad Season sales? What pressing variant did you get? I don't know what pressing, but we sold all 48 copies and they're discontinued and we can't get any more. We have Linda Ronstadt, What's New? Linda Ronstadt is $5. Jerry Lee Lewis, Original Golden Hits Volume 1. That is $5. Slade, Rogues Gallery. Slade is $12.50. And Supergirls. This is a triple LP, $15. Adam Bernardi gets Slow Hand by Eric Clapton. That's sold to him for $15. Adam, I will do $45 on Van Morrison. I know somebody who was bidding on one of those the other night, that was a backup bidder that was bidding a lot more. And if I message him or put that up for auction tomorrow, if he's watching, it's going to sell for a lot more than $45. But if you want it, I'll do $45 on it. The Ventures, Underground Fire, that's $10. Don McLean, Playing Favorites, $5. I'm no joke. I'm pretty sure we just sold one of these this week or last week for much more than $50. I actually would have told Laura just to not even price this and put it out. This is, let's see here. Yeah, the last sold actually was 50, and it was near minus and shrink. They've sold for 50, 40, and $42. So they definitely sell for that, no problem. Jim Davis on BC, and BC for Jim Davis was, he said never mind on that, and then Gary Wellman on the Ventures. All right, and let's pull that for Gary Wellman. 1.5 off Ben, no more, no less. Slade condition and price again. Slade was Rogues Gallery, no condition notes, 1985, $12.50. Wings, Paul McCartney, London Town, that is $10. Little River Band is $5. Also, the Who's Quadrophenia, that is $17.50. The Who's Quadrophenia, that's a later MCA pressing, but nice. Lou Reed, the Blue Mask, Lou Reed is $17.50. And the Youngbloods, 2 trips with Jesse Colin Young. The Youngbloods is $15. Humble Pie, Lost and Found. You get 2 Humble Pie albums in one package, $17.50. J&S, and that is Jay and Jason and the Scorchers. That's sold to Danny Thomason. Next thing over here was Gary Wellman on Wings, Paul McCartney, and then Jeff Coleman, You Were Next. We have Traffic. That's $17.50. This is a reissue of their self-titled album. Dear Mr. Fantasy. Traffic, $17.50. Them Changes by Buddy Miles. VG Plus, $7.50. The Best of Jethro Tull. It has a promo sticker, but it's not a promo record. It's not a promo record unless the label's marked promo. EX $11.50, but it does have a cool promo sticker on it. $11.50. Warren Zevon, self-titled debut album. VG Plus, $10. Rush, this is insane. In the half-off bin for $22.50. That's pretty wild. George Porter Jr., running partner. George Porter of The Meters, VG Plus $6.50. Gary Wellman on BM for Buddy Miles. And then Mike Ospaw, You Were Second. And then Nazareth, Expect No Mercy. Nazareth is $12.50. Gary Wellman gets Jethro Tull, Amazing. Danny Thomason on Warren Zevon. And then Gary Wellman was next on that. Tawana Bennett on the Humble Pie 2-in-1. Thank you on that. And we have filled up another crate. Wow. Our 8th full crate of vinyl tonight. Just got filled up. That's pretty incredible. I usually don't sell that much quantity on a Thursday night metal because all of our attention goes to the auctions. That's pretty amazing. Let's go ahead and start trying to knock out this last one, okay? Next thing we had was Melissa Bailey on Naz. Josh Brown is going to take the Rush. Gary Wellman next on Naz. And Chris Riddlings does want the Slate. I told y'all, this is a crate that should not be half off. It should have been a best offer crate because there's way too many great titles. I can tell I've never gone through these again. So this is why you watch late with Coletco. There is some great titles in here that should not be discounted this much this soon. There it is. So Jim Siossi on Supergirls. Dale Rush has already been grabbed. The Best of Art Tatum, $7.50 on that. Josh Brown, you did get the Rush. Wishbone Ash, double live dates, $15. This is kind of like a bonus reward for watching late here with me. Rockabilly Rebels, this is sealed. Numbered 007. It is $10. Carl Perkins, Billy Lee Riley, Jerry Lee Lewis. It's Rockabilly Artist on yellow vinyl numbered. The Moody Blues 7th Sojourn. That is $7.50. The Very Best of the Marx Brothers, $13.50. The Traffic is a early 80s UK pressing. Well, let me take that back. It's barcoded. It's on island. It does have a seam split the disc is really sharp. That's probably why it's seam split. Feels like a razor on the edge. But, you know, I really don't know. It looks like it is foreign, but it also feels almost like 180 gram. It almost feels like 180 gram traffic. Patrick feels like 180 grams. So I don't have a year, unfortunately. The Rockabilly comp is sold to Danny Thomas, and I like that number. Oh, it's actually 0007. My bad. That's 007's cousin, 0007. That's a cool number, though. That's sold to Danny. Chris Riddling, second. Adam Bernardi, third. Amanda Darby, fourth. Greg Layton on Art Tatum. Thank you, Grog. That's sold to you. Robert next on Rockabilly. Michael Rudolph on the Marx Brothers. And Charlie was next on the Marx. Quadrophenia appears to be a third label. The first label's Trax. The second label's MCA with the black rainbow. And then this typically is like earlier 80s. No barcode though, right? There is a barcode. So yeah, this is like an early 80s pressing on the MCA Cloud. But from what I'm seeing here and probably from what you're seeing, it looks like it's near mint minus. It's very, very nice. No book, but a very nice early 80s pressing. This has, of course, Love, Rain Over Me. Rain Over... I love Pearl Jam. Go check out Pearl Jam covering Love, Rain Over Me, and of The Real Me. Those are great, amazing songs there. 1750. Next, Adam wants the Traffic album. Charlie says he's going to pass, so that's so to Adam. Dear Mr. Fantasy, play me a tune. Wow, the Saturday Night Live classic here, $10. Dan Aykroyd, John Belushi, Chevy Chase, $10 on that. And Belafonte, The Warm Touch. Belafonte is $5. I do like Quadrophenia more than Tommy. The 515, Love. There's a concert. Pearl Jam's playing at the VH1 Rock Honors, and they're covering Love, Rain Over Me, and it's the best vocals I've ever heard Eddie Vedder do. He gets down there where in his throat sounds like it's coming from his gut. Rain or it's amazing how Eddie Vedder sounds. I need to share it with y'all because it will be, you'll like, wow. Saturday Night Live, that's so to Charlie Marx. And then they go right into the Real Me, which is another great song. Thank You Pretty Baby, Nat King Cole. But check that out. Nat King Cole's $5. That's the Pearl Jam Rock Honors, The Who. It's one of the greatest Pearl Jam performances I've ever seen. Belafonte, by request. Harry Belafonte is $5. And Christine McVie, $13.50. Christine has the original on her sleeve, $13.50. And the Rollers Elevator. The Rollers. Is this the Bay City Rollers or just the Rollers? Either way, it's $5. Jackson Brown. Jackson Brown is $7.50. And Randy Bachman. We call that Bachman Turner Overdrive. His last name is actually pronounced Bachman. Randy Bachman. Axe is VG Plus, $7.50. Christine McVie is sold to Gary Wellman. Another great half-off crate here. Here's Maria Makeba. Maria Makeba is EX, $6.50. I have John Hurley Delivers. And this is EX, $5. EX, $5. And we have Was covers The Real Me. I didn't know that. I'll have to check that one out. I love that song. The Who's version's amazing too. Harper and Row is VG Condition, $5. Harper and Row. And Bee Gees Cucumber Castle. This is EX Condition, $9. The Bee Gees Cucumber Castle. I love cucumbers on my sub at Publix. Blood Rock Passage is EX, $9. And Van Morrison Wavelength is EX, $16.50. EX, $16.50. Chevy Chase was in a couple bands. We've had some records with him on there before. Laugh In, $69. Laugh In is $10. We have Patti Smith Group Wave. Patti Smith is $12.50. Oh, wow. The Rolling Stones at the Marquee Club in $71. That's half off of $59.99. Wow. Just $30. There's no DVD, but you do get this pretty dang desirable Stones concert there. Marquee, 1971. Great concert there. Chris Knapp on BH. Did you just want BG? Just BG, right, Chris? No BH. Chris Knapp gets BGs. Michael Rudolph on Laugh In. Laugh In. Can't explain. Wow. I like substitute. I was born with a plastic spoon in my mouth. We have Betty Davis. Is it love or desire? Betty Davis is half off of $59.99. That's pretty crazy. Her original albums are rare and highly desirable. $30. And this is Light in the Attic, isn't it? Sundays. 2009 Sundays. Betty Davis, now just $30. Wow. And then that's Leon Bridges Gold. And it's on gold vinyl for $10. Some great late night deals in here. Leon Bridges is $10. Ben Harper with Charlie Musselwhite. Barnes and Noble. That is $25. Barnes and Noble. We have Little Milton. If Walls Could Talk, that is sealed for just $10. LB is sold, and that is sold to Jeremy Rourke for Leon Bridges. Chris Ridling's was second. Wow. Easter Everywhere, 13-4 Elevators. That's a sealed reissue for just $15. This is getting pretty out of hand. Junior Wales, In My Younger Days, a 72 UK, that's $10. Bo Carter, 31-40. Bo Carter is $15 on Yazoo. And Brand X Livestock. This might have Phil Collins. It does. Phil Collins on drums. There he is. EX, $7.50. Next was Leon Bridges. Extreme, you were third on Laugh In. The Useless Eaters on 13-4 Elevators. Charlie Marks was second. Wowzers. Susie wants Brand X Livestock. All right. So I'm just going to read what's left. If anybody wants a price, let me know. If not, we got 30 minutes left. And we're going to try to do some rapid action, rapid fire CDs in the last half hour. That way we can keep the streak alive and we can probably sell a bunch of CDs in 30 minutes. So first, here's what's left. Bo Carter, Junior Wells, Little Milton, Ben Harper, Charlie Musselwhite, Betty Davis, Rolling Stones, Patti Smith, Van Morrison, Blood Rock Passage, Harper and Row, John Hurley, Mary McKeeba, Randy Bachman, Jackson Brown, The Rollers, Belafonte, Nat King Cole, The Who, Belafonte, Moody Blues, Wishbone Ash, George Porter, The Youngbloods, Lou Reed, Little River, Don McLean, Jerry Lee Lewis, Linda Ronstadt, Mamas and Papas, Sippy, New Deal Blues, CSNY, James Talley, and Eric Clapton. If you're like, whoa, what did he just show? Let me know, and I'll go get it. Let me try to find the best box of CDs in this store that we can show for the next half hour. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Boom, boom, boom. Mm-hmm. I'm honestly in a pickle. I'm honestly in a pickle because I really can't get to too many more. They have really closed off some gaps, but I'm going to see what's going on with these. These are pretty nice. Looks like somebody bought some of these at McKay's at some point. But these stickers aren't matching the condition. I think they've already pre-checked all these for me. Yeah, there's yeah, these are very fine. McKay's is weird how they grade CDs. I've looked at some before and they'll say like scratched, and I look at them, I'm like, there's nothing wrong with this. Yeah, these all look fine to me. Some of these don't have stickers on them though. All right, let's go through some stuff here. These are all $6.99. What do we have here? 33. First, Jeff Coleman on Clapton. This is sold to Jeff Coleman for $11.50. Danny wants to know the JW tracks. What's the best price on Dark Sides? It's $20. I'll buy it for someone else just to get out of my line of sight. This is actually $36.99. $36.99, Grog. It's $36.99. Not till somebody buys it. And then JW, Junior Wells. Is that this one here, Danny? Junior Wells? Junior Wells tracks. Is that what you was wanting before I read them? Ben Harper was $25, Leslie. It's half off of $49.99. George Porter details. George Porter details. George Porter details. George Porter's called George Porter Jr. of the Meters, running partner. It is a VG Plus copy on Rounder Records for $6.50. Danny Thomason, Bo Carter, 1931-1940 is $15. Next thing we have, Greg says, I'm out, and he says yes on Junior Wells. Junior Wells has cut that out, So All Alone, Eagle Rock, About the Break of Day, Lottie Lottie, Junior's Well, Tomorrow's Night, I Could Cry, Cha-Cha and Blues, Lovely Dovely 1, Little by Little, Universal Rock, Messing with the Kid, You Sure Look Good to Me, It Hurts Me Too, and I Need a Car. Okay. And then Leslie is sold on Ben Harper. That's sold to Leslie for $25. Now, Grog says he'll pay $20 if Danny pays the other $16.99. It's a team effort. So $20 to Grog and $16.99 to Danny. We got to split that up. And the Dark Sides is sold, and it's going to Danny Thomason. essentially for $16.99, but Grog says he'll pay the other $20. All right, now let me find something absolutely horrendous to put there so we can do that again. Oh, man, you can't see his face. All right, here we go. CDs. These are all $6.99. BB King live at the Regal. The Allman Brothers, 7 Turns. BB King live at Cook County Jail. Leonard Skinner, Skinner Nation. I've checked all these. We have Muddy Waters, Mojo, live collection. Jimi Hendrix, Axis Bold as Love. Jimi Hendrix, live at the Sing Club. Led Zeppelin 3, Led Zeppelin 2, and check this out. Jimmy Page and Robert Plant, No Quarter, and Blues Mandolin Man, though that is Yank Rachel. Those are all $6.99. And I'll take both. And he's talking about Junior Wells and Boo Carter. These are sold to Danny Thomason for $10 and $15. Thank you. So now we just got to get Adam Minardi bought in on George Porter. All right, so the first thing I have here, these are $6.99 CDs. Mike Monroy, You Were First on J, and that's for Jimi Hendrix. Let me know if you want Axis, or let me know if you want Live at the Sing Club, New York. That's the one with Jim Morrison. Useless Eaters was second. Robert Warner third. Mike Monroy got No Quarter. That's the first one sold. Michael Ruttman, you got dibs on Zeppelin. Let me know if you want 2 or 3. Susie was next on Jimmy Page, Robert Plant. Sid next on Led Zeppelin 3. And then we have Jamie next on Page and Plant. Mike Monroy wants the live Jimi Hendrix. That means the next person on Jimi Hendrix was Useless Eaters. Let me know if you want Axis. And then next was Mike did get that. Mike Monroy got No Quarter. Michael Ruttman's going to let me know on which Zeppelins. He wants both. And then that just leaves BB King live at the Regal. The Allman Brothers Band, 7 Turns. BB King at Cook County Jail. Leonard Skinner, Skinner Nation. Muddy Waters Mojo. And Blues Mandolin Man by Yank Rachel. And Useless Eaters does want Axis Bold as Love. Jeff Coleman wants Skinner Nation. Jeff Coleman on Skinner Nation. I think what they did, so we bought a CD collection, and a guy bought a lot of this stuff like at McKay's, and I think this is when some CDs, I think if you were to graph CD prices, when they first come out, they were really high. At some point, you could get them really cheap, and I think they've kind of stayed kind of relatively cheap and affordable, and now they're starting to go back up. I talked to somebody the other day, and we almost took like a bunch of stuff that this guy bought at McKay's. He was going to take it back there because he's like, man, for what I bought some of these for 10 years ago, he says, I think I could probably almost get a lot of my money back or maybe even make money off of them. But I think we end up cutting a deal with them. So, and McKay's is a store here locally. And so some of these are where he got them from. And I think we got thousands. And they've went through and kind of double-checked them to make sure they're all clean. And that's where this tub came from. Hammerfall, Crimson Thunder. Hammerfall is $6.99. William Clark, The Hard Way. Led Zeppelin debut. We have Exodus, Let There Be Blood. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Texas Flood. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Live Alive. Jimi Hendrix, Band of Gypsies. And Jimi Hendrix, Experience Hendrix. The best of Jimi Hendrix. And these are all $6.99. $6.99. Wow, some good ones there again. Hammerfall, William Clark, Led Zeppelin, Exodus, Stevie Ray Vaughan, Hendrix again, and Hendrix again. Wow, those are all $6.99. More. I'm going to go ahead and do another quick handful right quick. Here's the next handful. The next handful is The Doors, Morrison Hotel. We have Sarah Brightman, the Andrew Lloyd Webber collection, The Best of Ted Nugent, and Metallica, Hardwired for $6.99. It's a 2 CD. Nice, $6.99 on that. Over here, Useless Eaters on Led Zeppelin. And there was only one that time, and that was Led Zeppelin debut. That's sold to Useless Eaters. Michael Ruttman second. Useless Eaters on Jimi Hendrix. Let me know if you want Experience or if you want Band of Gypsies. Let me know on that. He wanted Band of Gypsies, so that's sold. And now the Experience Hendrix is still available. Mike Monroy got Metallica. Robert Warner was second, and then Michael Ruttman. So I still got Hammerfall, William Clark, Exodus, Stevie Ray Vaughan, The Doors, Sarah Brightman, Ted Nugent, and Experience Hendrix. Wow, a lot of great titles there. If I show these when the show starts tomorrow, these will immediately sell. A lot of great ones there. Useless Eaters on Jimi Hendrix. He said he'll go ahead and take Experience Hendrix too. That's also sold to Useless Eaters. All right, let's grab another handful here and see what we got. More CDs coming at you. These are all $6.99. Hope you're ready. Hope you're ready. We have Led Zeppelin, House of the Holy, Led Zeppelin Presence, another Led Zeppelin Presence, the Allman Brothers, Peeking at the Beacon. This is Led Zeppelin. What is this? Later? Oh, that's part of a box set. Hold on. We might have more of those later. We have Rolling Stones, Blue and Lonesome. Also, I have Rock and Roll Hall of Fame Original Artist. I have Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert, The Best of Free, All Right Now, Muddy Waters, King B, and The Best of Muddy Waters. Those are all $6.99. What's the name of the Exodus? The name of the Exodus is called Let There Be Blood. Michael, you got dibs on Led Zeppelin. And then that's for Presence, House of the Holy. Your dibs on those. There's two copies of Presence. So next is Avery on Holy. That's House of the Holy. Susie on R&R. And R&R for Susie. R&R for Susie was Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That was right here. That's so to Susie Breelove. Jamie next on Led Zeppelin. Leslie first on the Rolling Stones. So we still got Muddy Waters. We got Muddy Waters. We have The Best of Free, Clapton's Rainbow Concert, and the Allman Brothers Band. $6.99. Michael is going to let me know. And then Useless Eaters is next on Presence. Looks like there's two different versions here. Houses and one Presence. Okay. I'll just give you this one right here. So that's sold, and then Useless Eaters, I'm going to give you the next one, okay? Now, that's sold and sold, so Useless gets the next Led Zeppelin Presence. Chris Redlings does want Exodus, Let There Be Blood. That's sold to Chris Redlings. Nice. Moving right along. Great CD still left. Next thing we have Harper and Musselwhite. Adam, that's already sold. Nat King Cole, both in the very last batch, okay? Harper Musselwhite already sold. And I think there's only one Nat King Cole. Or maybe you were just saying you want both. There's only one Nat King Cole, but you get that for $5. Okay? Thank you. And now we have another handful of CDs coming at you. Coming at you right now. We'll probably wrap up this tub. What time is it? We got about 15 minutes left. We have Ned's Atomic Dustbin. Yeah, Godfather. MC 900 featuring Jesus, If I Only Had a Brain. This is Ned's Atomic Dustbin, Are You Normal? Foo Fighters, One by One. Foo Fighters, Wasting Life. Foo Fighters, Echo Silence. Foo Fighters, In Your Honor. Alice Cooper Goes to Hell. Sponge, Rotting Pinata. And Dragon Force, Inhuman Rampage. Those are $6.99. I know that was very fast. Let's do it again. Ned's Atomic Dustbin. MC 900 featuring Jesus. Ned's Atomic Dustbin. Foo Fighters, Foo Fighters, Foo Fighters, Foo Fighters. Alice Cooper, Sponge, and Dragon Force. Those are all $6.99. Wow. Moving right along. Here's some more. Driving and Crying, Fly Me Outrageous. The Crazy World of Arthur Brown. I Am the God of Hellfire, and I Give You Fire. We have Aerosmith, Honkin' on Bobo. This is SAHG, Delusions of Grandeur. Sog, maybe, and Nostradamus, The Third Prophecy. Nostradamus. First is Greg Layton wants Foo Fighters One by One. Foo Fighters is sold to Grog. Jeffrey Hawley on Sponge, Rotting Pinata. Those are all $6.99 each. Great stuff there. Sold and sold. Jeffrey Hawley on DC. And DC was for Driving and Crying. That's sold to Jeffrey Hawley. We're going through $6.99 CDs. If you're just joining us right now, I've got one tub over here I'm going to knock out, which is about 5 more handfuls, and that's probably where the show will end. It took me a while to find these. I got lucky. I got really lucky finding CDs this good. The rest of them are buried, and John has a backlog here tomorrow. When John comes into work tomorrow, I'm just going to have him clean up the store and organize stuff for me. We have Love and Rockets. We have the best of Django Reinhardt, Dragon Force, Sonic Firestorm, Nativity in Black. That's a great compilation, a tribute to Black Sabbath. We have John Dakota, Learning to Fly, that's sealed. Shania Twain, The Woman in Me. Keb Mo. We have White Water, No Goat on the Highway. John Fogerty, Eye of the Zombie. The Wonderful Sounds of Marvin Gaye. Team Bone Walker, Stormy Monday. The Best of Chuck Berry. And Blackfoot's Greatest Hits. Next thing we have, Aerosmith Honkin' on Bobo is a very expensive record. Leslie on LR for Love and Rockets, that's sold. Jerry Ferguson gets Nativity in Black, that's sold. Susie on BS, and BS for Susie was Black Sabbath, Nativity in Black. Adam Bernardi on Keb Mo. Useless Eaters next on LR. And then Leslie first on ST, which was Shania Twain. That's sold to Leslie. Thank you. Gray CD still left back here. Probably the last thing I'll do is recap everything that's left. I've got about 3 more, maybe 2 more, maybe 4 more handfuls here. Let's go ahead and knock out some more right quick. First thing I have is Retro Deluxe Watermelon Tea. Retro Deluxe Watermelon Tea. Jimi Hendrix Blues. Muddy Waters, His Best. Essential UFO. Nice. Shadows Fall. This is Fallout from the War. This looks like Woven War. Kansas, Monolith, and In Flames Battles. Those are all $6.99 each. Everything you just seen there. Everything. I mean everything is just $6.99 each. Just saying. We have 2 more handfuls. In Flames, Soundtrack to Your Escape. Miles and Coltrane. The Doors, self-titled debut. Creedence Clearwater Revival Chronicle. Led Zeppelin 2, painted CD. Oh, that stinks. Somebody's painted all over it. Oh, that's in pretty bad shape. That's probably why they had a note. That's Tanner's handwriting. I know he's checked all these. Let's not sell that one. UFO heavy painting. The Best of Miles Davis. No heavy petting, that is. The Best of Miles Davis, Milestones Miles Davis, and Johnny Cash's San Quentin. Those are all $6.99. Leslie Holt wants the Creedence Clearwater Revival Chronicle. By the way, this UFO is Japanese. You can tell from the spine. This is a Japanese on the UFO. CCR on Leslie. Chris, let me know if you want UFO no heavy petting or if you want the Essential UFO. The Essential UFO was over here, right? Yes, I'm assuming you want this one. And then Michael Ruttman on Johnny Cash, and Susie was next. So that leaves Miles and Coltrane, The Best of Miles Davis Milestones, The Doors, and In Flames. So that's available. All right, and I'm assuming Chris wanted that second UFO. There's another one over here if anybody still wants it. And then here is another handful, and these are all $6.99. Gosh. We got The Doors, Strange Days, The Doors, Waiting for the Sun, The Doors, The Very Best of the Doors, The Doors, LA Woman, and The Doors, The Very Best of the Doors. These are all $6.99. So UFO, UFO Chris Riddlings wanted heavy petting, yes. So that means Greg, so Johnny Cash went to Michael, Susie second, then Gary Wellman. Greg second on UFO, Jim B third. Jim Ciascio wants Blackfoot from earlier, and the Blackfoot CD, let me figure out what I've done with that. Blackfoot may be over here now. Blackfoot's Greatest Hits is so to Jim Ciascio. Thank you. And then I was wanting the Essential if that were Japanese. No, the Essential is just a regular U.S. Heavy petting was Japanese. No, Essential is U.S. Useless Eaters on the Doors. You only got 300 to pick from. You got The Doors, Strange Days, Waiting for the Sun, 2 different double packs, and LA Woman. Alrighty, so let's go back through these stacks one more time. Susie says we got 10 minutes left. So let me go back to the oldest ones back here and make sure everybody has gotten everything they want. These are all $6.99. The Allman Brothers, Peeking at the Beacon, Eric Clapton's Rainbow Concert, The Best of Free, Muddy Waters, King B, The Best of Muddy Waters, William Clark, The Hard Way, Hammerfall, Crimson Thunder, B.B. King, Live at Cook County Jail, Allman Brothers, 7 Turns, B.B. King at the Regal, and Blues Mandolin Band, Yank Rachel, and Muddy Waters Mojo, the live collection. Those are all $6.99. Over here was Nostradamus, And Nostradamus was the third prophecy. We have Saig, S-A-H-G, Delusions of Grandeur. Aerosmith, Honking on Bobo. The Crazy World of Arthur Brown. Dragon Force, and that was Human Rampage. Alice Cooper Goes to Hell. Foo Fighters, In Your Honor. Foo Fighters, Echo, Silence, Patience, Grace. Foo Fighters, Wasting Light. That has the song These Days on it. And then we have Ned's Atomic Dustbin, Are You Normal? MC 900. Ned's Atomic Dustbin, Godfather. The Best of Ted Nugent. Sarah Brightman, The Andrew Lloyd Collection. The Doors, Morrison Hotel. Stevie Ray Vaughan, Live Alive. And Stevie Ray Vaughan, Texas Flood. And what is double pack info? Doors, Strange Days, and LA Woman. So that's over here. So Strange Days and LA Woman. This is a double pack. It's called The Very Best of the Doors. So it's a 2 CD set, and we have 2 of them. So he does want LA and he does want Strange Days. Those are sold to Useless Eaters. Those are sold and sold. Okay? And so let's put these back over here then. And then Hiram. Hiram wants In Flames soundtrack. And that... Oh, it's raining outside. It's pouring rain outside. I didn't know that. I can hear it hitting the roof. Let's see, Hiram. What I've done with that? So what have I done with that? Shadows. There it is. No? Battles. Which one did you say? Soundtrack to Your Escape. Hold on a second. The Door's good. Okay. Ah, it's way back here. It was in this last one. All right, so that's sold to Hiram. Gotcha. And then Leslie wanted BB King Mojo. No, she wanted Mojo Muddy Waters, the live collection. Yeah, this here. All right. Thank you, Leslie, on that. Have I gone through everything twice? I went through those. The Doors, Miles Davis, Doors, Miles Davis. Both Doors double packs are still available. Wow. Both Doors double packs are still available. I just read through all those, didn't I? Yes, and I hadn't read through this stack on the left one more time. Which was the Essential UFO, In Flames Battles, Kansas Monolith. This was Woven War, Shadows Fall, The Best of Muddy Waters, Jimi Hendrix Blues, which is Jimi Hendrix doing more bluesy type music. Retro Deluxe, Watermelon Tea, the Best of Chuck Berry, T-Bone Walker, Storm Monday. It's already raining, and I can already hear sirens. It always happens. The Soulful Sound of Marvin Gaye, John Fogerty, Eye of the Zombie, Whitewater, No Gold on the Highway, John Dakota, Learn to Fly, Dragon Force, Sonic Firestorm, and the Best of Django Reinhardt. Wow, what a night. We have about 5 minutes left, and I'm going to use that time to thank everybody for watching. Has anybody been here since 5 o'clock? If so, you're a true warrior. We got started right at 8 hours ago. We got started right at 8 hours ago. Retro Deluxe, I think, is the name of the band, Leslie. I think that's the name of the band. Yeah, Retro Deluxe. Welcome, everybody. That tub is completely emptied now. What an epic night. Like I said, we got started 8 hours ago. We have sold 9.5 crates of vinyl. All the incredible auctions we've done. We just sold probably 30 CDs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 5 to 6 to 7 to 8 to 9, 30, 31. 31 CDs. 31 CDs in just about what? 15 minutes. And if I had enough time, we could keep doing it again. If I had them all laid out and ready to go, and we had another 2 or 3 hours. I wish it was like 11 o'clock like it was last night. We went through CDs for like 2 hours. Now, guess what? I'll be back again tomorrow. I'll be live getting this show again started between 5 and 5:30. Do y'all want to go ahead and see the Laura? Do y'all want to see the Laura hot pictures already for tomorrow? And she didn't send them to me. Hold on one second. Usually I show you what Laura sent me. I didn't get anything. Now I'm sad. Okay, but thanks everybody. I'm going to wrap up there. Y'all are the greatest customers on earth. Amazing. I love it when everybody says good night back to me. That way I know who's still watching. But because here's what's amazing. It's 1:11 and there's still 78 on YouTube and 37 on Facebook. So thanks everybody for watching. A lot of people still late. Over 100 people still watching. 2 a.m. East Coast. 2 a.m. East Coast. We got 100 people still tuned in. Want to know if I'm going to throw up a last-minute deal, which I'm going to right now. Who's watching? I'm just joking. Thank you, Robert Warner. Grog, thank you. Leslie, Susie, Jeffrey Hawley, Mike Monroy, Jerry Ferguson, the Useless Eaters, Hiram Aponte, who else? Chris Redlings, Jim Ciascio, Jim B., Gary Wellman, Michael Ruttman, Adam Bernardi, everybody in this last few minutes. Incredible. Thank you. Sean Netzel, Darren Johnson. Y'all know what I'm about to do. I'm about to eat another vegetable tray. I'm going to order more new vinyl. I'm going to shoot some videos. I'm going to leave John some instructions to get more CDs dug out for me. I got vinyl to order. I got records to tag. I got records to research. Facebook's about to expire. We've been live for about 7 hours, 59 minutes, and 25 seconds. Thank you, Hiram Aponte. Glad y'all got some stuff. Metal Night's always crazy. We had some auctions do much better than I thought. We had some do a lot less than I thought. It always happens. Good night. Y'all know where to find me. Again tomorrow. I'll be right here. Thank you. Good night. Let's do it again tomorrow. Full-fledged CD show tomorrow. CD action big time. Tomorrow, please.